You know, I like to keep it locked in when the show starts, and then Landfill goes right before he turns us up. No more talking about JP's sweet ass. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia.
Oh, my Lord. You all are all crazy.
Points north, south, east, and west. I believe, Brian, this will be the last time from this tent. Brian and I are broadcasting from Ashburn, Virginia.
Yeah, get the electricity on, man.
I'm working on it.
I need these Honeywells working.
I have sent the text, B.
I need these Honeywells working.
We need these fans working. It's a warm day in Ashburn.
These are the new Beaverton Finley fans.
Yeah, official.
That's a write-off. That's a tax write-off.
Exciting news that I want to make sure we announce. Shout out to the Junkies for tweeting this out. At 12:30 today, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn will be joining us live in the tent.
Yes.
Now DQ is no stranger to this heat. He's been out here every day coaching. He also goes full pants, long sleeves every day. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, but a lot of players and coaches on the field, I've noticed that for years now. They all wear long sleeves.
Bro, Anthony Lynn yesterday was crazy hot. I swear that Anthony Lynn yesterday was wearing like jeans or khakis or something.
I think they feel that since they're not running around, if they wear stuff, they sweat, and that get their sweat on.
Well, Hoffman had this theory years back at Richmond, and I think he's on to something. If it's 94 and humid, you're going to be hot and sweaty no matter what.
Yeah.
If you have a long sleeve shirt on or a short sleeve shirt on. So I think for a lot of coaches, they take kind of how much time they're in the sun very seriously.
And that's true. You need to worry about that. But like, we're sitting in this tent right now, and you said, oh, it's not as bad as yesterday. Well, I'm sweating like hell, but
right.
Everybody don't get up and dip in the cold tub.
The cold tub
like
feels
you did,
good, man. Shout out to my wife.
But no, it's I'm looking forward to it.
But Brian, there's a dude we have learned on this planet that generally when Mother Nature decides to show you she's boss, right?
Always.
And there's a lot of like real serious situations that are terrible.
Yes.
The hurricanes and earthquakes and stuff like that. But last night, I got to credit this dude. Did you watch the Nats game last night?
No.
Okay. There was a man last night that stood up to Mother Nature and just said, I see you're throwing haymakers. I ain't worried. You can't knock me down. I want to credit this guy. So, Landfill or Jeff, did you watch a Nats game last night?
I did not. I did see that Cruz hit a home run, though.
He did. His first home run. Dude, they took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees.
Yeah.
Eat it, Jeff.
Yeah,
officially.
Jeff, eat it, son.
Yeah,
eat it. Yeah, Jeff, how you feeling? Eat it.
I know. Go ahead.
I told you were the cooler.
Go ahead.
You are the cooler. Jeff, the Yankees come to Jeff to
The
DC.
Yankees Yankees give you money to not come to their game.
They lose 2 out of 3.
Yep,
Mackenzie Gore gets out of his funk. But the dude I want to highlight here, and this could be our official baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan, brought to you by T-Mobile. There was a dude sitting behind home plate. And I took a picture of this and I tweeted it out. And I got so many responses because I think so many people were equally stunned by the amazing act of this dude last night. And I read this morning, because remember yesterday we were debating kind of, is this the hottest day of the year or what?
Uh-huh.
I don't know that it was the hottest day of the year, but I saw this from Capital Weather Gang that yesterday was the hottest day of yesterday.
Yesterday was the hottest day of yesterday?
Like, yes, for August, for whatever day that was in August. Yesterday was what, the 28th?
Yeah.
Was the hottest August 28th
ever
since 1988.
Okay.
Like, yesterday was
so it was a hot one.
It was a hot one.
Yeah, Jeff, we finally got that stream. Thank you.
And this dude, last night, sitting behind home plate at Nats Park. And you could see the people behind home plate at Nats Park.
Mm-hmm.
This dude, to me, is a legend. Mother Nature threw her fastball, and he just chilled, sat on it, waited for it, and hit it out of the park.
What do you have on?
A coat and tie.
Hey, he was working.
Yeah,
he was either working or he was entertaining some folks, and he had to be in a certain look.
I'm telling you. So I have since a lot of people responded to me. This dude is a boss.
Did he sweat?
His name's Rusty Linder. He is a DC kind of icon, charitable businessman.
Yeah, he was getting some money from some people. That's why he was dressed up, dog.
He might have been giving money. He's the kind of dude that isn't looking to get it. He's giving it at this point of his career. I just got to say, Rusty, I tip my cap to you for you to wear a coat and tie. And B, this was the 8th inning. Like, he wasn't just out there early. And You know me, like when we have to be dressed up for work and then we get done, like my tie's coming off.
Yeah.
A lot of times my jacket's coming off. This
keep your
dude,
jacket on though.
This dude
hides the pits.
is a real G. I just was
Rusty
Linder.
Good job, Rusty.
We salute you, sir. You stared down Mother Nature. Mother Nature tried to give you the brush back from the plate,
Rusty,
and you stood your
don't
ground.
do it too many times, because she'll throw one little fast curve strike of lightning, and your ass will be gone.
I'm telling you, that dude is a legend.
Mother Nature wins whenever she wants to.
That's true.
Believe that.
All right, B. It was after we were on the air yesterday, but obviously
your boy got signed, huh?
Noah Brown is a dude, as soon as I saw him hit the wire, I thought made a lot of sense for Washington. We will get to talk to Dan Quinn about that at 12:30 when Dan Quinn joins us. I think this move.
Did he not fit the waiver?
Yeah, he's a vested veteran at this point.
So
you can't. Yeah. He's a free agent. You don't have to. He doesn't have to go.
And then he gets his choice on where he wants to go.
He gets his choice.
There you go.
I don't know the terms, but when you have choices, typically you have a little bit of leverage.
You have choices, and probably someone talked to you probably before you got released and said, "Hey, man, we want you."
Or as soon as you got released.
Yeah. Soon, whatever, however it goes.
Here's what we know about Noah Brown. Last year, for the Houston Texans, he had 33 catches for almost 600 yards, 567 yards to go with 3 touchdowns. Now, a lot of that came in a few games, I believe, when Tank Dell and Nico Collins were out. But it doesn't matter to me.
Hey, but they were out and he produced.
Right. He proved he could play. Week 8, Houston playing the Bucks. Hey, man, I know a team playing the Bucks in about 10 days. He had 6 catches for 153 yards with a touchdown. Week 7, Houston playing the Bengals, 7 catches for 172 yards. Okay.
So the man likes averaging 20+ yards per carry.
Yeah.
Per catch.
Last season, he averaged 17.18. He had 567 pass receiving yards in only 10 games, B.
Damn.
You know, now
that's doing it.
We got to figure out if there were some injuries. I'm trying to track somebody down from Houston to come on the show. That may
could it be that when those other 2 guys were out there that they just basically went to him more often and and probably he wasn't the target.
What I like here is this is a dude that is 6'2", 225, so a little bit more size than they've got right now. Although I guess Luke's probably that size. Was drafted by the Cowboys. I'm curious if you'll like this. 7th rounder that is now in his 7th NFL season.
I love that.
You're a grinder.
That's the stories we talk about where, that's why I get so annoyed by in this town. We always just talk about 1st and 2nd rounders. And we act as if you're not a 1st or 2nd rounder, that you're not a possibility. Let's be real. A lot of guys get drafted 1st, 2nd round. They get drafted because they went to a certain school. Okay, a lot of them balled the hell out, but a lot of them get that natural reputation or they get the attention because they're at certain schools. These other guys that go to these smaller schools, they don't get that look. But when they make it, what the other guys do at the small schools? They have to work every damn day to get any attention from the NFL. So when they get here, they continue doing what they've always done. The other guys, sometimes they continue doing what they've done, and then you find out that guy that went to the small school could be as good as he is. And they went out.
Well, he went to Ohio State, so it's not like he went to small school.
I'm just saying, when you go to certain places, you don't play. And let's be real, you come from a bigger high school. When you go to college, you get more looks.
Sure.
That's just how life works. When you come from the more prestigious type entity, you're going to get much more praise than a guy coming from another place.
Now, there's a few things I want to say before folks get really excited. I believe Noah Brown had options. I believe Noah Brown wanted to come to Washington, most likely because he saw an opportunity to play, right? I think if you're Noah Brown and you're coming off consecutive 500-yard seasons and you look at the receivers on Washington's roster from last year, you would immediately be the 2nd most productive guy. And Jahan Dotson is gone.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Noah Brown last year, I believe, outpaced Dotson from a straight yardage standpoint. I'll look that up and just confirm it real quick. But, Dotson last year had 518 yards on 49 catches. So that YPC is far less. And that was in 17 games, right? So Dotson played all 17, 49 catches on 83 targets. Do that math. That ain't great. And 518 yards. He did have 4 touchdowns. Brown, in just 10 games, 33 catches, 567, 17 yards per catch.
Mhm.
So if you're Brown, I get why this looks ideal. Not to mention Jaden Daniels looks like a pretty exciting young quarterback to maybe work with.
Skippy.
Especially if last year you played with CJ Stroud, who was a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
He also was at Ohio State with McLaurin. I'm sure there's some level of relationship there. I don't know that would sway this thing one way or another.
Well, you know, when you get ready to go to a team and you want to find out, you reach out to your buddies, you know what I mean? And if your buddies tell you great things, and if it's a guy you truly trust, which I would believe that most people trust here, that could sway you.
Now, Adam Peters did say yesterday, so Dan Quinn and Adam Peters spoke at length, and Adam Peters said, he's like, you know, generally your team's not going to get a whole lot better or worse this time of year. Generally, your team is your team. So I do think on some level we should temper expectations. Like, I don't know that anybody needs to order a Noah Brown jersey quite yet, okay? Injuries have been an issue. He missed 7 games.
Got some Ohio State fans in this area, though.
What's that?
Got Ohio State fans in this area.
Ohio State fans are everywhere.
Okay, so
you ever been in Florida?
There's going to be some Noah Brown jerseys, boy.
I feel like there's more Ohio State flags in Florida than
I might have to just buy me a jersey per week.
For what team? What player?
Any player. The players that I like.
Who would you start with week 1?
I don't know who I'll start with just yet, Jay. You know, you like to put me on the spot a lot.
You're the one talking about jerseys.
I say I'll just show up with, you know, but I probably couldn't do that. If I show up with a jersey and say it's because people I like, and then the ones I don't wear, they're going to be a little upset. So I'm just going to wear a jersey right in the inside and marker. I'm going to write the number in the inside.
You started talking about wearing a jersey, so I said, what jersey? And then you said,
you thought, which jersey you going to start with? Because now that's going to tell everybody that's my favorite player. It might not be. I may wear number 1. You know why I would wear number 1? Because I used to wear it in college. Who's wearing number 1 now?
I don't think anybody. We did have some number switches yesterday. Your updated roster has Mikey Samerstill got to 0, and he spoke to us yesterday.
Did we talk about that?
Sure. We talked after practice to Mikey. He said, you know, 0 is something that's really important to him because he always considers it like whenever there's negativity. I think the theory is like, you know, in multiplication, if you multiply
anything times 0, it goes right back to 0.
Right.
That
so
means you're a bad dude. You can wipe everything out.
All the negativity, all the haters multiplied by 0, it's nothing. That then means Marcus Mariota is going to 18. Now, Mariota's worn 8 for much of his career. He talked to us after and said how the number 8 is important to him. So throwing a 1 in front of it's kind of cool. And I asked him, I was like, did you ever talk to Brian Robinson about number 8? And he's like, nah, that man right there can have his number. Which I thought, you know, Mariota's a veteran. He's been in the league a long time.
I like 8 and 18 too. That's my birthday, 8/18.
There you go.
68. See, 888.
A curious one. And I don't know, you played in the NFL a long time. You've probably seen a number of number switches. Cole Turner had been on this roster for 3 years as number 85. He got cut, signed back to the practice squad. He's now number 88.
Yeah.
88 has been available, and Martavis Bryant had 88, and he left. Maybe, I can't remember if Armani Rogers maybe had 88.
If I keep getting released in 85, I don't want that number anymore. I'm going to try to change my number.
All right.
That's all that means.
That's simple.
Like, hey, when I start looking at it, that's not very, much of a positive thing. So I'm moving on to another number.
Something that was a lot of fun. I guess Armani Rogers was wearing 88. We got to talk to both Colson Yankoff and Tyler Owens yesterday, the 2 undrafted guys that made the roster. And both those guys, the mix of like gratitude and humility and excitement. And both guys said, you know, I love kind of knowing like, who do you share the news with? And Owen said he called his dad, and Yankoff said he called his family. And just like, I imagine Blanche Mitchell, once upon a time, you called him when you knew you were on the team.
Oh, yeah.
And like what that moment just has to be so significant.
It's a special moment because I think when we look at things a lot, we automatically we look at the guys that come from the bigger schools and things like that. But hell, more than likely they're gonna make the team when they came in a higher round. But when you get someone drafted 7th round or undrafted and things of that nature, then they go out there and they start fighting for it. Just like I always say, a person who earned their money and a person who was given some money, the person that earned the money respects it even more.
Totally.
You know what I mean? So those guys that are drafted later in the draft and undrafted, they respect this more. I think that's a bigger story to me than a guy first round to make the team. They were gonna cut you after they gave you all that damn money, you know. But I love seeing those stories every year because I've been in locker rooms where guys were from 4th round on, a lot of 5th, 6th, and back when I was playing 11th, 12th round, and you get in the locker room, and the question has always been, why was he drafted in the 1st round and that dude drafted in the 8th round? Because this dude is light years better than the 1st round dude. You know, I see it a lot. And normally it's because of a lot of time it's just the reputation of the school and where you came from and things of that nature. But once those guys get there, look at both of those kids, Yankoff and Owens, they were balling.
Yeah.
And every day they
Owens
came
isn't
out
even
to
that
work.
big of a story because that dude's been on the team for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like his level of play has been such that it's like, oh yeah, Tyler Owens, he's on.
But see, the thing of it though, when we had different talks and you hear people and they mention his name, normally when a guy names his mention, they start to read the press. That dude got better. He kept producing. He kept putting some more plays out there. I've said it for a long time when I used to do the shows at Comcast. I always say, get your name called. You know, and you can do that in 2 different ways. You can get a positive call or a negative call. And all he did was get called positively in practice. Players talking about him, fans starting to recognize him, coaches discussing him. And as soon as you get in the game, the dude makes a play every damn time. He's always around the ball, always making tackles. That's the type of guy you look for why he.
This. So my mom's listening to the show down in North Carolina.
What's up, Mom?
And the dude we talked about earlier,
You know,
like Rusty Linder is his name. My mom,
Rusty Linder. Can you lend us some money?
perhaps you can, but listen to this. My mom just texted me. I worked for the Linders when John, my sister, was a baby. Wow. So that was probably the father of the guy you saw at the game. They made their money. They were 2 young guys going through law school, working at night, parking in cars. And they realized there's some money in the parking lot. So they got the parking lot. They bought their first parking lot at the Cypress Creek Pub. I don't even know where that is or if it still exists. They didn't realize, hey, real estate might be cool here. He said they were so nice to my mom and my family that Mr. Linder and my sister Bonnie was born, got a silk baby bowl as a gift.
But you know, but
Said they took care of the people and treated them
the
well.
moral of that
How cool
story
is that?
is
And it goes right with the undrafted free agents.
But the moral of that story is all the people that claim they can't find something, look a little harder. It might be right under your damn nose.
Damn right. Speaking of under your damn nose, I went to Wegmans yesterday leaving here.
Uh-huh.
I got here kind of late. And I looked over. Checking out in at Wegmans. Nobody. So I said,
Well, I talked with so I was wondering if I'm gonna keep looking at both of those guys, all 3 of those guys, those 2 plus center to see how things change. The funny part, same way you and I sometimes
help you. Check out. Same thing happened to Luke McCaffrey. And this dude at the same key after them was like, JP? I was like, yeah, what's up? He's like, hey, I love you. I'm like, oh, yeah. You notice those Luke McCaffrey?
right now they 2 guys.
No idea.
Gotta figure it out a little bit.
All right, Dick Quinn and Adam had a long a lot of questions to figure out what they actually said.
Hey, it's Brandon here. You heard me talk a lot about fans. America's #1 sports book. Well, I have something a little bit for you. Now, September 22nd, all fans can purchase for $5 and get a 3-week free trial on NFL tickets from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season 30 episodes out of market. All you need is a Google account and a normal payment. And you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's Nickel. And sports with official partner, 106.7 The Fan. That means football deals are over and President decision. Full price of NFL Sunday ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refund. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800.
Good morning, everyone. Well, the Nationals get a leadoff home run from their new leadoff hitter as Dylan Cruz's first career long ball helps lift Washington over the Yankees 5-2. Cruz also added an RBI double in the victory. So the Nats are off today, but they welcome a surging Chicago Cubs team to town tomorrow night for a 6:45 first pitch. That's from Nats Park. Listen to it here on the Fan. The Commanders were making news yesterday, signing former Texas wideout Noah Brown to a one-year deal, and trading defensive tackle John Ridgway to the Saints for a late-round pick swap. Washington also announced a 12-player practice squad. And the Pittsburgh Steelers announcing their starting quarterback yesterday. It will be Russell Wilson under center to open the season for Pittsburgh. From the Cockpit Cap, 5 Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Cole on the Fan.
Down, get funky, get loose. All right, I'm down to get funky loose. Good morning to
Who
everybody
is that, Jeff?
on the chat, on the YouTube stream. Good morning, especially to Deborah Bell. Always a pleasure. Thank you to all the people listening. Oh, yeah, I didn't know.
Jeff, who's singing that song?
Like, you know the answer.
That's not your answer.
It's early for Jeff to take it. Oh, good morning, Let's go. We had a lot to talk about today. I want to start. I really like the way he framed this, and Yankton gets to go in, getting to learn his game a bit now. Over 6 months into this, he is the guy that all about. Like it's easy to say process can come out like overdone. He's a guy that's all about journey and understanding that this belief is point A to point B. Look, let's start at the very top. Number one, you explaining kind of how he feels about getting through. Good. Stop that and hopefully let me try it. Everyone, let me. Okay, let me know when you have that. Basically, what Dan Quinn said was, it feels like the puzzle is starting to come together. And when they addressed the media yesterday, I think it was 3:45. The Noah Brown thing emerged. And, they knew what was happening. And in a lot of ways, it is a puzzle coming together.
Yeah, I do a lot of speeches. A little bit later, and that's exactly what they did. They started this thing off with a pile of damn pieces, and all of a sudden they're starting to get closer and closer to it. Right now, they probably still aren't completely done with it. It may be just a few pieces still not in play.
Well, I don't know. Unless you're the team holding the Lombardi in mid-February at this point, I don't know if anybody thinks they've got every piece in place.
Well, just the team that was holding them in February. What are they doing? They're still trying to put theirs together.
Right.
And that's the whole thing where you have to, I think what we have to understand, and this, I know you mentioned it about, we got to pop our brakes a little bit. Every time we find somebody, people start getting, like you said, Asperger's syndrome.
Yep.
The Kansas City Chiefs have won the last two, and they are still adding people to the team. And if that team is doing it, and the 49ers were in the last, 3 or 5 Super Bowls, and they're still adding and putting people, what makes us think that we could get one person that's going to change the whole damn gamut? You got to get a little bit more of that and build it to a point. And then once you get there, you're going to still have to be tinkering with it every year. When we won a Super Bowl in 91, you think we just showed up the next year and did absolutely nothing? No. You still have some more people come, because what happens when you win it? People want your players.
Sure.
So if they take your players, you got to start adding some people. And normally the people that are going to come in may not be at the level that the person that you just let go.
Well, and Adam Peters, Standig asked him a good question, where Standig asked a big picture question. And frankly, I was part of the press conference. I feel like a lot of us try to get kind of big picture answers from Adam Peters, myself included, and he didn't really bite. But
he's not going to bite.
Well,
I've watched Adam. Adam is so damn smooth and cool, bro.
Right.
He'll answer your question and you like, you go back and you're like, damn.
Because so Ben tried to ask him something like, hey, a lot of folks have wondered if there is a big adjustment coming. A lot of fans have wondered if you might trade for a player on your former team. Now, obviously, he's talking about Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
To which Adam Peters just kind of visibly laughed. I think that is much like Josh Harris on Sunday night when he spoke before the preseason finale. He officially put to bed all of they're taking the name back to Redskins. Yeah. I think Adam Peters, with just that little laugh and scoff, officially put to bed the conversation around trading for Brandon.
But I think also, Jay, even if they were still thinking about that, he's not giving you nothing. And I think the ultimate thing is we can keep asking. There are people out here that are so good that you never know. You go play poker, you find out that guy that you're like, damn, does he change? His whole look looks the same the whole round. He doesn't smile, he doesn't frown. He's just like stoic. And I think that's how Adam plays it. But the ultimate thing, they give nothing. I know I said it the other day, and Nick was like, I don't like that. I was like, I like the fact that they don't leak nothing. You don't know nothing that can happen.
A couple other ones. 48 tried to get him. 48 said something like, do you anticipate making any major moves before the season? And Dan Quinn just laughed. He's like, define major. That's too easy. Like, these guys, they were ready for this presser. And
we've seen GMs and coaches in the past come up. They say they're on the same page, and they were nowhere close. These two dudes right here attached at the damn hip.
Totally. And then one area where I do think we got something, and I didn't mean to bother him. I wonder if I did. But I asked, because they had just traded Ridgeway like an hour, maybe even like minutes prior to the press conference, right? And Ridgeway ultimately ends up being a pick swap. They had to send Ridgeway in a 7th. They got a 6th back, right? Now, Jahan and Ridgeway was a significant contributor last year that you're sending away for a pick swap. Jahan, you sent Jahan in a 5th to get a 3rd back. I think it's kind of fair to call that a pick swap. Peters didn't like that. He said, I asked him, hey, you're sending players that were significant contributors out for picks. Was there any consideration about getting other players? And he said, I think you look at all the options when you do that, and you have conversations back and forth about what you're getting for compensation. I think certainly Ridgeway was a pick swap. I disagree with you a little bit with Jahan on a pick swap, but we got some good value for Jahan. And if it's the players that help your team, then you definitely consider that. In our estimation, the trade that we made was the best value for us. And if there was players that we thought could help us in the short and long term, we would have considered that too. But in the end, we thought this was the best deal.
Yeah, but he got a 3rd and he got 2 7s. And if you are smart, you can work those 2 7s and then make that 3rd look even better. You know what I mean? Because later on, just like right now, they're positioning themselves getting more picks, more assets. When they go later on to try to add some more people to this team, those things become valuable. I get a player or I get a position, and then I can give you these extra things. It's going to work for them in the long run. That's their plan, I would say.
I think Adam Peters told the truth there. I think a lot of fans, and it must have been the day you were flying to California, because we did like the first hour of the show after the trade. I didn't even give out the number. People were just calling and mad, right?
But see,
because there's this perceived notion of value as it's tied to a first round pick.
But that's
and I think the value the market did not exist that fans thought should exist.
Fans have to understand that all first rounders are not created equal. You know what I mean? They are not created equal. Just because you're drafted in the first round, after you play a few years, your value normally goes up or down a little bit. And I know we go by the positioning, but ultimately, if you are not the guy that they were expecting you to be, if the rest of the league is like, your value drops. I don't care what those numbers stipulate, but if the rest of the league are not gung-ho about getting you, your value is going to drop.
I think I appreciated that when I just feel like he told the truth. Like he said, we got good value for Jahan. When they have that third rounder this fall and it's a top 100 pick, and who knows what these guys will become, but Brandon Coleman, Luke McCaffrey, right? Like these are the types of players you're talking about. You know who was a third rounder? Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Who was a third rounder? Terry McLaurin.
Yes.
Like,
see, the thing of it, and I listen, if anything that we ever get people to think over this airwave, I want people to start understanding you can find a damn superstar at any round or even not drafted. Let's not think that the only way you're going to get good if it's a first or a second rounder. You can find them other places. Some people miss. I mean, let's be real. They miss. My buddy said he saw Jaden Daniels walking in the mall too, and people didn't recognize him. That's blind people.
They didn't recognize Jaden.
Hey, Rich, that's blind people.
If you're not recognizing Jaden,
then you're not really a fan.
Well, you know what though? He's been wearing those glasses lately.
I don't care
and
what
he
he wears.
Hat on,
if I see him, I'm here a lot, and I'm around.
You and I are going to recognize.
Yeah, but like, we've seen him a lot.
All right, John Keim joins us at 11 a.m. Dan Quinn at 12:30. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits. Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's Rude, RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
If you think I rant about no beer being sold in Montgomery County grocery stores, you should have just heard the conversation I just had with Brian after getting my my first allotment of Montgomery County and state of Maryland property taxes.
Did I give you a solution?
Move.
Sell more beer in the stores, and you probably wouldn't have to charge the damn constituents so much money.
Agreed there, Brian. I think what you just said is really valuable for folks to understand that a lot of people were mad about the Dotson trade not getting enough, and a lot of people were mad that he went to Philly. Yo, if they could have sent him to Seattle or Houston or Jacksonville, like they'd love to send him somewhere else.
But
that was the best offer.
They weren't offering what Philly was offering. Sometimes when you make a decision to move somebody, you have to go with the best offer. And the best offer is what Adam said was is best for the team. Because they feel that Adam Peters is probably looking and saying, look, I'm good enough to work this 3 and these 2 7s into something that's going to be worthwhile.
Here. I think, I really believe that since the Dotson trade, there has been a real – people can take this however they want it because Dan Quinn, Adam Peters yesterday, they said repeatedly, hey, our plan is to win and compete. Like that, there's no way Dan Quinn – Brian, you know Ken Norton, right?
I know him well.
You know him pretty well.
We competed a lot.
You think there's any chance when he gets to Tampa for week 1 that he's thinking long-term 3 years from now, roster rebuild?
Hell no. He wants to win that game.
Hell no. Brian, you know Larry Izzo pretty well. I think you fist fought him 20 years ago.
We just had a little shoving match.
Sure. When you look at Larry Izzo's eyes, he's got crazy in there.
Yeah.
You think Larry Izzo, when he gets to Tampa week 1, is going to be thinking about the 2027 season and what this organization could be on the precipice of?
Larry's not thinking about that. Coaches and players think about winning now.
Winning now.
Yeah, that's why Adam's job is to fix it for the long haul. Their job is to let's try to win this thing now, no matter who we have.
Jason Simmons is a friend of yours, defensive pass game coordinator. I watch him put these guys through drills. You think he's focused on anything but beating Tampa week 1?
Make his team better and win.
Undeniably, these guys are taking the 53 players they have, plus 17 on practice squad, to go beat some Buccaneer ass.
There you go. The Yuccaneers.
Whether or not that happens, that's in God's hands. That's the will of the universe, right? But the players in that locker room, the coaches on the staff, plan on winning now.
Totally.
Period. But I do think there's been a real reminder to fans, they went 4-13 last year. When you go through some of these analytical, numerical models, the modeling doesn't look that great.
Yeah.
Vegas only has them for 6.5 wins. They do play a bunch of teams that made the playoffs last year. Like, what is improvement for Adam Peters and even Dan Quinn, because he's part of this too. Like, Quinn is focused on week 1, but is also looking
he
at
understands the long haul.
Right.
He knows he got to crawl before he walks.
I do think the last week has been a real reminder of, all right, man, Jahan's got to go. The Dotson trade doesn't make them better for that Tampa game, but it makes them better long-term. They also realize we want a different person in this role, right?
Yeah.
Sending away John Ridgeway is because they're going to run their defense different, and they want to give Phil Mathis a chance, and they don't need 2 big-bodied, primarily lined up over the center or the center guard gap guys.
Yeah.
And you got something back for him. Now you got an extra 6. You know what you can do with 2 6s? Maybe move up to the 5th round. Like, the more options you have going forward, the better. And I think that's what these guys are all about.
But I think the ultimate thing is, at this point, we don't know what the picks that they picked up is going to end up being. Suppose the 3rd that they got ended up being another Terry McLaurin. How about those 2 7s end up being a 5th or a 6th?
Sure.
And they get somebody that could go out there and play 8-9 years for them. I think the thing of it is, we have to understand that. And I know every time we always talk about, well, like when guys don't have a name or a reputation already, we go, oh man, But those guys, when they started off, they didn't have names and reputations either. They grew into that. And you have to give it a certain period of growth time to become the team you want to be. But we seem to want, as soon as you plug one or two people in, oh, we're perfect now. No, we're not. They got to build their chemistry. They got to get their camaraderie going together, and they have to grow. And that normally is going to take a year, 2 years for people to start doing it. And then as you can keep having the people enter and people leave out, now it stays for a long time. Instead of what we used to do, we always go find old players from other teams. We give them all the money, and then we never, ever let the younger guys even grow and get ready. I don't think this organization, the way they're doing it now, will be doing that.
I think Harris understands. Harris said we can't be as bad as last year, but he didn't talk about playoffs or bust or we're
Smart
going
man.
all in.
Can you imagine he say that? The fans, boy, like some of these fans gonna love that, and then they'll be judging them harsher. Sometimes you got to be truthful and let people know what you're trying to do. And if you happen to end up being much better than what you think, and you get into the playoff, then that's cool. But don't come promising that on the first year.
Adam Peters said something really smart yesterday because they didn't claim any people on waivers. I don't think they were too enthusiastic about the people available on waivers. He said it's really hard to add good players at this point because most of that happens in March and April.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that doesn't mean Noah Brown might come in here and help. Some of these practice squad guys might come in and help. But, like, you're not – we said this really at the end, at the beginning of training camp, kind of at the end of the draft. There might be some tweaks, some changes. You never know, a trade can happen. But by and large, this is the team you got.
Yeah, like a lot of the waiver players are exactly what you have on your team. People that you know have to take a little bit more time to get there. You know what I'm saying? It's normally guys at a certain period of experience, and that experience is normally 2 or 3 years in that range, to where you still have time. You got to grow. So why would I get rid of the person I've already started to, mold into what I want, and then go get somebody else, and somebody else was trying to go somewhere else? I got to break that down to start getting them on my path. So maybe, just maybe, I'll wait just like they did. They waited for Noah, a guy who had the right to go wherever he wanted to go.
Yep.
And he wanted to come here.
You know who has the right to go wherever he wants to go
Who's
and wants to come here? John Keim joins us next. Nobody go anywhere.
This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Commanders making moves after announcing their initial 53. They signed recently released former Texans wideout Noah Brown to a one-year deal. The 28-year-old receiver caught 33 balls in 10 games for Houston last season. They trade away defensive tackle John Ridgeway to the Saints for a late-round pick swap. Washington will get a 6th-round pick in next year's draft, the Saints getting a 7th. And the Commanders named their 12-player practice squad. Dylan Cruz goes 2 for 4 with a solo home run and an RBI double in a 5-2 Nationals win over the Yankees. Washington is off today, but they host the Cubs to start a weekend series tomorrow, 6:45 first pitch. Listen here on The Fan. And Caitlin Clark set the WNBA rookie record for threes made in a season. They still have 9 games to play. Superior fiberglass windows, 2 weeks only, $250 off every window at The Window Man. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $250 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited now to go to the BetQL guest line. Talk to our friend, Mr. John Keim, ESPN Commanders Insider, and, of course, host of the John Keim Report. Hello, Johnny. How do you do?
What up, guys? How are you?
What's up, Jay?
What up,
a little bit of breaking news in Philly. James Bradbury could be out up to 2 months.
How about that?
How about that? Plenty of our own news here, John. Cut day comes and goes. No waiver claims. They do make a relatively, for this time of year, high-profile addition in wide receiver Noah Brown. I think he helps them. I think he competes for playing time. What do you make of the Brown signing?
A couple things. So I think he fits that identity that they're looking for when you want guys who compete, who play tough and all that. I think he can help you in multiple ways. One, special teams. 2, as a receiver. If nothing else, he's a good blocker. And then we've seen him have some really good games in Houston last year. And then, he had a good final year at Dallas. So I think he's shown that he can be a contributor in that as well. So I think if he's not doing a whole lot from scrimmage, he can still help you. And he's a good blocker. So I think he fits the mindset of the kind of guys they want. The question for him is only going to be one thing. Can he stay healthy? That's been the biggest issue for him over the last couple of years, and it's why he's no longer in Houston. But if he does stay healthy, they have somebody who's definitely going to help. And I think, I think there are a lot of guys in that group who you say, this guy can do this guy can do that. So they have guys that can do things, but they don't have that strong number 2 guy that you say, like, what you're going to get here. So this just puts another guy in the mix that can do something for them.
Does it put more pressure on Cliff to be able to get the best out of the guys that can do that thing, or one thing here, one thing there? Because if you don't have a legitimate number 2, you need to have multiple guys that can be experienced in other different things.
Sure. And I think to be honest, where I think it's going to go is almost that number 2 target's probably Zach Ertz. So I think there's a way to spread it around without relying on the receivers, but we also know, they're going to use some 3 receiver sets. But yes, I do think it's on Cliff and then Anthony Lynn and Brian Johnson, those guys to maximize what else they have especially for Johnson and Cliff and Bobby Ingram at the receiver position, finding out like, okay, this package is great for Zacchaeus. This one is great for Luke McCaffrey. They do different things. So yeah, I think there's going to be something to that. But the other part is you don't want to become predictable with that either. Like a couple of years ago, you'd see Cam Sims and De'Ami Brown come into games like, well, here comes a bunch of runs. You don't want it something like that. So they're going to have to do some other things that can help, or other packages, whatever. But yeah, I do think it's incumbent on them. But I also will go back to Zach Ertz. I think he's had a really good camp, and I think he can be that number 2 target for you in addition to McLaurin.
Dude, I think Ertz absolutely is that guy. I think Eckler's going to have a big role too, but
yeah,
Ertz has been fantastic. I think you saw a roster decision based on supporting Zach Ertz, frankly, in keeping Colson Yankoff, because Ertz isn't going to play a single snap of special teams for you.
Right.
And when you're in very clear jumbo hardcore running sets, I don't think he's a big option there. Like I think they really want to manage him so that he can stay on the field. I mean, 17 games. I asked him, individual goals. He said play 17 games. Do you agree that maybe that's why Yankoff stuck around, at least in addition to the work he put in?
Possibly, I think, but I do think they talked about how much they liked their depth there before, and yeah, I mean I think if you're going to get rid of Cole Turner, which is now in the practice squad, but then you want that other guy, you're right, to play special teams, and he's a bigger guy who can run a little bit. So those guys are always valuable on those units, and he did a lot of like kick coverage, and then punt coverage as well, or punt protection, punt coverage, whatever. So, yeah, I think he can definitely help you there. And I do think you're right. Like, you want to keep Ertz on that field. And maybe he's told you the same thing too. Like, he did not feel he had to go on IR last year. He didn't feel he was that hurt. I think the Cardinals just did that. But there are going to be questions about the durability when you hit that age. They just always are. And if they can do that, I think he can be very productive. And I think he clearly feels that way. But in watching him this summer, it's like I don't know how you can come away thinking anything but, because he looked that good. Now we'll see what it looks like against other teams, but even in the joint practices seem to do pretty well too.
It's going to be fascinating. We also saw, John, the trade of John Ridgeway yesterday. That's a guy that has been a contributor here, has given them some meaningful and some good snaps. What do you make of that decision to kind of roll with Phil Mathis?
I thought Mathis started to do some things the last couple of weeks that maybe we haven't seen enough of lately.
Sure, ever.
And it seemed like, because early in camp, Ridgeway was working ahead of him. And I didn't think you'd keep 2 of those guys. Like, typically in Dan Quinn's defense, you're not getting a lot of the beefy fellas in the middle, right? You're going to want the Newton types who can penetrate, get to the quarterback, right? So I didn't think they'd keep both. Mathis maybe offered a little bit more penetration, and maybe Ridgeway had more value too on the open market, because there were several teams interested in him. And so I think that's part of it as well. But I thought he did a nice job in that last preseason game, especially, but so did Mathis. So, to me, it felt like it was pretty close. And if it's pretty close, you're going to get rid of the guy who has maybe a little bit more value on the market.
John, you've been covering this team for a long time, and you've seen all types of things. You've seen people approach. What's different in this approach compared to things you've seen prior?
Approached by the organization or by whom?
I'm talking about the front office, because all the front offices prior, they baffled me.
Well, I think that's exactly it. I think the difference to me is there's an organized structure and an organized power structure, and where it's coming from. There's the owner is the owner, right? And he's got a clear role, and he's not sitting there meddling and telling them to go trade for this guy or that guy. And but you have the GM who's got his setup, and then clearly Quinn is the coach. I think to me that it's the setup is just different, and it's more conducive to a normal organization to me. And there again, I think there was a blurring of lines, even though it was a coach-centric thing the last several years. I also thought there were times where it was kind of a blurred vision, blurred responsibilities. And in the past, it would be Bruce Allen dipping his toes where he shouldn't, and so I think that to me is the best thing that they've done this offseason is they've clarified the structure of the organization, and it feels like there's just more. I mean, this is the phrase that we heard at the initial press conference was aligned vision, but I do think there is that. And so I think that to me is the dramatic difference from, I mean, we all can tell stories of guys they've signed in the past where the coach is like, we don't want this guy. And then Bruce and Dan are like, well, too bad, here he is. And the coach, what are we doing with him? I mean, there were multiple guys like that. Like, and one of the things that they said yesterday that was almost the reverse of what has happened here in the past was, especially mostly in the previous 20 years before the last 4, but because I felt like they did, they wasn't quite as much like this last 4 years. They didn't win. They didn't draft well. There were other issues, but it was the not collecting talent, trying to build a team. That's what they're doing now. Before, I always felt like they, for Dan Snyder, most of his reign, it was about collecting talent, not really knowing how to build a team.
I totally agree with that. And Peter said that specifically is that, we're focused on building a team. I think of the last 4 years, they drafted poorly. They evaluated poorly. Dan was also pretty non-existent, especially after he got like his double secret probation from the league. Like he was fairly removed. And once this joint was on the market, he was all the way removed and nobody was spending a dollar. You know what I mean?
Right. There were a lot of issues that popped up. And there were times he'd still kind of make his presence felt, in some big quarterback trades perhaps. But yes, by and large, it was better. And that's where it goes back to the setup where like now, like Adam Peters has a scouting staff. They are in charge of this. The coaches provide their input over here. And you're going to take things into consideration. Before, it just felt like, it just didn't feel like there was the strongest direction and who should be making what decision. And I think now it's different.
So let's talk about the team they built, because I do think the Dotson trade, kind of the Ridgeway trade, there's been some decision-making that to me is clearly focused on big picture, long term, and not necessarily going into week 1. And in a lot of ways, I think there was so much excitement. And Jaden is an exciting young player, generates a lot of excitement. But I feel like maybe there's been a little bit of a reminder to fans, hey, these guys went 4-13 last year. And while we're going to improve and compete and try to kick ass, this still could be a little lean.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if they had taken, for example, when the new group in Jacksonville took over a few years ago, they kind of went crazy on the free agent market. I remember talking to people at the time, and they didn't like that approach because they kind of felt like when you're really ready to ascend in year 3, a lot of those guys are going to be either, you're on their way out, or you wouldn't have as much capital to them. Yeah, and so I think that I think this is clearly an approach that is more with an eye toward long-term building more than it is like a quick fix, because this does not look like a quick fix. Now, can they go out and play well? Yeah, because I think there's a lot of things we just don't know about what is the impact of the defensive staff and there's just the scheme, the play calling. What is the impact of the play calling on the quarterback, the offensive line, et cetera? So I think there's a lot of things we don't know yet. And how good is Jaden Daniels going to be and when? So those are all questions that if you answer them in the affirmative, well, you can be better than maybe people expect. But I do think you're right. Like this is always, I think the vision here has always been on the long term, which is why you saw guys come in like Eckler, Ertz, and Wagner on 1-year deals and trying to lay that, again, they've talked about creating identity and all that. So I think that's a big thing for them. And then if you win in addition to that, that's good. But I think they know, it's like we know what the roster looks like. This was not an overnight fix. So, I mean, there's still a little ways to go here.
Totally, man. And I think it's a good reminder. I do think it's cool to have high expectations for Jaden and be excited about Jaden.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? But I think Houston last year was the outlier. That's not the norm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think we're all
Correct.
well served to
And
remind ourselves
they-
that.
These guys don't have the pass rushers that Houston did, right? And there are certain other guys they hit on in the draft. Tank Dell comes out of nowhere too, and C.J. Stroud has a really, really, really good rookie year. So I think like all those, and then the division is different. So all those things come into play, and not to make excuses, like it may just be that Houston's roster was in a better spot, and then D'Amico Ryans did a hell of a job, right? And so I think that there are a lot of things that go into that. But listen, if Jaden Daniels goes out and plays pretty well, but we look at them and say, well, they got this solved. I think people are going to be pretty happy going to the offseason if you have that position, not just solved, but like he looks really good, because you haven't had that in a long time. I think if I'm a fan, I'd rather see that than they kind of stumble along and win 7 games. But I'd rather see I think you'd rather see them win a lot of games than have Jaden Daniels be the answer. But I think for this year, if you can create that sort of identity they want and play a way you want, and then have the quarterback position like it's good, then that's.
Don't you think that opens up, like you get a quarterback and everyone is behind him, and it seems like he's the guy. Free agents are willing to come to something like that.
1,000%.
I think it opens up that whole aspect for the offseason.
I think hell with Noah Brown. That's a dude that had options. Not that he's like, if Jamar Chase hits free agency. I'm not trying to make a ridiculous comparison, but Brown had options.
Yeah. I don't think he's Jamar Chase, though, JP.
Fair point.
But what I'm saying is when you start building.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, we sit here and we talk. When you start building something, you have to have something to offer people to make them want to choose your place over another place. And right now, they're starting to work on the facilities. And then if you get a quarterback on top of it, man, please. This thing can go quick.
I agree with you. And then, like, there are little things, too, that I think people, they clearly in the league look at this organization far differently than they did more than a year ago. And it is such different hands. And then if you get that quarterback, then you're going to want receivers like to go where there's a good quarterback because it helps them get paid. And
dude,
so,
Peters
stability.
Peters wouldn't have even taken an interview with this organization until the sale.
Yeah.
No. Hell no.
Right.
Hell no. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. I was thinking that when you started saying it, being said, like, you get that solved. And then and if you hit on some of the other young guys, whether it's Coleman or Sinnott or Samerstill, McCaffrey, if those guys start to look good too, then I think it for a fan, it's like, okay, they hit the draft and now these free agents are going to want to come here. And now maybe you can finally build a sustainable winner. And I think in the past, I never really thought that was possible. It just wasn't set up. It was never conducive for long-term success ever.
Johnny, last thing. Obviously, the Commanders kick off next weekend, but it's college football kicking off this weekend. Have you watched this Connor Stallions documentary yet?
I have not, and I don't think I will. I've heard snippets and I've read stuff. I think there's a lot of contradictions that he offers. I think it's amazing that a guy who has this great memory for signs and can do all that can't remember if he was at a game a couple months earlier. So I just think for that school, Connor Stallions ain't walking through that door this year. That's my thought.
Dude, the passion between Ohio State and Michigan is so significant.
Yeah.
But dude, real quick, obviously the Buckeyes are supposed to be loaded. They kick off Saturday against Akron. I imagine they're going to throw 70 on them. You need that quarterback to be good. He's got to prove that. Transfer from K-State. But I trust your eye and evaluation. Can you just tell the world that may not know yet about this freshman wideout that's supposed to be better than all of these Ohio State wideouts?
Jeremiah Smith. I mean, he's already going to start, and that's rare for a freshman. They're loaded at that position. This guy's coming to start already. Like, they're already talking about, like, this could be the best one of the group. And, like, we're talking, like, the Garrett Wilsons, the Olaves. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. and some of those guys saying, like, this guy could be better. So yeah, I mean I think that could be a very, very special group again. And
You got to prove it to us, John. You got to prove it.
1,000%. But like, this is what they're saying going in. So we'll see how it plays out. But going in, that's what they're saying. And so,
is he a true freshman? Like, is this an 18-year-old kid?
He might be 17 starting school. You never know.
Yeah, no, but he's going to be really good. So yeah, and this is the guy that they've been kind of waiting for him to get on campus and get going. So I think, listen, they should be really good. They should be really good every year. And I just think they put like the way they've approached this off season that you kind of have to win. So, you got to win.
John, thank you for the time as always. Everybody check him out. ESPN.com for all his written content and the John Keim Report.
Got B-Mitts on tomorrow. Fun talk.
Oh, how about that? All right. Thank you, Johnny. We got a boogie.
Thanks, guys.
Make sure you give him a follow on X and Instagram. Here's the other thing you got to make sure you're doing. It's outdoor time right now. It's hotter than hell. You know the best time to chill out in your backyard? The fall. You get to watch football. Maybe you get the fire pit coming. I know it doesn't feel like it today, but the fall is coming. September starts this weekend. It's going to cool off. You're going to want to sit outside and enjoy football. The best way to do it is to transform your outdoor space with Offenbachers. For the finest outdoor furniture, fire pits, you can go hot tubs, swim spas. Head over to Offenbachers today. My boys Alex and Dave want you to check out the largest outdoor furniture showrooms in the area. You can discover a vast selection of styles. They've got it all, the traditional stuff, the new stuff, modern, ultra contemporary. They can take care of whatever you're looking for. Also, if you're thinking about putting a pool in your backyard and you don't want to spend $400,000 or whatever that might cost, consider a swim spa. With a swim spa, you can swim, play, and work out year-round at the exact water temperature of your choice. And that's a fraction of the cost of an in-ground pool. Also, you go check out Alex and Dave. They got financing options. Some of them are free for qualified buyers. You can go to Offenbachers.com or any of their 4 convenient DC area showrooms, Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville. Check them out. At Offenbachers, they have outdoor specialists that can measure and give you design ideas. They helped me do it with my screened-in porch, and it has changed our house. I'm not lying to you. Tonight, I'm going to sit on my Offenbachers couch and watch college football, take part in a fantasy draft, and deal with AJ Atai. Not many people on the planet want to do all that. Offenbachers makes it possible. Check them out today, and when you do, let them know JP Finley told you to go.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Dylan Cruz homers and the Nats beat the Yankees 5-2. The Commanders making moves. They signed former Texans wideout Noah Brown. They trade defensive tackle John Ridgway to the Saints for a late-round pick swap in the 2025 draft. And the Patriots this morning, they named Jacoby Brissett their starting quarterback over first-round draft choice Drake May. Power up your future with PGCC. Enroll in the tuition-free Sustainable Energy Program and launch your career in renewable energy. Build your skills and join the eco-revolution. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started today. From the Crump Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shout out to Cody Betts, not only a tech executive, Popeye's delivery man.
There you
more
go.
Importantly.
Love it. Love it.
Now, the word is the Popeyes in Ashburn is having some audio issues, Brian. I've told you, Popeye's chicken is so good they can get away with terrible customer service and do what they
JP,
want.
You said the Popeyes in Ashburn. Well, we started off the show and you had damn audio issues.
That wasn't my fault.
So are we bad because of audio issues?
We call that working with Jeff Itis.
All right. Hey, I'm just saying.
Listen, you don't go to Popeyes in Maryland and D.C. Popeyes in Maryland and D.C. is a different vibe, man.
I know the one I go to is perfect.
The one on Wisconsin
Well,
Avenue.
I go to a multiple, and they all good to me.
All right. The one on Wisconsin Avenue in Tenleytown, close to my house. Woo, boy. But the chicken's so damn good, I don't care.
Got
I
a
put up
chicken
with it.
place in that old richest spot. Man, you don't have the right people working in there.
All right. Joining us right now is Will Kunkel from Houston. Sports Report Kunkel. I'm trying to say this right, Will. How you doing, man?
Better than you, man. It's Kunkel. You're good, though.
All right.
You say Kunkel?
Kunkel, yeah.
Kunkel.
All right.
Okay, there we go.
Will, thank you for joining us. You can watch all Will's stuff down in Houston on Fox 26. You can follow him at Will Kunkel Fox, F-O-X. Dude, I reached out this morning because I wanted to talk Noah Brown. Obviously, you're familiar with him. He had some games last year where he went crazy, and now, Houston adds Steph Diggs. That receiver room's pretty loaded. They decide to move on. What can you tell us about Brown?
Like, he's a dude when he's on the field, and the possibility of him having a game is there. So what I'm saying is, if a guy goes down for the Texans and he's healthy and it's like the game plan suits him, he can be that dude for that game. I kind of liken him to a guy in the NBA. Like, everybody can drop 30 on a given night, but can you do it night in and night out? Noah can't, but on a given day, he can be that dude, as we saw. And Nick Caserio does not give compliments to individuals easily. And yesterday, he was like, honestly, Noah Brown was good. And he won us 2 games single-handedly last year, which he did against the Buccaneers and the Bengals. And shoot, you can even say the Titans, he played a role in that game too. And he gave him his props. So I think you guys are going to enjoy having him now that you at least have a quarterback to get him the ball.
Well, when you look at him, you say he has some injuries. What type of injuries has he had? It's been something serious or just nagging things?
So it's nagging stuff, but it's also kept him out of games. So, I mean, it's serious enough where he's not playing or he's not tough enough to play through it. I don't know what the answer is to that. But it was a situation where if Nico, Tank, or Stephon go down, you can't rely on him to be healthy. You can rely on Robert Woods to step in. He's been doing it for about a dozen years in the league, so he'll be available. So you just need someone to be available. You don't need that stud. You just need a guy that's going to be there every single Sunday. And Robert Woods is that guy for the Texans, whereas I think for the Commanders, it's a much better get for them to have Noah Brown because he can be the flash in the pan that they probably need.
Were you surprised that Brown got released?
Yeah, I was surprised because he was good, but it makes sense based on their wide receiver room. If you just look at all the wide receivers in the league, he can make any roster, and hence he found a team really quickly.
But if you happen to be on a roster that has 3 of the best receivers in the game, it's going to be a tough situation for him. And that's just kind of where he found him. Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of.
Does he do more than just play receiver? Because, I think all of this new special team stuff and, if you got guys who do multiple things, I was told by Joe Gibbs, the more you can do, the longer you can play. Does he just play receiver or he plays other stuff as well?
No, he's a receiver, and that's another reason because for instance, the Texans kept the guy Steven Sims, not a very good receiver, but he can play special teams. So he made the team over Noah Brown, not because he's a better receiver, not even close, but because of his versatility, and you can plug him in here and there, and he can be useful.
Kind of going forward with this, what's Noah Brown's level of physicality? Because I know that the new regime here in Washington cares.
They like physical.
They want their receivers blocking on the edges. Is that something you think he could do?
He did have games where it stood out. Now, here's the thing. If it's standing out, does that mean it's happening all the time? For instance, Nico Collins, when he did it, it was like, Nico again got physical in the corner, or like Nico again, or keep an eye on Nico because we know that he's going to be blocking on the outside. So when Noah did it, it stood out. But to also be fair, he wasn't out there consistently. So whenever he was, it was like, oh, damn, look at Noah Brown doing X, Y, or Z. But I would not label him as a physical receiver, no.
Hey, Will, before we let you go, we'd be crazy not to ask you about the Texans. I mean, that's one of the most exciting kind of young up-and-coming teams in the NFL. How have they looked this preseason? And really, like, how fired up is the city of Houston having maybe the next dude in C.J. Stroud?
Like, the city's yoked. I mean, it's crazy. So I came from Charlotte. I covered the Panthers for 5 years. So everyone down here is like, man, you came at a good time. I mean, yes, I did, but let's not act like I didn't cover bad football for 5 years and earn a good season right now and a good quarterback.
Sure.
So C.J. Stroud is it. Like, he is the dude. They got to keep him healthy, keep him on his feet. And if you do that, you have a chance in this league. If you have a quarterback, you'll always be available. You saw that with the Chiefs last year. Like, they were not very good, but once they got to playoffs, Patrick Mahomes was Patrick Mahomes, and that was a wrap.
There you go.
I think the schedule is going to be tough for them, though. Like, the last year, they surprised a lot of teams. They had a last-place schedule. They got a first-place schedule this season. They got a gauntlet of games around Christmas with the Ravens, Dolphins, and somebody else, another stud team I can't remember off the top of my head. And it's like 3 games within 11 days. It's something stupid that the league did. So don't tell me about protecting the players. That's BS.
Sure. We've been saying that.
Are they playing that Christmas Day game that's like a Wednesday?
Yeah, they got the Ravens. Oh, they got Chiefs, Ravens, and Dolphins all within like 11 games, and they got that Christmas Day game.
Wow.
Yeah.
But the thing about it, you look at your team, you get C.J. Stroud, but your defense is not bad itself, and you got one of the best pass rushers out there.
No, and you add Danielle Hunter to that. I am worried about them being able to stop the run up the middle. They lost Sheldon Rankins, a lot of big bodies. Danico Autry suspended 4 games up the middle. And then Kamari Lassiter, he looks like a good CB2, but, like, listen, he hasn't played in a game in the NFL yet. He's a rookie. So, like, let's just hold water on that for a second. Christian Harris placed on the IL, designated to return, so your linebacking course then. There are spots, like, and that happens in the NFL today. You never have a complete team top to bottom. You're going to have holes. It's a matter of, can you mask those holes on given weekends with your game plan? And I think they might be able to do that. I think they win week 1 against the Colts, but I think it's going to not be a very pretty game, in particular because they're going to be having tough time stopping Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor on the ground because of the run defense.
Will, obviously football's kicking off, but I mean, the Astros are the Astros, and they just keep competing for World Series titles. At what point does, like, the expectation for the Astros become World Series or bust?
Well, that's kind of been an interesting story around here, is because they got up to a cold start and the fan base like freaked out. I mean, like, Joe Espada's trash. Where's Dusty Baker? Meanwhile, last year they were trashing Dusty Baker. It's an interesting dynamic of expectations that they have. And I don't know that they really have it this year because they've played under 500 baseball against over 500 teams. They have not played well against those teams. And those are the teams you're going to play in the World Series. But the expectation is that they're going to go back to they're going to go their 8th straight ALCS. There's a saying around here is that the Astros are inevitable. And it seems like that's the case.
Well, dude, congratulations. I don't know if you're aware of this, and unfortunately, it carries no financial compensation, but you're now our official B. Mitch and Finley Houston correspondent. So thank you very much for responding to my DM.
He said, hell yeah.
I'm glad everybody else ignored you. Thanks, boys.
Appreciate you, Will.
Will Kunkel, give him a follow on Twitter at Will Kunkel Fox. Great information. Thank you, Will.
Thank you,
Appreciate
man.
it.
He was good.
That was really good. All right, so that's kind of what I was expecting with Noah Brown. We've seen these flashes, but he also doesn't get a whole lot of opportunities.
Yeah.
He might get a bunch of opportunities.
Yeah, let's keep him healthy.
Yeah, for
Keep him
sure.
healthy.
Keeping him healthy.
Send him over to the Mitchell household. I'll get him tough.
Who's your guy with the? You were telling me to go to my
RXR3, baby. Get him right.
Yeah,
Get him right.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, joins us at 12:30. We'll get to ask him about Noah Brown, the newest Commander. Before I let you go, though, listen. You know I love Offenbachers. I just talked about Offenbachers, but this is what's important. This weekend is the Labor Day sale that you've been waiting for. From now until September 2nd, enjoy huge price cuts on outdoor furniture, patio umbrellas, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Save up to 60% on select outdoor furniture, plus across-the-board discounts on almost everything else in the store. If year-round swimming in your own backyard is within reach at Offenbachers, because they've got the top quality swim spas. It's an affordable alternative to a traditional pool with temperature adjustments to keep you comfortable in any season. And don't forget about Offenbachers hot tub collection. Hot tubs offer more than just hydrotherapy. They're perfect for all season relaxation and entertainment. 4 great locations: Herndon, Rockville, Annapolis, and Gainesville. You can find your perfect outdoor escape easily. Check them out at Offenbachers.com to learn more. Offenbachers Home Escapes, where your dream outdoor space becomes a reality. Shop this weekend and save big. Check them out, my boys Dave and Alex, and let them know JP Finley sent you. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. 10 minutes till noon. At 12:30, Dan Quinn will join the program.
Whoa.
It's a serious football day on Mitch and Finley at 4:30. Adam Peters will be on with Grant and Danny. So just put your radio on, leave it on all damn day. All right.
There you go.
I don't know exactly what's going on, and I'm excited because Dan Quinn is a very peaceful. I mean, he's obviously a straight linebacker meathead also, but he believes in being good to one another, I would say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of angst in the air all of a sudden. You and Mitch Tischler just got into it. Ben Standig was very standoffish with us.
Mitch didn't get into it.
Jeff seems very upset on the text thread. What the hell's going on here?
I'm cool with everybody. His name is Mitch Tischler. You call him Big Mitch.
Hold on.
He's about 6'4", and how much he weigh? About 3+?
He's a big man.
I say, man, don't break that chair. You a big ass dude. I wasn't saying he was fat. I'm just saying he's a big dude. It's like a plastic
These
chair.
are little itty bitty chairs.
Yeah.
Now I don't know why Standig just completely.
Well, he actually spoke. I was just messing.
We
with
tried to say good morning.
He said, "Hi, what's up, guys?"
Oh, did he?
I
Okay.
was just being a little rude to him.
All right, that's cool with me. And then what about
If it ain't rude, it ain't right, though.
what about Jeff? Jeff, what the hell are you all worked up about? The
No,
last,
I'm
Jeff,
not-
the
I'm
last
not
text
even
from
mad.
Jeff is, man, y'all can miss me with that.
No.
All I
Miss you
know,
with what?
all I know is I'm in the
No.
in the back of the studio, and I'm not showing on the air.
No, hear me out.
Yeah, I don't think the
We-
streams worked in an hour.
Yeah, that's because when you just went to break, right, B, your camera was just frozen on whatever you was doing at that back table, so I couldn't turn that on because it looked like you was eating.
Dude, when
If
I went
there's
to
no-
break,
If there's one thing Brian has proven is he does not care if the world
yeah,
knows
but
who's
I've
eating.
been sitting down since we started the segment.
Yeah,
and
but
the
your-
last segment I wasn't up there either.
Your camera was frozen to where you was up, so I didn't want it to look like that on the air. But nah, I was saying in the text thread when I was like, yo, we literally told you dude name before you said it. And then you said, well, when I was trying to talk to you, I said, y'all not putting this on me. Y'all not throwing me under the bus for this
The
one. That's why I
question is
say y'all
Who
can miss it with that.
who calls the guest? That's the question we want to know.
I do. But we
Okay,
also
so
told
therefore you could let him know the answer he was trying to ask. That's all he was saying. I
we
think.
did though. Right before we let him
Yeah,
know right
he
before
does.
that.
He does. He does. His to have such big ears, his ass can't hear.
And y'all put that on me. I just wasn't
No,
getting
well,
thrown
y'all
under
didn't
the
put it
bus.
on you.
I wasn't getting
just-
thrown under the bus this
He
time.
put
That's
it on you. He put it on you
Hold
over
on.
the air. I just texted.
How about I explain what actually happened here? Okay.
Yeah, because none of this makes any
None
sense.
of it makes any sense whatsoever. So here's what happened. The guy that we just had on had like a little bit of an unusual last name. So JP wanted to know how to pronounce it.
Kunkel.
That Kunkel is the guy's name. I told JP.
Kunkel.
Okay, I'm gonna have to turn Beamish off. I told JP how to pronounce the guy's name immediately before he came on. JP pronounced it incorrectly. I got annoyed. For some reason, Jeff decided to involve himself. And then JP got annoyed, and JP pointed out that earlier in the show, he had tried to talk to Jeff, and Jeff wasn't here. Jeff didn't know this because he wasn't here, so he has no idea that happened. Jeff thought he was, for some reason, being criticized over the guest's name pronunciation, when in reality, he shouldn't have involved himself in the first place, and he was actually being criticized for not being there earlier in the show, although in Jeff's defense, he actually should have been gone when he was. And then Beamish got involved, and then Jeff and Beamish don't know what's going on.
And hold on.
I know everything about what's
I
going on.
was-
The damn
I
man
was-
name is Kunkel. I don't need to
was
talk to
involved in
your
this.
ass or anybody else to find out how to say Kunkel.
And I've
So
never
what the hell are you
been-
talking about?
About this and many other things, I've never been so enraged in my life. And
Man,
I
feel nobody
feel-
cares if you
always-
get
I'm gonna
enraged.
say,
You get
I'm
enraged
so
for everything.
always enraged. But
Landfill,
no,
you often get
It
enraged.
wasn't.
I cannot possibly express to you enough. I've never been so angry in my life as I am today.
Yo, and I didn't.
Landfill, we
insert
don't care if you
myself.
get mad. You
It
mad
just-
at everything.
Yeah,
Who
I was
gives
about
a
to
damn?
say. I didn't insert
Jeff's out here
myself.
inserting himself.
Yo, I didn't
Pause,
insert
dog.
myself.
Pause. Here,
You're
Here's what we're
insane,
gonna
JP.
here's what we're gonna do. In an effort for some level of sanity, we're all gonna take a deep breath. Dan Quinn, head coach of the Washington Commanders, joins us at 12:30. When we come back, we haven't taken a look around the NFL yet. Deshaun Watson, they've reworked his deal. Jacoby Brissett named starter in New England. Nobody go anywhere. Everybody take a deep breath. Later on this afternoon, we're going to give away some Leonard Skinner tickets.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, an exciting night for a trio of young players for the Nationals in a 5-2 win over the Yankees. Dylan Cruz led off the bottom of the first inning, turning on a fastball in to send out his first big league home run and gave the Nats an early lead they would not relinquish. Cruz later added an RBI double in the 2-for-4 affair. James Wood also had a multi-hit night, and it was a strong starting effort atop the hill for Mackenzie Gore, who picked up his 8th win of the season, allowing 2 runs in 6 solid innings of work. So the Nationals take 2 of 3 from the AL East leading Yankees. They now remain home after an off day today to welcome the Chicago Cubs to town. Now the Cubs are coming off a sweep of the Pirates, in which they scored a whopping 41 runs in 3 games. First pitch is set for 6:45 tomorrow evening from Nats Park. Listen to it here on The Fan. Now, yesterday, the Commanders signed wide receiver Noah Brown. They traded defensive tackle John Ridgway to the Saints for a 2025 late-round pick swap. And some quarterback news around the NFL. Yesterday, the Steelers naming Russell Wilson their starting quarterback to open the season. Today, the Patriots have named Jacoby Brissett their starting QB. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Ooh, it's tough. I think I sound like Bon Jovi, B?
Nah.
A little bit.
You sound like John Wovey.
Do you think, what am I closer to, Bon Jovi's voice or Bon Jovi's looks?
His looks.
Just because we're both white dudes?
Nah, you kind of look a little ragged. He looks ragged sometimes.
Great.
He hung out with Sean Landetta. Come on, dog.
Dude, you know that Ainsley never stops saying, "I'm Sean Landetta, babe." That's like her favorite thing to say. Okay. I want to talk a few different things. Cowboys.
Yes.
Them damn Dallas Cowboys. They brought Zeke Elliott back. We all kind of laughed. Rico Dowdle is their only incumbent option.
Mm-hmm.
And they just signed Dalvin Cook.
Yeah.
I was listening to Grant Danny yesterday, and Danny had an awesome line on the addition of Dalvin Cook. He's like, well, it makes that room younger. What do you think Cook brings them?
He brings a lot of possibilities, a lot of potential. But what did I say about potential? It gets you fired. The thing about him, if they handle him properly and keep him healthy, that dude can play football, man. But he gets banged up a lot. And I would think that you have Zeke. I don't know what's the reason for that. You know, like he's not that guy he was when he came out. So they're going to have to try to manage them properly if they can keep him healthy. Just like we were talking about the kid that Washington just signed about how his health is a problem. Dalvin Cook's health has been his problem.
Yeah. He's been – it's tough because older is so unfair to some of these players. But what do you make – the Cowboys offense has been very good. They got the CeeDee Lamb deal done. CeeDee's obviously part of their future. But you lose Pollard, who has been a real back of consequence, I would say. Now you got Zeke, who I think if you need a yard, Zeke can get you a yard. You know what I mean? I think he helps you in short yardage. But Dalvin Cook's only 29. He just turned 29. He is many years removed from his best football, but in 22, he went for almost 1,200 yards and averaged 4.4 a carry.
Mm-hmm.
And he played all 17 games.
Yeah, I understand that. And now how many teams he's been to since?
Jets and the Ravens. They couldn't even get on the field for the Ravens.
This is the third time now. So something went wrong.
And he didn't get signed until 3 days ago.
And that's the unfortunate thing about the NFL. Now, it can work in different ways. You can be great, and all of a sudden an injury comes along and you can't get over that injury bug. Or you can finally get to the right situation where they take care of you a little bit and you can be able to show it. So is Dallas going to be expecting him to be an every down guy, or he's going to be like a situational guy? Because I think at this point, with the injuries popping up, he needs to be more of a situational guy.
Oh, yeah. Looking at the Dallas group, do you think Rico Dowdle is your every down guy?
I don't know. I don't know who Rico Dowdle is. So my ultimate thing is, listen, man, if the guy is on the team after all the cuts, he must be somebody that's legitimate and has the skill. So if Dallas offensive line could get back to what they were and block how they used to, you can put Cody Betts behind him and they should be able to get some yards.
I like this from Rico Dowdle. Last year, he was kind of the backup to Tony Pollard. Ended up with a little, like 350 yards, I think, on the season.
Mm-hmm.
Dowdle said of the Cook signing, I think I definitely should get a bigger role this year, and I'm looking forward to it. He was then asked if there's extra motivation. He said, it's not any extra motivation. I have 2 kids. That's all the motivation I need.
Hell yeah.
It's nice having a guy like Dalvin come in. Zeke and Cook have been to the Pro Bowl. A lot of experience with those guys. Just take it all in and just go out there and continue to do what I do.
Yeah, man. That's it. He already has the 2 things that has him fighting. Children.
Yeah, man.
And I think children, when you get kids along, if you are anything about being somebody, your kids make you work harder than you ever worked before. Because it is your obligation and your job to go out there and make sure you take care of them. So that kid got the right mindset.
Accurate. All right, I want to go from Dallas to Las Vegas. You ready for this?
Let's go to Vegas. I love Vegas.
This is pretty interesting. So, I mean, you've done it professionally. I don't know that fans all understand that the broadcast crew for a game, I don't know who's doing. Do we know who's doing Skins Bucks yet? Or they might not have announced
Don't know yet.
Right? But whoever that crew is, say it's the Greg Olson crew, for lack of a better word. They usually come in Thursday night. They come to practice on Friday. They get to talk to the coaches, the coordinators, handful of players for a few minutes. Maybe they get a sit-down interview with the head coach, something like that. But they get a lot of access.
Yeah.
And a lot of that access isn't about stuff they're going to say on air, but it's about understanding concepts and personnel to be expected, all of those things.
Background information.
Yep.
Yeah.
Both the play-by-play and the analysts get that, as well as the sideline report.
Yeah, totally.
So they get a lot of access, and you get to learn a lot about each club.
Mm-hmm.
And then say you work 3 games in a season with one team, you really have a pretty good understanding of what that team tries to do, what they try to avoid, players they like, players they're unsure of, all those things, right?
They want you to tell a story.
Well, Tom Brady is now the lead analyst for Fox.
Okay.
Tom Brady's on the top team, right? But Tom Brady's kind of maybe already is a part owner of the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
So this presents like a structural problem for the NFL, where they want their broadcasters to get this access so that they can tell the story, to your point. But if you're an owner of a franchise, you're not letting this other dude come in to learn all about your franchise that has a vested ownership stake in a different franchise.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think this is nothing about them finding out your inner workings. This is a media deal. And one thing that the NFL cares more about is the media deal. Why? It pays them more money than anything else that they deal with. So Tom Brady, being an owner, understands what the deal is, and I'm sure those other owners don't care about Tom rolling in to talk to a coach. He talks to the coach. He talks to some players. They're going to answer vague questions vaguely to him like they do all the time. He's not going to learn how the inner workings are of that franchise.
Listen to this. So this is from the Associated Press.
Mm-hmm.
They say NFL says restrictions on Tom Brady start immediately because his potential transaction to purchase part of the Raiders is pending. He's not permitted to attend broadcast production meetings in person or virtually, and may not have access to team facilities or players and coaching personnel.
Mm-hmm.
Fox staff is not subject to these limitations. He may broadcast Raiders games. He also has to abide by the league constitution and bylaws that prohibit public criticism of officials and other clubs.
Okay.
But
the thing of it,
if he's calling a game and there's a terrible call and now he's not allowed to comment on the refs,
but everybody has to abide by that. That's why when you listen to stuff and you see an awful call, what does the broadcaster always say? Oh, ref, good call there. They never go after the ref.
Yeah.
So that is a rule. But the ultimate thing of it is this, okay? Tom Brady is working with guys who've been doing this is a life thing for them now. You think Tom's not going to get the same information that they got? So I can't be there in person. But if you go there and Cody and y'all come back and y'all bring me the information, I still have the same information, right?
Yeah.
So I think you do that because it's what you need to do. Okay. You don't want to put somebody in that position because let's be real. If we go in a situation and we can pick up some information, if you got it out in the open, we're not turning our head. So if they have something out in the open, Tom's not going to turn his head. But the fact that he's not there and he comes back with the same information that they gave the other people, he now can still call the game. And I think Tom is smart enough to understand this investment in the Raiders is very lucrative. You're not going to mess that up.
I think if he is forced to choose, it's pretty clear what the choice is.
Hell yeah.
The ownership stake.
Yes.
I want to go to San Fran. I believe you and I are in agreement and have been for some time. Brandon Ayuk ain't coming here. I think he ends up
his name Ayuk.
Ayuk, pardon me, is staying in San Fran. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100%, but I think so.
Now, it's kind of interesting because John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan decided to start to put their foot down with Brandon Ayuk.
Mm-hmm.
Say, hey, time to get here. And if not, we're going to fine you, right? Because the fines can get pretty significant.
Mm-hmm.
Trent Williams, they're singing a bit of a different tune.
Okay.
I am reading now via Pro Football Talk. This is from John Lynch, Niners general manager.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how clearly he doesn't want to answer this question. The Trent situation, things come up, and this has come up. Trent's a fantastic player. He's a tremendous leader on this team. I will never fall short on my praise of Trent and what he's meant to this place.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great day when I got that call from Rivera saying that they would do the trade, and he's been incredible since he's been here. We value Trent. We love Trent. We want Trent here, and I'm hopeful that can happen soon.
Yeah.
He didn't
in other words, he's saying we went after him because he was a great player. We love him. But we're not going to put ourselves in a bad situation just to make him happy. You know what I mean? You signed the deal, dude. We didn't sign it. So we would hope you come back into camp and take care of it.
I think they'll just convert some money to a guarantee for Trent.
That's the way it's going to work in the end. But ultimately, they're telling you, like, look, man, we probably won't be giving you more, but we'll give you a little bit of what you're supposed to be getting up front. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm sitting here and let's say I'm waiting on $70-something million in the next 3 years, and you come to me and you say, hey, we're going to give you 40 of it right now, you think I'm not taking that?
So what's interesting for San Fran, they just have a lot of moving parts out there, man.
Because if they give him money up front, it'll help them. It'll lower the cap. If you put a little extension on it, lowers the cap for them, and they'll look better than they're doing right now because they seem to be in the bind.
So yesterday was the Niners' first full practice with their 53-man roster. And they made it clear they expected Brandon Ayuk to be there. John Lynch said that the expectation is that Ayuk will practice with the team on Wednesday, and we'll deal with that if he does not get on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Lynch said, at some point, you got to play.
Yeah.
And guess what? Ayuk was not there.
See, Trent is at $4-point-something million in fines right now. If he doesn't play in the games, it's $1.1 million a week. Ayuk doesn't have Trent Williams' money. Okay? start losing that stuff on a major way, then you change your mindset a little quick. But he didn't show up yesterday.
I don't think anybody's going to miss a game, Jeff.
Let's see how long he doesn't show up. And then once he gets on the field, is he going to ball out or he's going to go out there and half-ass? Because if he half-ass, other teams will see it. And then they will see you as more detrimental than helpful. And then you get a reputation, and then you could be out the league. And people, say what you wish. The league is not going to let any player be bigger than them.
No.
I don't care who you are, quarterback or not.
The Browns restructured Deshaun Watson's cap number yet again.
Mm-hmm.
It did create a ton of salary cap space. I don't know why you create the cap space now. But to convert this money now to a guarantee, you just have to pay it eventually. You're just kicking the can.
Yeah, but they're kicking the can, but still, it's helping them be able to do business at the moment.
No, you're not going to sign anybody right now.
You never know that, Jay.
Deshaun's cap hit next year, $73 million.
Yeah.
That owner that forced the issue and, in my opinion, got played by a very good agent in David Mulligetta, who said, we're only coming if it's fully guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
And the owner was so quarterback desperate that he agreed to it. Listen, for the agent and for the player, you did great. That owner, to me, set this franchise back so significantly. They've been winning in spite of Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if they had that money to spend elsewhere.
But the fact that they can work it out, you never know. They still, like you said, they got to pay it. So you're going to pay it eventually. But when you work it out and you give yourself room to go sign somebody else and things like that, it puts you in a better position. I would say that general manager has done a remarkable job with that hanging over his head.
So how about this? You start to wonder as the overall life of the contract goes down with Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps there was a time where this seemed impossible. But Denver just did it. Denver took a $38 million cap hit to just be out of the Russell Wilson business, right? $38 million. Cleveland now, by next year, if you want to get out of the Deshaun Watson business, it's then $46 million for 2 years cap hit.
$46 million per?
Per.
Okay.
92.
Yeah.
You think, I mean, the cap's going to keep going up? Although this DirecTV lawsuit may impact things, but it seems like the NFL will get that taken care of. Do you think Cleveland could get into the getting out of Deshaun Watson business?
I think they could, but their owner seems to be a person to me where he wants to prove to you how smart he is or why he did something. He don't want nobody telling him what to do.
It's going to be fascinating, man.
Yeah.
Here's my thought. Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, joins us in moments. If you are listening, make sure you continue to listen. DQ's an awesome dude to just have a conversation with. I'm going to, Landfill, get ready for this. You're not going to believe it. I'm going to break a little early, just in case the head coach gets here a little early. Occasionally he does
lightning
that.
Out here.
Be a good day to play the lottery, right? We're going to go to break now, just in case DQ arrives. Coming up next, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Washington Commanders prepping for a trip to Tampa Bay and the Buccaneers September 8th to open the 2024 campaign. Today, the team added wide receiver Noah Brown and signed linebacker Jalen Graham and cornerback Bobby Price to the practice squad. Don't forget, Grant and Danny will have Commanders general manager Adam Peters on at 4:15 p.m. today, live right here on The Fan. The Patriots have picked Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback over Drake May. Browns restructured Deshaun Watson's deal, creating cap space. It's a day off for the Nationals after winning a series against the Yankees 5-2. Superior fiberglass windows, 2 weeks only. $250 off every window at The Window Man. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $250 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In moments, we're going to be joined by Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. B-Mitch, very magnanimous.
What's that?
Magnanimous, I believe, is a word to start with. Very magnanimous of you. Are you setting your fan up to blow on Dan Quinn?
Yeah, not stupid.
You know what? I better do the same.
You got yours blowing.
We'll
somewhere
tabletop
else.
them. You go high, I'll go low. There we go. DQ's
Make sure we keep him cool.
nice and cool in this here tent. There he is, the man of the hour.
What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
How are you, Dan? Good.
We're good.
We got fans from every angle, dude.
We gotta keep you cool, man.
You're from Louisiana.
Hey, I was used to the heat. I've been going from Louisiana for 34 years
Right
now.
on. Joining us now, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, live in the tent. We were talking about this earlier. I think almost every day of camp, you've gone long sleeves, long pants. Is that a sun thing or just what you're used to?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. So, yeah, my fair Irish skin doesn't always do so good. So it's had a couple of holes taken out. So I am definitely more mindful. But, no, it's all good, man.
Cool. Camp is over.
Yep.
I believe, like, even kind of the ancillary stuff built out for media and press conferences and stuff, all this is coming down. Like, the season's here.
Yeah.
How ready are you for the season?
Yeah, we're ready, man. And the guys have thrown a good camp, all the way through. We said it was going to be a tough camp, and it was. To make sure we brought the rookies in early. We had about 5 days early with them to kind of make sure they had, like level playing field. And it's one advantage in your first year that the rookies aren't that far behind from a learning standpoint to the veterans. They haven't been in a system for, 3 or 4 or 5 years. So, they were ready to compete almost to the same space in terms of the learning, like the physical side, and that was different. But from the learning side, it was pretty close. So we wanted to make sure they could absolutely go for it. And the two trips, we went up there a couple of days, went with them, went down to Miami for a few days. So those were like two of the big markers that we were hoping to get out of camp.
You've been involved with this thing a long time, and all camps are different.
Yeah.
How was this one, like, I would say, going how you wanted to go compared to some others?
Yeah, that's cool. It is different, and my first one here to go through it, and so wanted to make sure, because of the run game, want to get as many padded work as we could. So in a lot of those practices, we did a bunch of runs and play passes to go. And then the one thing I was pleased about, we did some type of situations in every practice. So there was not a day that we didn't do 2-minute or 4-minute or last plays or something that was going to help us at the end of the game. So going into it, those were the things that were like some big markers for me: the line of scrimmage on both sides and some situation ball.
As you kind of keep going here, you don't want to make too much out of a veteran getting added after roster cuts, but Noah Brown comes to Washington with 1,100 yards over the last 2 seasons. He's a player that has really produced when he's been healthy. what made you guys want to target Noah, and what are your expectations for him?
Yeah, one, we're pumped to have him here. This is a real competitor. That's how he's built, man, and like he absolutely goes for it. He's very well respected, both offensively and on the team side of things. So to add another guy of that caliber, and we'll feature him in all the right ways to let him do his thing. But yeah, we're pumped to have him here, man. You need those kind of glue guys on your team that are about it.
You talked about competition since you first stepped into this building.
Yep.
And I think competition is going to bring out the best people. As you look forward to this season, what's that I would say I'm trying to think of this word, the mindset of the type of team you want to have out there?
Yeah, I think when you and the fans watch us play, they're gonna say, man, like these guys are absolutely bringing it. You know, you feel their speed, you feel their physicality, like when we watch us play. And so those are the things that if we can get the play style right first, Brian, then the scheme can come into. But you can't put one before the other. You have to have the play style and the attitude to play tough and to play physical. That doesn't get tacked on at the end. You know, like you have to have that up front, and then you can add on to scheme. So I was pleased to see, in terms of what that's going to take for these guys.
Brandon Coleman, rookie left tackle, ideally of the future.
Yep.
Shared some good news with us yesterday. He expects to be full go at practice today. How excited are you to maybe get to see perhaps your starting offensive line for the first time, maybe all camp?
Yeah, it's been cool to have. He's been kind of chomping at the bit to get going, but we did him a little bit last week, worked him into practice, worked him in individual. So for him to get team reps yesterday and today, that's a big deal. Like he has absolutely, worked his butt off to put himself in a spot to go compete to do that. So now we get to, this week and into next week and, let him do his thing.
When you have a young guy like that is really, really anxious and eager to go, even though you're working him back from an injury, how difficult or delicate do you have to be in wanting that passion, that fire, but like, nah, man, you got to chill?
Yeah, a lot. Because that's what you would rather have. And Brown, this is way better to say slow down than hurry up. Yeah. And
what's your
Coach
quote?
Thompson say, rather calm a fool than resurrect the corpse.
You got that right. He was right. But that's the attitude that you want. And there's a number of guys in Brandon's class that are really pushing it. But that's our job to make sure when to pull back, when to let them go and do their thing. But he's really put in the work. He's very intentional about how he practices, about the things that he does. So some of these guys who've had more experience, they've been in some more college games. They're really coming into the NFL with more experience. And, we're looking forward to leaning on that experience.
Richard Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're talking to Coach Dan Quinn, head coach of the Washington Commanders. Coach, you brought some guys in here like Wagner and Eckler and all those guys. You want to build a certain culture.
Yep.
But then you drafted a guy in the first round and the guy in the second round, and Jaden and also Mikey Sanders, still two young guys that I would think are not normal.
Yeah,
they think a lot differently. And when you see that and you understand, okay, I got these guys to teach them, but you look at what the future could be having these guys lead the way. How impressed were you by them, and happy that you chose those two guys?
Yeah, we really are. And so, like, talking to Sanders still first, to Mikey, he's ready to lead. And that's pretty rare, Brian, in ways. But, like, other players are now looking to him, like, what do you want to do? So, like,
I saw that early.
Yeah, I did too. And I had heard it. But, like, as a coach, you still need to feel it. But he's got absolutely the whole thing together as a ball player and as a man. And so when you put those two things together and people are ready to do that, he's got respect early from his teammates, and he's ready to lead. And we'll push him into that spot to go. Jaden was somebody I said, and you don't have to lead, just, play your position great and, be an excellent teammate. But he in his own right has led. Yeah. And so I didn't want him to have to come in and be somewhat different. I wanted that to happen organically in his own way. But to see the connections already happen with the veteran players and him, and he's got a hell of a mentor, with Mariota there too.
Yes.
And they've got a pretty cool relationship.
So I doubt you're aware of this, but I actually complimented you on this, and it made a lot of sense to me when you explained we don't want anybody to have to be in a role where they have to BS. And one of the reasons behind, not necessarily when you draft a kid number 2 overall and he just won the Heisman, he's probably going to start. Everybody can see the writing on the wall, but you didn't want to immediately thrust him into that because you didn't want him to have to pretend to be some rah-rah guy that he felt pressure towards or something.
Yep.
And Was that a strategic decision, or was that a gut reaction? Did you just think, let's slow play this thing? Because I really think that made a lot of sense. And for me, it's in hindsight, seeing how this all worked out, like, oh man, that probably took some pressure off of Jaden of having to like pretend to Terry, who's an established NFL vet, like, all right, man, I'm the guy, let's go.
Yeah, it was intentional. And we knew this day would come, with Jaden, and we were excited to see the how. And the how has been remarkable for him. But he earned that respect because coming in, being in command, making the right checks, making the right calls, and Brian will tell you, any veteran, they're watching, man. Can this guy help us win?
Yeah.
Can this guy help us? And so when they see Jaden being in charge, and they see Mike being in charge, and they see McCaffrey, when they see Coleman, just absolutely going for it. Okay, will I see that again tomorrow? Will I see that again tomorrow? Yeah. And pretty soon, that's just who they are. And as a teammate, that's what you're looking for. And so these guys, it shouldn't be given to them.
Coach, I've always had the mindset where I tell people it's easy to get drafted. It's hard to stay.
Yeah, that's right.
When Jaden was being asked questions every week about starting, he said, well, once I become a starter, I'm not going to stop working.
Yes.
Has that been your message to the guys to where this competition doesn't stop because we had the initial 53, as you said?
That's correct. And I think it is important to say that because the roster is fluid, as this weekend and into next week. And even after the first week, just some changes happen. There's different rules and guidelines that the NFL has put in that you'll want to make sure maneuver it to the very best of your ability to go compete, to put a good crew together. But that's what we're looking for, man, like guys who don't stop competing. And you kind of saw the first day how somebody going to be early on a rookie camp, and did it stay consistent. And for the players that stay in that pocket of just competing and going for it, that there's usually good things behind that.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because Samerstill yesterday, we were talking about changing his number, and he said something that he spoke to Darryl Green, and that Darryl Green told him to treat every day like it's your first day. And I think, and Brian, maybe you can even speak to this more than me, certainly, but it seems like you have really tried to embrace the history of this organization and the once greatness of this organization. Was that something that you came to DC and you're like, hey, I was at Salisbury, like I grew up watching NFC East games, I know what this thing can be? Or was that a larger organizational decision? How did you arrive at trying to get the alumni, the greats more involved?
Yeah, I think two things. One, to know where you want to go, you better know where you've been, to say what has worked, why was the team, so successful in their own right. And coming here, there was a lot of people that said, well, that's tricky to connect the past and the present. And I didn't see that way at all. I kind of thought just the opposite, like to see some of the players like Brian or Sean Taylor or Darryl or any of the guys be celebrated like they should, and so to be a part of that and get to be like they're deserving of that. And so to me, that's a really cool thing to be a part of. And I leaned in the other way to say like, no, man, there is an excellent history here between the team, the city, and I want all in on it.
And I can tell you the guys respect it. I've heard guys, they were so happy. Doug mentioned that you had one of the guys to come in and talk to you. And I think it makes a difference because like when I played, my mindset was, it's my team just like it's the coach's team.
Yep. And
I feel the same way about this team. This team made me into a man, gave me my life. And I think ultimately you want to see it get back there. So anything I'm sure any one of us can do, we're willing to help you.
Well, we appreciate that, man, because it does take a whole, crew of people and knowing the history and knowing the people that made this what it can be. We want more. And so we're not going to back off anything.
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn joining us now live on B. Mitch and Finley. I want to do some non-football stuff.
Got it.
You've been here about 6 months now? 7?
Yeah, maybe? I don't know. You got to count it. Yeah, February.
February to
It's a blur. It's all a blur.
Right.
I've been here.
Yeah. What do you love about the DMV and what maybe drives you nuts?
What do I love about the DMV? I would say I love how important football is here. And so to, work at an organization where the team's really important, that's what you want as a coach, man. To make sure you're at a place that matters and this team matters and it's a big deal. And so knowing that you get to be a part of that to recapture what we need to recapture and recalibrate it, that's a really cool thing. So I'd say that's front and center for me.
I would think it would be the traffic, but he's in his building most of the day.
Yeah.
You might be getting up early enough to avoid it.
Yeah. There's traffic. Yeah, that part I'm good. Yeah.
Have you found any restaurants you really like?
Yeah, there's I don't go out a lot. Obviously, we've got good meals here, but I haven't been out as much. I would say that might be a good thing for me for next off season. Like this off season, honestly, I didn't. And
what's your typical day?
Like I got to go to a Georgetown basketball game. I thought that was really cool.
I saw the photos. That was cool.
You know, so I love basketball, and so like in the spring and in the winter, I certainly look forward to being a part of some of those this year.
Did you get to go to a Wiz game yet?
Not yet.
I know a guy.
I haven't been to the
You need
Wiz
some
and the
tickets.
Cavs. Yeah, I got a couple guys. And,
he's the coach of the team.
Yeah,
Just
I've been to one
make a
Nats
call.
game, and so that was cool. And I spent some time there and enjoyed that. But there's a lot to learn from other coaches, and like I've always enjoyed that from my friends who coach in other sports, and those are like things that I enjoy doing. When we were down in Miami, I had a chance to visit with the Heat staff while we were there.
Cool.
We were there for 4 days, so
Very cool.
To see Spo and Chris Quinn and those guys, and just talk team building, talk the habits that we need to play well. And we obviously talked a lot about the Olympics, but I'm looking forward to getting to know the coaches here in the area.
It's funny, and this predates you, but Brian and I were down in Miami. This was 2019 when Jay had just gotten fired. The Callahan win that almost was a loss. Fitz comes in the second half. I don't know if you remember that game. But that Saturday night, Brian and I were at a hotel, and we ended up having a couple drinks, smoking a cigar with Alonzo Mourning,
Right on.
who was on the Heat staff. And his biggest thing was it's about developing players.
Yes.
And listening to you and Adam yesterday, it seems like you guys are there too. Even for you, development from week 1 to week 17.
100%. We just had a meeting on that today where we reset it again to say, what's the 1 or 2 things that you're now working on? So we set some time before practice and after practice. And quite honestly, like the NBA's done a good job in developing. They have a good plan. And I would say over the years, probably better than we have in the NFL. So that's why I dug in hard on my friends in the NBA to say, what does that look like? And how did that happen before practice and after practice, and making sure we don't have a G League. And so how are we going to find space for these guys to improve and go? Because it's not just for the rookie or the first year player. Like, you can keep working your skills to get it sharper and sharper and sharper as it's going.
As I tell people, Michael Jordan was the best in basketball, but in his last year, he was trying to improve.
Yes.
And I think every player needs to understand you don't just improve as a rookie.
No.
You never stop improving, because somebody's coming along that may be better than you, and you got to make sure you keep that little lever, that space in between.
And that's the cool part, because like all of them are a little different. And so knowing some of your teammates, if I was Brian's teammate and he was wanting me to watch one certain thing, I would watch his back and have that. And those are things that you just need extra time at, man. And so it matters, but it doesn't have to be an hour, but it has to be intentional practice time on this skill. And if you keep working that, you'd be surprised, man. Like, all right, I did, 30 minutes this week, I did 30. And then, halfway through the season, I put, 5 or 6 hours in on this one skill. Like, I'm ready to do this.
That's it.
It's funny. You and I were watching the DB drills with your boy Simmons, working the DBs on identifying the ball coming in. And Brian and I were both like, I've never seen that drill.
Yeah.
Like, I've watched a lot of practice, and it was
flash
The flash.
Yeah, it was
backs
cool.
to the ball. And then, so when it comes, how can I go? And the receivers throwing late hands to go get the catch and playing through them. So, like, those are the smallest of details, but they really matter. And you have to be intentional about how you do the practice and what you're looking for. I imagine you've caught a million punts in your day and all kinds of wind and all kinds of weather, and how to track it, see the tip of the ball. How do I go get set where my feet aren't moving? And so that takes work, and you got to put it in day after day. And if you keep working at it, then, you can kind of build your whole game around that.
Yeah.
Like, there's one thing I can do better than most anybody. Now I keep building around that. And before you know it, man, you got a couple of things that makes you hard to leave the building.
Yeah,
There you go.
The more you can do.
Yep.
Dan, thank you for the time.
Appreciate you, Coach.
I know you got
man.
a football team to go coach. How about this? March or April, I'll take you to a Terps basketball game.
I'm definitely down
All right,
for that.
I like that. DQ, thank you so much for the time, man. Really
Appreciate you,
appreciate
All
it.
right. Thanks, guys.
Thank
Get
you.
after it.
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn right there. Appreciate his time. We'll be right back. I'll be Mitch and Finley. Who copped the blue drops? B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, get on that Odyssey app, hit rewind, or find the podcast or the chapter. Listen, man, there's 100 ways for you to listen to it. So go do it. And you also could have watched it on YouTube. Did you notice, Jeffrey, that I put my camera on DQ?
Yes. That was very innovative.
Yeah, man. I am a modern radio host, Jeff. How about that? What'd you guys think of the interview, Landini and Jeffrey?
Yo, I hear like how fired up Dan is, but it's like in all his interviews, he's a pretty calm guy. So I can only imagine how practice is, because you know how they say usually people who are like real calm when they get into their mode, they're really fired up. But he's a calm dude, and it just seemed confident, man. I just can't wait for the season to start, JP, because he seems like he got everything under wraps, man.
I think it's being at peace with what could be, like, everybody is on board with building this the right way and what may take a little bit of time. You know what I mean? And I think that is a difference. Now, I'm sure that in their first year, Ron and Jay Gruden and even Mike Shanahan, like all of those coaches in their first year probably had some level of comfort knowing they were going to get an opportunity to build this thing. To me, what is so dramatically different, and it just cannot be overstated, is how different Quinn's opportunity is because of ownership change. And for the first time, I mean, damn near ever, you've got owner, GM, coach, quarterback, all aligned. Like, organizational alignment has been so freaking vacant out here, and for once, it won't be. I just think that is so massive. I just pulled this up. So, going back the last 15 years to when Mike Shanahan was hired, the first year for all these coaches is sub 500. Shanny's first year, they went 6-10. Lost in the Mike Shanahan, the God conversation, is how bad his record is in Washington. In 4 years, they went 6-10, 5-11, 10-6, and 3-13. And it's easy to look back on the RG3 year and then obviously he got hurt. The next year was just completely nuclear submarined by all parties. But there was a stretch in there where Mike Shanahan put his professional reputation on the line for John Beck. So let's all just try to keep perspective here. But Shanahan's first year, they go 6-10. Gruden's first year, they go 4-12. Ron's first year, they go 7-9. Granted, they won the division, but the division was god-awful, and the Eagles pulled Jalen Hurts at halftime of Week 17 so that Nate Sudfeld could come in and lose. The first year for most NFL head coaches doesn't go very well. The first year for coaches here in Washington has gone particularly poorly over the last 15 years. But it's a different world now, man. And even when we have Greenberg on, he continues to say any sort of estimation based on the past is really hard to do because the past is irrelevant. And for this, history is never irrelevant, right? But when you have when you have a complete organizational refresh, none of that matters. You know what I mean? Like 1067 The Fan, this radio station, WJFK, used to be like the home of Howard Stern. And who are some of the other people of that? Like, is it Opie and Anthony Landfill? Like, it was kind of a different version of radio, right? And as cool as that is, that, you know, maybe in some capacity we operate on the same station that Howard Stern was once on, it's completely irrelevant because they've completely redone, redeveloped, programs, shifted the station. What has happened out here in the past has been a disaster. And the league is just cognizant of that. But it's no longer what's happening. And I think DQ is just a real breath of fresh air. whenever you talk to him. And some of that is just because we all grew tired of Ron and his attempted consistent message of positivity that just eventually started to ring hollow. Ron was in kind of a no-win situation, but Ron didn't help himself either. I mean, the draft record at this point kind of speaks for itself, and the evaluations. It's a new day, man. New day in Ashburn, new day in Washington, new day in Burgundy and Gold. And I think folks should be legitimately excited about that. The other thing folks should be legitimately excited about, the Labor Day sale at Offenbachers. From now until September 2nd, get huge price cuts on outdoor furniture, patio umbrellas, fire pits, hot tubs, swim spas, all of it. You can save up to 60% on select outdoor furniture, plus across-the-board discounts on almost everything else in the store. Listen, I know a lot of people want to have a swimming pool. My wife wants a swimming pool. Can't afford a swimming pool. They're stupid expensive. You know what isn't? A swim spa, baby. Offenbacher's top quality swim spas give you an affordable alternative to a traditional pool with temperature adjustments to keep you comfortable in any season. You can swim in the summer. You can swim in the winter. It's pretty dope. They've also got the hot tub collection. They are perfect for all season relaxation and entertainment. Fall is coming. It's fire pit season. They've got 4 locations: Herndon, Rockville, Annapolis, and Gainesville. Find your perfect outdoor escape at Offenbachers or Offenbachers.com. Go there. Ask for my boys, Dave and Alex. Let them know JP Finley sent you.
This update brought to you by Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in-stock selection. Washington Commanders versus Tampa Bay Buccaneers coming up September 8th. Today, the team added wide receiver Noah Brown and signed linebacker Jalen Graham and cornerback Bobby Price to their practice squad. Don't forget, Grant and Danny will have the Commanders' general manager Adam Peters, 4:15 p.m. live right here on The Fan. Patriots pick Jacoby Brissett as their starting QB. The Browns have restructured Deshaun Watson's deal, creating cap space. The Eagles' James Bradbury is out with a leg injury, could be 6 to 8 weeks. Day off for the Nationals after winning a series against the Yankees 5-2. Dylan Cruz with a leadoff homer and later an RBI double.
And the pitch swung on it high in the air to left field. Verdugo going back. Still back to the warning track, to the wall, and it is gone! Goodbye!
The call from the Nationals radio network. The Chicago Cubs arrive for a weekend series tomorrow night. Golden State Warriors star Stephen Curry has agreed to a one-year $62.6 million extension that'll keep him under contract through the 26-27 campaign. College football tonight, Howard Bison at Rutgers at 6. Round 1 of the Tour Championship in Atlanta, Georgia. Scotty Scheffler and Xander Schauffele will tee off at 2 p.m. Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I was rich, I'd still be with, ain't that some? All right, folks, once a week we come together as a congregation, as a community, as a city, as a civilization, with the opportunity to air our grievances very publicly. Whoever you're mad at, a person, a place, a thing, stop sign, a road sign, Cody, whoever you're mad at, I don't care. This is the place to let the world know. I know that I asked Dan Quinn his favorite non-football thing about DC, and he said, I love how much the city loves football. So I thought that was kind of awesome. That's a football guy right there. But I was so excited by all that I did not get to open the phone lines up. So, Jeff, press the button, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are on. If you missed any of our interview with Dan Quinn, that was a fun conversation, man. And you could tell one thing I liked a lot was the level of respect DQ had for B. Mitch's playing days. That's not the only big-time interview on The Fan today. You also get to hear from Adam Peters with Grant and Danny. That is at 4:15. So check that out later on today. Just put your radio on, leave your radio on. It's a simple game. All right, phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. I am joined in the tent by Mr. Mitch Tischler. Commanders practice starts at 1:15, I believe, so we get to watch practice here in a little bit. But, Mitchell, it's my understanding somebody has wronged you and that you're angry.
Yes, I do have a quick bleep you for the weather gods.
It can be long, dude.
Okay, I'll make it a little longer.
It's just us.
The weather gods get a big bleep you.
Why?
Because we had a whole week of fall weather. Felt like things were turning towards cooler weather, less humidity, less heat, and then all of a sudden, bang, right back to midsummer.
See, I think don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. If you get good weather in August, man, that's a take the money and run. This is my dear friend Peter Stewart has a rule. Like, don't complain about the cold in February and don't complain about the heat in August. Like, it's supposed to be hot.
Yeah.
What do you want it to be? It's
Everyone's-
August.
Everyone's yelling about weather changing all over the place. I thought we got a little cooler weather in the middle of August. I thought we were getting one of those changes.
I have a potentially explosive topic. If climate change means it's not that cold in the winter, I'm kind of cool with it. Am I allowed to say that?
Hold on, I got to bleep you to JP.
For what?
Because I like the cold. I like getting a little bit of snow. I'm a Four Seasons guy, not just the hotel.
Must be living that good life, Mitchell.
Listen, I don't have that Odyssey money.
Yeah. That You know who should say bleep you is Cody to Mitch, because Mitch just keeps stealing the fan. From
I'm
Cody.
trying to help you out here. We're waiting for the phone lines to fill up. I'm trying to get Cody to throw bleep you out there.
Yeah, that, bleep you to me for forgetting to announce the phones were open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. There's a dude named El Travos Commanders on Twitter that's mad at me. Listen, man, I don't remember the old exact schedule of 106.7 The Fan before it was a sports station. I was young. I didn't listen to it all. I think, Landfield, when did JFK flip to all sports all the time? I think I was in college or something.
I believe it was July 20th, 2009.
Okay. So it's 15 years this past July.
Mhm.
I think it's fair if I don't remember that. Now, did you have a bleep you, Landfill? It's my understanding you're upset with someone.
Yeah, I'm upset with Drab T-shirt.
Ooh.
I was initially gonna do this bleep you to JP and B Mitch, because it looks like B Mitch got the giant head and JP got the giant ears, and I was trying to work with Jeff on how to.
In what capacity? What does that mean?
B Mitch has a gigantic head and you have gigantic ears. You look like there was one
okay.
person you got mixed up. I was trying to work with Jeff to work on the wording of that so it would be funny, and then Drab interrupted us trying to sell us soup. So I'm mad at Drab. Bleep you.
What kind of soup is Drab selling?
Tomato or something.
Why is Drab selling soup?
Who knows?
Speaking of Odyssey money, that sounds incredibly bizarre, frankly, that Drab is selling soup. Cody, you can listen here, dude.
The amount of people when I'm just trying to do the show that just decide to come in here and just want to socialize is enraging to me.
It is remarkable. And I wonder if some of it is like time of day because it's the middle of the day and people just you guys in the aquarium during the hours of 10 to 2 get treated very differently than the aquarium gets treated during the morning show or the afternoon show. It's maybe that we kind of have a more circus atmosphere vibe as a program than others, but it is noticeable. I'll give you that, Landini. Apparently Jeffrey's mad too.
Yes. My bleep you, and I'm sorry, I'm calling a name on this one. Wamada, because the bus gave me a ticket for being in the bus lane. Yeah, Metro buses now take pictures of you if you're in the bus lane. But the reason why I was in the reason why I was in the bus lane is because a goddamn ambulance and a fire truck was coming behind me with their sirens blazing. And I'm like, dude, what am I supposed to stand in line? How are y'all going to take a picture of me in the bus lane and I'm getting over to the right so emergency vehicles can come through? So now I have to miss work just to fight that because I have to go to court for it.
Well, I know how much it pains you to miss work, Jeff. So I'm sorry about that. That is some BS though. There are too many cameras. There are too many tickets, and it's nothing but a cash grab. If they have all these speed cameras and red light cameras and everything, and all of a sudden schools were better or there was fewer homeless people. I mean, you drive anywhere in Washington, and there's just tents for homeless people. It didn't always look like that. If these speed cameras resulted in better services for the homeless, okay. I think people would by and large support that, but they don't. It's just money going into a black hole that nobody knows what comes out the other side. And now that, shouldn't you have to be like a government entity to be sending tickets? Should a Metro bus really be able to send tickets? I'm no lawyer. Don't we have constitutional rights? Damn it. Thomas Jefferson didn't write that whole document to get a ticket from a bus.
Jeff,
don't you think?
JP, the bus is a government agency. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's not like the police. It's Metro, and that's probably like a public-private.
I feel like it's just like a government agency, like the schools or something.
I don't know, man. It does say, I just Googled it. It says WMATA, government agency.
Of course. What else would it be?
But, yo, this might violate a constitutional right, Landfill. I'm just trying to help Jeff. I'm not a lawyer, all right? But WMATA is a tri-jurisdictional public transit agency. How can they have jurisdiction like in Maryland if they're in Virginia or vice versa? Landfill, enough of this. You support buses being able to give you a ticket?
I never said that. I'm just dumbfounded that you think the public transit agency is somehow not a government agency.
We have rights in this country. We have constitutional rights. Herbie Hancock was involved. This is egregious. Let's go to Mary in Ashburn. Hello, Mary. Who you mad at?
Who am I mad at? Hi, guys. I love you. Listen to you every day.
Thank you.
I'm mad at the people who pull up in front of the grocery store, Walmart, Walgreens, whatever, and park right in front of it and think they're so important that they don't have to park in a parking spot. You have to walk around them to get in there. Thank you.
That's fair. I do feel like there needs to be some give and take, but like there's a way to pull up right in front without impeding the people that need to walk right in front. Like usually there's like the painted, kind of lines for the walkway. Like don't pull up over that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have to pull up, maybe you just have to run in and get a prescription or something. You got a kid in the car. Like I am a man of context and nuance, Landfill. So I try to allow for that in my day-to-day interactions. However, sometimes there's not always context and nuance. I have a very specific bleep you. Everybody knows me, knows that I am a massive supporter of the Wegmans grocery store. I go there legitimately 9-10 times a week, especially during football season. I've been there 3 times in the last 24 hours, Cody. It's also kind of my office, perhaps my bathroom. Keep that between us. I go to Wegmans a lot, and I'm a big fan of Wegmans. However, their policy that you can't just pay, you have to answer 1,000 questions. Like, please, I'm generally cutting it a little close to a certain thing that starts at 10 a.m. Just let me get in there and pay you and be on my way, sir, Mr. and Mrs. Wegman. Like, I don't want to put my phone number in and talk about bags. I'm grabbing a soda and a wrap. Please, God, let me leave. I feel like we're really accomplishing a lot today, Landfill. Do you feel the same?
Yes, I also wanted to add a bleep you to Denton Day. No reason, just saw him, realized I don't like him. Bleep you to Denton.
Yeah, I'm with that for sure. I believe we have Jera on the line, fresh off of doling $1 million out to Dalvin Cook. Hello, Jera. How do you do?
I'm doing fine, Finley. Listen, I'm with Walker. These dumb bastards at Metro are literally putting a light rail right across Route 450, which is a major damn intersection. And I guess it's not underground. It's not going over the track. It's literally, I guess, train tracks are going to come down, rails or something. They've made a mockery of that road. You can't get up and down it now. And they're going to try to kill somebody. That's all. It is the worst configuration I've ever seen in my life. But
what intersection is it, Jera?
I'm sorry?
What was the intersection?
Route 450 and East-West Highway. It's just the stupidity. It's right there in Landover Hills. Anybody that goes through there knows what I'm talking about. It takes you forever. And just to have a rail go through there so they can connect
that's the stupid purple line, right?
I guess it's coming from College Park or something, taking you straight into Landover Landover, whatever.
I think eventually they want that thing to go from New Carrollton to Bethesda. It's been a giant pain in the ass. The construction never has stopped, and I don't think anybody's going to ride it. All these mass transit ideas were pre-COVID. Now everybody's freaked out about being in small spaces and got used to driving their own cars again. Good luck. You know what? Today's segment is just us versus WMATA, apparently, and the damn buses. Sorry, Jared. Please continue.
Well, I won't hit you on that. The problem is, aren't they bankrupt? What the hell is when you guys about government agency, I guess we do own the damn thing. But listen, Jeff Walker, I asked you before, leave the Yankees alone. You're a perennial curse. Every time your mouth opens up and says, Garrett Cole's going to pitch. What are you doing? You might win a lot of bets when you're doing it yourself, but when you talk about them on the air, you have just crushed a great franchise.
You
So,
know
Mr.
what, Jared?
President,
You know what,
I'm
Jared?
sorry.
I can't even be mad at you with that take, dude, because I even said that sitting at the game the other day. I said, man, I should not have taken them on the air knowing I was coming to the game.
Now, how many drinks did you really have at the game?
I really had two. I
I'll
had
take
beer.
the over on 2. All right, how many blunts? Thank you, Jera.
All right.
Not a shock whatsoever that the owner of the Cowboys also a Yankee fan. That's been revealed. I bet he also likes the Lakers and Notre Dame. I do want to get to some more calls here. But damn, WMATA is really just coming at all our throats. It's time to stand up, people. Our guy Lawrence is on the Beltway. Hello, Lawrence.
Hey, what's happening? How you guys doing? I hope you guys have had a splendid summer. Right now, I'm sitting outside at the park with my son. I homeschool him. He's 8. And that's the thing I wanted to talk about real quick, if you guys don't mind. Yeah, man. I got a big bleep you to everybody, mother or father, who told their non-custodial child that they were coming to pick them up, and they don't show and they don't call. It just aggravates me, and I don't have that problem. I'm happily married. Me and my wife take care of our son together. We have a great life. But you know what? The other day, he was sitting outside waiting for his grandparents to come take him to the beach.
Hold on, let me try to understand something here. So you're at the park and there's people that just don't pick their kids up?
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I was just saying that right now, I'm just pulled over. I'm at a park, and I was watching my son play, and it just aggravated me the other day when his grandparents were supposed to be there, and they were 10 minutes late, and he went nuts, and it just broke my heart because
So are we mad at his grandparents? Who are we mad at?
No, I'm not mad at his grandparents. I'm mad at anybody who told their kid that they were coming to pick them up and they didn't show up and
man.
left that kid sitting there, man. I'm real
Pick
pissed
up your
off
damn
about
kids. Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
call, dude. It's like the old Chris Rock bit. Like, don't brag about the stuff you're supposed to do. just do it. It was kind of a wild ride there, Cody, though. Not gonna lie to you. I know who knows the assignment. I know who will listen. If this was a run fit, if this was a linebacker, he would fill the gap. My man, Jupe, who you mad at?
JP, what's going on, man? Hey, you already know I'm stuffing the hole all the way. But no, my bleep you
pause, dog. Pause.
That is insane.
Hey, but my bleep you goes to entitled people. Like, if you sign up for a service, like, I'm going to give you an example. You sign up for Comcast service. They come install the cable service, and come to find out you have an electrical issue that's messing with your TVs. Why would you call Comcast and expecting something for free? It doesn't work that way. But that's what my bleep you go to.
Bleep them. Bleep them. Not Comcast. I'm cool with them. But everybody else, thank you. Thank you, Jupe. I appreciate you, pal. So I'm going to take everybody behind the curtain here. That last call, I dropped into the text thread. This call's kind of weird. And Landfill said yes. I just got a text from Ahmed, a very good friend and loyal listener. He said, that was a weird call. I said, yes. Greg Hype, very loyal listener. He just texted, a good friend of the program. He just said, that was weird. Yeah. It didn't flow, Cody, is how I would say it. All right, here's what will flow. We haven't had him on a couple weeks. I think he's been on vacation towards the end of August is a good vacation time. Peter Rosenberg will join the program again. Also, I'm learning all sorts of stuff. Apparently, if you're at the corner of Potomac River Freeway and 25th Street Northwest, there's a speed camera there that's the most lucrative in D.C., $6 million in the first half of 2024. $6 million in 6 months. I'm sure it's for public safety. I am positive that on a highway, if that is where I think it is, I think I'm on that road, and luckily I know exactly where that camera is. Also, apparently, the Purple Line is not a WMATA project. It's a joint project with Montgomery and Prince George's County. That's how you know it's going to go off without a hitch, even though they've been building that thing for like 9 years. Jeff, I'm the Montgomery County resident here. You're the Prince George's County product. How confident are we in Moco and PG teaming up together for the Purple Line? You think this thing's going to work?
It's going to work. The question is, how long is it going to take?
How long has it been taking?
I thought it was the Silver Line they were working on just recently. They've been working on the Purple Line too?
The Silver Line's out here in BA, and they got that thing done. The Purple Line's been back and forth. Ask the good folk. Ask the good folks at Columbia Country Club how much fun it's been dealing with the Purple Line. When we come back, Peter Rosenberg joins the program.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Washington Commanders practicing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on September 8th. Today, the team signed wide receiver Noah Brown and added Jalen Graham, a linebacker, and cornerback Bobby Price to the practice squad. Don't forget today at 4:15 p.m. live here on The Fan, Grant and Danny will interview Commanders general manager Adam Peters. The Patriots select Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback. The Browns restructured Deshaun Watson's deal to create some cap space. James Bradbury, the Eagles, with his leg, is out 6 to 8 weeks. Nationals baseball defeats the New York Yankees 5-2 to win the series 2-1. Dylan Cruz, leadoff homer and RBI double. Round 1 of the Tour Championship, Atlanta, Georgia. Scotty Scheffler and Xander Schauffele will tee off at 2 p.m. Super fiberglass windows, 2 weeks only, $250 off every window at the Window Man. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $250 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, folks, caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top, the Sharp Dressed Man Tour, Sunday, September 8th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller 10, 800-636-1067. You're going to see Skinner play Freebird. We have got some information here on the Beamish and Finley program. Earlier in the program, I asked Brian, why do you think Cole Turner switched from 85 to 88? Now, he did get cut as 85 and then signed back to the practice squad, and he's now wearing 88. But I noticed this yesterday at practice. Yesterday at practice was before Noah Brown was signed. It was before Noah Brown was announced by the team, before he was reported by myself and others to have signed here. But already yesterday at practice at 4 o'clock, whenever we were out here, Cole Turner was wearing 88. And little things like that always stand out to me. I've been doing this a while. I try to notice the little things. Well, sure enough, Noah Brown is at practice today, which he should be. He just signed here. Noah Brown's wearing 85. So either it's one hell of a coincidence that a player yesterday switched out of the number he's been wearing for 3 seasons, or somebody knew something. Jeff Landfill, what do you think the odds are that somebody knew something, or one hell of a cosmic coincidence?
I think somebody knew something.
I think somebody knew something, which is fine. They're supposed to know stuff. It's funny, as we asked them, we sit in that presser yesterday and asked them about, number 2 receiver options and all these things, and they know they've already signed this guy, or probably at the 2-yard line of signing this guy. I always find that stuff interesting. A few things. Dennis on Twitter, I can't read that tweet, but I want you to know it very much made me laugh. But I do need to bring this up. A.B. Goody, Landini. A.B. Goody wants me to tell you that you were dead ass wrong about De'Ami Brown giving up his number and getting cut for Mike Samerstill.
You're right. I was wrong. Peter Rosenberg joins the show.
Okay, great. Peter, what's going on, dude? How are you?
I am good, my friend. Sorry, I had phone troubles for a minute. I'm making my way to a long day of travel to eventually get to Berlin this weekend for Bash at Berlin for WWE.
Wow. What continent are you currently on?
What condiment? I'm a big ketchup man, or sriracha. Sorry.
Continent.
Bad joke. I am currently in America on a continent called Long Island, but later this evening, I will be heading out from JFK. I'm stopping in Amsterdam, and then I'll be in Berlin sometime tomorrow early afternoon.
Okay, good for you. Now, is that stop in Amsterdam personal? Because I'm guessing they got directs from New York to Berlin.
I thank you for making me sound cooler and younger and hipper than I currently am. No, it is. I barely choose to visit Amsterdam when I'm in the United States, let alone when I'm in Europe. So, no, it was one of those situations where I couldn't make the direct flight that everybody else was taking because of my radio show. And then it was either take some like suspect discount airline where the direct flight to Berlin was like $300, and I was like, I don't trust this. So I opted for the legit flight that stops in Amsterdam.
Dude, I know all about taking terrible flights to make your radio show schedule. So I get that. That makes a lot of sense. Dude, so we've made it, Peter. It's been a long summer. I know you got to take a little well-earned vacation there, but football season's here. I know you've got WWE stuff that keeps you busy year-round, but I know what football season means to you. How fired up are you now that we're basically to the finish line? College football this weekend, NFL starts a week from today.
I am incredibly stoked on every level. Super excited for this Commanders team. Have really been. I know this may sound weird, and certainly you can't identify it because of your multiple hats that you wear covering the team. But I've been like relatively checked out of training camp. I mean, I check in here and there, but like didn't have the same sort of commitment. I mean, Sunday night was a friggin' rumor to me. Like I've just been sort of, I want to wait and just watch this team and take it in as like a normal fan that maybe has a real football team, you know? And I'm trying not to pass like any sort of major judgment before I see it. So like the expectations on Jaden and all of those things, I'm just kind of trying to wait and take it in. I'd say the most emotional I've been about this team was when I texted you guys about the Jahan Dotson news. That was very frustrating to me. And I'm not saying it was the wrong thing to do. And, you know, you sort of shed some light maybe on what was going on there. And obviously when you draft a player that highly and after 2 years, they're not giving you what you expected, you know, in some ways it's not shocking. The thing that just kills me is how Philadelphia always gets their man, right? And like, you know, it's been a huge story on my radio show here in New York. The fact that the Eagles let Hassan Reddick go and grabbed Bryce Huff from the Jets. And now Hassan Reddick has turned into a complete disaster so far for the Jets. Yeah. And they get this great Huff who's kind of like the perfect replacement for Reddick in the first place. And I felt sort of the same way. I'm like, wait a second. How did we in division let them get a guy who at least on paper could turn into a stud and burn us? And listen, in one sense, it's the kind of decision that I think good, rational football teams make. They don't make emotional decisions. If you get an option, you're like, hey, this guy's not going to be as valuable at the end of this year. We don't care. We want to move on and get something. I get it. But as a fan, it hurt. Was that a common thought? Were a lot of people annoyed by this?
Yo, 100%. I mean, that trade came down, I believe, on a Thursday afternoon. And then Friday, Brian flew out to California to meet his granddaughter, if I have that right. Yeah. And so it was me solo. And Peter, you know how radio is. I didn't even give out the phone number. And the phones were lit from the time we came on. And it was, I'd say 70, 80% people just pissed about the trade. And yesterday was the first time we got to talk to Adam Peters since the trade, I believe. And he had a couple of comments, one specifically to a question I asked him where he's like, we got good value for Jahan. We like where we ended up on that trade. And I think, and then B said something that was really telling is like, sometimes we see things through the prism of, yo, this is a first round pick. But 2 years into the league, you are what you are at that point, and draft status just doesn't matter, you know? And I think it was because the vision of Jahan and even his rookie season, catching the 7 touchdowns, I think in NFL circles, I think the market showed what it would bear. And dude, there's no way Peters wanted to trade him in the division. and have to send a fifth. There's no way he wanted to, but I think it's pretty obvious that was the best offer out there.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, you know, I sometimes get frustrated when we spend a lot of time. It comes up a lot here, you know, when we talk about the New York GMs and we're talking about Joe Shane and Joe Douglas and what they get. Sometimes I get frustrated in like the optic of what it looks like to give up on a pick. You know, at a certain point, yeah, the pick is what it is, but you don't want to cut off your nose to spite your face because it was a good pick. So you let it get less and less valuable. I think that is a stupid thing to do. Simultaneously, you know, we could have a conversation here about the quarterback play realistically that Jahan had the first 2 years in the league, right? And so, but then there's another thing, which is that, okay, but now you want him to compete, and he's got a guy that a lot of people think can play. I mean, I don't know if you looked at that ESPN article yesterday where they were surveying 100 anonymous NFL players, and it seemed like basically a split between who will be better between Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. So a lot of people think this kid can play, and he wasn't able to get in a position to definitively start with Daniels. I guess that's all the information they needed. It's just, as a fan, it's frustrating and scary. And the idea that A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, if Jahan Dotson's just a little better than he's been so far, I think it's kind of what the Eagles were looking for.
I think specifically with Jahan, I think offenses play a big role in it. And I think Scott Turner, 2 years ago, Jahan's rookie season, did a good job of scheming Jahan clean off the line. There was a lot of motion, a lot of bunch formations. That's kind of just stuff that Scott did. Last year with Bieniemy, you didn't see that as much, and NFL defenses realized if we can press him at the line or just get a good bump on him within 5 yards, that's going to disrupt his route running ability. And I think that happened combined with some unexpected drops. I mean, there were legitimate drops last year from Jahan. He was top 10 in drop rate across the league that I never would have expected. He was one of the best hands catchers coming out of the draft, and I think things just kind of went sideways. I think this will really surprise you. And you do so much between WWE, 2 radio shows, 100 podcasts. Like, you do so much. This may not even be on your radar. Did you see last evening the Commanders signed a guy named Noah Brown?
No.
Okay. Do you know Noah Brown?
Remind me of how I should.
Receiver for the Texans last year, the Cowboys prior to that.
Yes. Okay. Yep. I saw yesterday that they were moving on from him. And wasn't he statistically, wasn't he basically better than everybody we have shy of Terry?
Yeah. Noah Brown, who they just signed yesterday, who's a 7-year vet, a 7th-round pick in 2017, last season in only 10 games had more receiving yards than Jahan Dotson did in 17 games.
Hey, well, that's Adam Peters then doing Adam Peters-y things, right?
Right. I mean, that's what you hope. And maybe that's too
hope.
much of a direct comparison when one guy had C.J. Stroud and an electrifying offense, and one dude had Sam Howell and an unelectrifying offense, right? Like, there's context to everything, but I think it does say something that they were able to bring somebody in with more productivity in 10 games. Now, you hope he can stay healthy, but I also think a guy like Noah Brown picked to come here because he thinks there's opportunity.
What's the general feeling these days on De'Ami Brown?
Bro, this staff, Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury, Adam Peters, these guys are all new. Bobby Ingram was here last year, but these guys are largely all new. They seem excited about it. He's looked really good in camp. He's played well in the preseason. He's been good. I have seen him look good in camp before, and then it doesn't translate. I think it's possible a light bulb clicked with him. He realized to play tougher, to press his feet on his routes. I think it's also possible. I've said this 100 times, Peter, but Nico Collins for 2 seasons was a 400-yard wide receiver. Nico Collins was a guy that was good for about 430 yards a season. Then C.J. Stroud showed up, and Nico Collins went for 1,300. So the quarterback can make a big difference too.
Well, let me ask you one more. Any early takes on McCaffrey?
Getting better every day, learning the position, has the length you like to see. I think McCaffrey and Sennett, the second half of this season, could really start to emerge as somebody that matters.
Oh, it'd be so fun. If McCaffrey was anything like a McCaffrey, you know what I mean? Like if he really turned out to have the DNA, that would be such an uncommanders-like player to have. Like just one of those deadly dudes. I feel like we so rarely have anyone like that. It would be, I can't, the second I saw his name pop up on the board, I couldn't help but get my hopes up and start dreaming a bit.
See, you know what's happening now, Peter? You're starting to get excited for next weekend. I can feel it in your voice.
Oh, no. Listen, I'm just trying to pace myself, but I'm very much looking forward to it. I can only take the same screaming from Yankees fans so much. You know, like one day it's everyone celebrating.
Losing 2 out of 3 to the Nats.
Well, and listen, isn't that, let's be realistic. Isn't that, this is what my take when I get on the radio today. That's not a thing good baseball teams do. Or sorry, that's not a thing great baseball teams do. Like, great teams should not lose to inferior teams. And the Yankees do entirely too much of that. They really play to their competition, which I always think is a sign of a team that's not quite all the way there.
I think you're right there. I don't know. Yeah, you have Soto and Judge, obviously, and they're just so incredible. I just don't know that they have enough outside of that. And when you start playing good teams in the playoffs night after night, I don't know what happens there. Plus, I'm an Orioles fan, so to hell with them.
Have the Orioles how's the Orioles bounce back been recently? Are they hanging in? I know things have been tough there the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, they've had a lot of injuries, but they took 2 out of 3 against Houston and are even now through 2 games out with the Dodgers. They also have a really tough run right now. We got a boogie here.
Are any of the pitchers back, by the way, before we get to the playoffs?
I don't know. I don't know that answer, honestly. Dude, enjoy Berlin. You ever had a doner kebab?
No, please text me what I'm looking for.
Get one. I've only had them in Berlin, and they're freaking fantastic. I will text you. Thank you, dude.
Done. Later, boys. Peace.
All right. Peter Rosenberg, give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. One of the absolute best. Nobody has more jobs than Rosenberg. I'm only trying to emulate him. The other guys I'm trying to emulate, they work at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. Here's why I want to be like them. They treat people the right way. There's a billion places you can buy a car. You can order a car on the internet. But you go to Oarsman Automotive of Virginia because they treat you differently. They treat you with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, which has up to $1,500 in extras, complimentary car washes every time you got to schedule maintenance, loaner cars with major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. I know these people. These people are my friends. I go over there just to hang out. If I'm in Alexandria, I'm just stopping at the Oarsman Jeep store to hang out with my guy, Andy High. That's the kind of relationship I have, and they will do the same for you. It's simple. At Oarsman, they like to keep their customers happy. Take it from us, B. Mitchell Finley, 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Been a busy day on the program. Thank you to Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, for sitting down and chatting with us. If you missed any of that interview, don't. Figure out a way. Podcast, Odyssey app, carrier pigeon, whatever it requires. I did want to quickly just touch base with Jeff. You all right, Jeff? You're fighting people in the chat, man. What did I tell you about fighting people in the chat? It's not that big of a deal, dog.
No, I'm not fighting, but like some people, you gotta eradicate trolls. This one, Tim always saying something negative. That's my boy, but sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. So I'm like not necessarily mad. You know, it sounds like that because you can't really express yourself through text. But I'm just like, hey, bro,
express yourself.
Like this.
Do you feel like you have wronged Rev T because he called and you didn't?
No. So I was telling them in the chat. They called late, bro. They called at like 10.
Fine. Let's make some bets because I won last night. Go Mystics. And we got football to bet on tonight.
We got football.
I won.
I had the Sticks.
Yeah, I won too.
Lifelong Sticks fan. So what did B-Mitch have? I don't know. We got football tonight.
Oh my God.
What?
I'm looking at the football lines. Arkansas is a 50.5-point favorite against Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Tonight?
Tonight.
I might gotta take that.
Big number, dude.
I gotta take the over in that game, which is 58.5.
I kind of think you got to take the 50.5. That's a lot of points.
All right, I'll take Arkansas Pine Bluff plus 50.5.
Yo, these odds are like minus 10,000.
Do we know much about the Murray
Kansas
State?
football is a 49.5-point favorite. They shouldn't be a 49.5-point favorite against anyone.
I know what I'm doing. Oh, dude, Coach Prime starts tonight. Dion's on against North Dakota State.
Oh, give me Coach Prime and the boys.
All right. I believe I have a fantasy draft tonight, which is exciting in and of itself. I'll give everybody updates tomorrow. I'm going to lay the points with the Missouri Tigers. 48.5 points I'm laying tonight.
Murray State.
Go Mizzou. I don't know much about Murray State. I don't even know what state Murray State's in, but I have heard of them in basketball. I feel like they make the NCAA tournament at times. I didn't know Murray State has a football team. And tonight I'm hoping they don't. Go Missouri Tigers. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Grant and Danny got Adam Peters on their show at 4:15. You're going to want to hear that. As for us, thank you to John Keim for joining us this morning. Thank you to Will Kunkel, our Houston correspondent, for joining us. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, appreciate that time. Everybody that called in, thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to Cody Betts, Popeye's delivery driver. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you an apology.
This update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Washington Commanders versus Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's game 1 of the season beginning September 8th. The team added wide receiver Noah Brown today. He was at practice. The team also signed linebacker Jalen Graham and cornerback Bobby Price to their practice squad. Don't forget, Grant and Danny will have Commanders GM Adam Peters on the show 4:15 p.m. today right here on The Fan. Day off for the Nationals after winning a series against the Yankees 5-2. Dylan Cruz, a leadoff.
Good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's August 29th, 2024. We have an excellent show planned for you today, including General Manager of the Commanders, Adam Peters, on this program a little over 2 hours from now at 4:15. So make sure you're listening at that time. We'll get to ask Adam Peters all of the things we've been wondering about, many of you guys have been wondering about. We're also going to preview the college football season today with Danny Cannell, who stops through at 3 o'clock in 1 hour, and Ben Standig of The Athletic does a really cool annual piece where he puts out questions to agents for a survey all over the NFL, and the first of a couple of pieces that he's going to write on the responses he got dropped in The Athletic today. We'll talk to him about that and the Commanders coming up at 6 o'clock. Right here on The Fan. We'll also be giving away tickets to see Kevin Hart. He has a show at DAR Constitution Hall in town. Those tickets today available for you right at 6 o'clock when Ben Standig joins us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Danny, how are you?
Dude, it's a big one. I like it. You just listed a whole bunch of things that are pretty awesome, right? It's happening. We are now in the season is starting. The rosters are formed, barring something unforeseen. We are go time. Dylan Cruz hit a nuke last night. We'll get to it in a second. Just all of a sudden, we went through the darkness, my friend. We did it. Post-pandemic, everybody's losing. Some teams are rebuilding. Some teams refuse to rebuild. Whatever. A lot of losing, a lot of bad. All of a sudden, the arrows are starting to trend up for the local squadrons, and I like it.
Yeah, I was actually talking to someone on like a business call about this today, and they're like, how are things going with the show? How are things going, at the station? And I said, it's a really fun time to be talking about sports in D.C. And if you look at it from a 10,000-foot helicopter view, that has not necessarily been the case over the last couple of years. There was optimism and excitement that Dan Snyder might sell, and then a big party that we threw, literally and figuratively, last summer when he did sell. But really, prior to getting a high enough pick to draft a quarterback with the potential of a Jaden Daniels, getting a new owner and building a front office was awesome. But until you have the chance to be good at quarterback, you really don't have anything. The Commanders now have that for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
The Nationals have been in what has been a long, not fun rebuild. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel with James Wood playing like a star and now Dylan Cruz getting to the big leagues over the last couple of nights. Two excellent young future impact major league players. The Capitals had an awesome offseason. We're closing in on hockey a little over a month from now. We'll be on the precipice of the NHL season, and preseason hockey will be played at Capital One Arena at that time. But they made a ton of moves and really tried to, I think, push some chips back in to make sure that they're competing into the playoffs and maybe for one more run with Alex Ovechkin, which we'll be talking about over the coming several weeks. The Wizards are terrible.
Yeah, listen, people are going to make their jokes, and that's fine. They're not going to be any good.
I mean, they're going to be horrendous, but maybe they get Cooper Flagg.
Well, but it right out of my mouth. At least it's for a purpose now. At least it's not Ernie Grunfeld selling the future to win one more game or just sort of middling, pathetic, trying to build from the middle nonsense. They're actually playing the game. You can be bad as long as it's for a purpose, and there's a purpose here. I love it. So everybody's doing kind of the things that I've always wanted done when it comes to trying to get good. It's happening.
Football is going to carry us in this first segment, in most segments, and most of the day, with Adam Peters coming on the show and so much going on around the NFL. But we'd be remiss if we didn't start with Dylan Cruz hitting his first missile at the major league level last night. 4 for his first 11 in his first 3 games. The Nats getting a series win against the Yankees. Danny, I needed a cigarette, and I don't smoke, after the first couple innings of baseball last night. James Wood with 2 hits and 3 stolen bases and an RBI knock, and Cruz had already homered. And Jacob Young was running wild on the base paths. All the rookies, all the kids were beating up on the New Yorkers as the Nats took a series from the Yankees.
Sorry about it.
It was a lot of fun, and it all got started in the leadoff spot, kicking off the game with Dylan Cruz in just his 3rd career game.
And the pitch swung on it high in the air to left field. Verdugo going back. Still back to the warning track, to the wall, and it is gone! Goodbye! Bang! Zoom goes Dylan Cruz with a majestic, soaring fly ball that just kept on going. Into the back of the Yankees bullpen in left center field. A game leadoff home run, his first in the major leagues.
I got a text from a buddy who's in baseball, who's as plugged in and just studies it as close as anybody that I know. And he said it perfectly last night. I'm sitting in my house. It's like close to 11 o'clock. He said, dude, he's like, I love Dylan Cruz. He's been studying him, since LSU.
Mm-hmm.
But he said he's going to do something every single night that's going to help your team win. And that's the early
That's the
vibe.
summary.
It's only been 3 games, but I mean, you could go back to when LSU won a national title or what he did in minor league clubhouses. Maybe there's no elite trait. Maybe he's not going to hit 40 homers or steal 50 bases or win a gold glove in center field, where I think he's really good, by the way. But he does everything well. And it's not like what we would call 50s in the scouting industry of a 20/80 scouting scale. 50 is average, 60 is plus, 70 is elite, 80 is world-class Hall of Fame type stuff. Everything is 60s. Like, he's really good at everything.
Yep.
He's a really good hitter. He's got really solid power. He's a really good defensive player. He's really good with his arm strength that he's been clocked almost 95 already from right field. Made a great running catch in right the other night. He's already showing it. Now, there could be an 0 for 14 or a 1 for 20 coming. It's not like he was dominating at AA or AAA, but you and I make this case all the time. Just like progress isn't linear, numbers are not just bound to go down at a certain rate at each level. The fact that pitchers throw it over the plate more in the big leagues helps some guys, right? The fact that he's really good against velocity, he's seeing more of it, maybe is going to be a benefit to him in some way. We'll see. But through 3 games, 2 wins, first hit on Tuesday night in a multi-hit game, first homer last night in a multi-hit game, back-to-back, 4 for his first 11, already has a steal, already has a really nice play in right. You're seeing it, man. This is what we all were hoping for when he was drafted number 2 overall.
Yeah, that's why we're here. It's to me, it's the whole point. Last night, it's on display. No C.J. Abrams in the lineup, but Mackenzie Gore was filthy. I thought he was really good again. They win the game. I always love beating the Yankees. I like when they lose. I like when the Nats win. That's fine. My big takeaways, I've got like 6 or 7 things that I would like to see. I saw most of them last night, and you also get a W out of it. But you mentioned with Dylan Cruz, that's the perfect summation. You go to the ballpark, and he's going to do something that helps. It could be in an 0 for 3 with a couple of punch-outs game, right? There's going to be something that he does that's productive. It's just a good baseball player. And I know I sound like Scott McClune talking about football player. That's a baseball player. Sorry about it. There's going to be something that he does. Whether there was a play the other night, not just the really nice running catch that you've mentioned up against the wall, but what would be tricky for someone that doesn't play that outfield spot. He's in right field. It's an opposite spin, so a right-hander hitting a ball that slices, kind of cuts past you. If you haven't done that route a whole lot, It's weird. So you go back turning over your right shoulder, they're going to run back that way, and then it's going to spin behind you. Guys have been corkscrewed and turned around and dropped balls. Man, he made it look like the most effortless, easy, simple Cadillac big league catch. And I went, he made a really hard thing, which he's going to do a lot of, look like it's the simplest task in the world, like he's playing catch out and back in the backyard with his dad. And you go, that's what this is, right? The really hard made to look easy or attainable or just normal. This isn't, and he's not normal.
The Nats are off today. They'll be back in action right here on the Fan tomorrow. The Cubs are coming to town, and all of a sudden the Cubbies are hot, trying to make a playoff push. Got a chance to be a wild card team. So if you're going out to Nats Park, probably a good time to remind you that we got some gear that you might want down the stretch of the season here. James Wood, Dylan Cruz, both in the lineup. Upgrade your gear, the latest from the Fans merch store. We've got a Cruz Wood 2024 election style shirt. We've got Wood hoodies if you want those for the fall. And fittingly after last night, Cruz Missile t-shirts as well. Go to 1067thefanshop.com if you want to get your hands on that gear. Before we get back to football, and again, it's Grant and Danny, home of Adam Peters exclusively today as he joins us at 4:15 right here on the Fan. Make sure to spread the word to your buddies, please. I'm going to have to get over this, and I need your help, Danny. I need Darius to help me. I need Clary. Feel free to tell me you're doing too much. You're annoying me. I can't deal with the strike zone for James Wood anymore. I can't do it. I am so bothered by it. I'm now so obsessed over it that in this imperfect thing where occasionally a ball's going to get called a strike, like my blood pressure raises. I can feel the anxiety picking back up and my anger. And like if you're around me, I become insufferable. It's absurd. The pitches that get called strikes against this guy. And I tweeted about this a couple weeks ago, and a bunch of people sent me some research and some pieces that have been written about this as it pertains to Aaron Judge, who's the only other guy like basically James Wood in the sport, 6'7" plus. And Judge for years has dealt with this where balls below the strike zone get called strikes because it's an actual problem that the umpires cannot adjust their eyes quick enough and figure out.
Yeah, there aren't that many Richie Sextons or 6 foot, 7 foot monsters. Yeah.
There was a 6-pitch at bat. James Wood struck out. He did not lift the bat off his shoulder, which in and of itself is hilarious, but that's it. If you know James Wood, you know that's possible. He is here to get his pitch, and he will not swing at stuff that's off the plate. He was ahead in the count 5-0 and took a strike in the middle of the plate, and he struck out, which is to say 5 balls, 1 strike. He should have been at first 2 times.
Yeah.
And not like close, like, oh, that could have gone either way. Like 5 straight pitches that were not really close to the strike zone. And he's ahead 5-0 in what was actually a 3-2 count. And then he took a 3rd strike. And I'm losing my mind and my just steam coming from my ears. I need to get over it because it just happens. But what I really need is an electronic strike zone because it's absolutely absurd. He's going to be so much better even when he gets that because I don't know anyone who gets screwed out on more pitches over the last month or so in baseball than that guy.
So your version of that, or let me rephrase. My version of that.
Like the thing you can't get over?
Yeah. They won last night. What's the headline? That base running thing. The base running nonsense at the major league level. Trying to steal and getting thrown out. I can live with that. Even getting thrown out at third, it's a cardinal rule. With this group that doesn't hit a lot of home runs and it's tough to get base hits, being at third base with 2 outs, that's worth it to me. You maybe force some action from the pitcher or maybe take certain pitches off. Maybe you get a wild pitch or a pass ball or something. Getting thrown out stealing, I'm fine with, right? If you're stealing and you get picked off, I can even live with that. It's the pickoffs. It's whatever this Benny Hill music nonsense is where they do stuff little leaguers would get yelled at for. Like, oh my God, this is the major leagues. This is my thing. I'm screaming again. It's in a win. They ended up not needing the run, although you could have used an insurance run or 2 there. But nobody seems to have either any wherewithal to fix it, or it's this like slippery slope where one guy does something, then everyone has to feel like they do something because there's pressure. I don't know what the fix is. I just know I was benched for less millions of times before I learned my lesson to cut doing that crap, to cut it out. It's so embarrassing.
It was the worst base running play I've ever seen in my life. Not an exaggeration. In the big leagues, I guess I should say, although I'm not sure I've seen anything worse at a youth baseball park. Just an utter shabingus and a complete debacle. All right, let's we'll wrap up the baseball conversation here, but let's play this clip from last night because this was just a disaster on the base paths. In a win, in a fun series, but it's entertaining almost to hear the call because the putout was like 7, 8, 2, 6, 4, 3, 9, 2, 1, 6, 7 if you're scoring at home.
It's a passcode.
And the pitch. Swing and a drive hit well to deep center field. Judge going back, way back to the warning track. It's over his head and one hop off the wall. Gallo held up, now rounding third. Now he's going to have to keep coming. He's going to be caught in a rundown. Now Gallo getting back to third. They have Yepes in a rundown between second and third. Now Gallo breaks for the plate. He's in a rundown. And Yepes is running back towards second. They're going to tag Gallo out. And Yepes caught between second and third, but has to go back to second. And Tana caught between first and second is tagged out. Yepes ends up on second base. That's a disaster.
The succinct Jags punch to the stomach there is perfect. By the way, what a call by Charlie.
Let's play horse race or baseball play.
I mean, insider baseball, like there's plenty of things over the course of a game that I would feel okay about calling right now. That's one of those you need the reps for. There's just no way to call that without stepping all over yourself and sounding like a fool if you haven't been doing it since day one, like Charlie Slow says. That was a very, very good call and a great ending to that call with Jags saying it was a disaster. But yeah, absolutely wild. On to the NFL. Jacoby Brissett named the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots. Drake May will sit. Do you think we see Drake May in September, or would you say October or later?
If they play, yeah, week 4 is what I have in mind. Now, what's that based on? Just a weird gut feel, because I think they're going to struggle at the gate, and that'll be like the exciting thing. So I think it's like week 4, week 5, somewhere in there.
They open with the Bengals a week from Sunday. Then they are hosting Seattle. They are at the Jets. Week 4 would be in San Francisco. I'll say they do not debut against the Niners in that game.
Maybe it's week 5.
Then they host the Dolphins and the Texans back-to-back. I think they play them late October. Skip ahead to like week 7 when they go to Jacksonville. You could drop them in against Jacksonville, the Jets, the Titans, the Bears, the Rams in that stretch. Just a weird situation where because their inexperienced head coach has been pretty forthcoming with answers, maybe more so than you'd even like to be, he has said Drake May outperformed Jacoby Brissett and that they were competing for the job. So you've acknowledged there was a competition, that the guy that was better didn't win the competition. You have said this. What was the point of the competition? And everyone says, oh, well, I understand what he's saying. He's saying that Drake May outplayed him, but they're taking everything into account, including body of work and your career. Well, then it wasn't a real competition. If it was a real competition and you're acknowledging that the young guy was better, you'd start the young guy. I actually still think it's a fine thing for them to do because their line is terrible and they need to sort it out. And you might as well spend a month doing that before Drake May takes the field. So all is fine that ends well here if Jacoby Brissett can play decent football. But just a strange last month. They named Brissett basically the starter going into camp. Then they opened up the competition because May looked better. Then they said May had a better preseason in what was an open competition. And now they're naming the other guy the starter anyway.
And Ron Rivera called and gave you a thumbs up. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, but they thought they had it sorted because their evaluation of Drake May was great prospect, probably needs a bit of work. I think he showed up on campus and either dramatically improved some of the things they were worried about or showed that he's actually probably more ready to go right now than maybe they thought. So it sort of changed their eye line a little bit, but I think they went with the original plan.
College football started unofficially, week 0, they call it, this past weekend. But for all intents and purposes, kicks off tonight with week 1. Danny Cannell is going to join us to break down the whole college slate this weekend and all the big storylines going into the season at 3. If you haven't heard Danny on the show talking college ball in the past, make sure you're listening. He is tremendous, just fantastic talking about the game at that level. But some really good games tonight, including one that I'm particularly interested in, Deion Sanders and Colorado hosting North Dakota State, one of the top teams at the non-D1 level. That's an 8 o'clock kick. It'll be televised on ESPN this evening. Number 11, Missouri, is hosting a game tonight. Number 24, NC State, has a tilt at their place as well. I've actually been to that stadium, weirdly enough, for a Caps outdoor game against the Hurricanes. Carter Finley, I think it's called. in Raleigh, North Carolina. But should be a fun night of college football, including with Colorado taking center stage for the first of many times this season, with Dion and company being such a lightning rod for all things content.
I can't help it. I don't want to tune in. I don't want to reward that kind of behavior, but I'm fascinated by what Colorado is and is doing. And I guess maybe that's the point, right? Like how brash and abrasive and how Dion doing things that I don't necessarily approve of, barring people from asking questions or whatever if they've offered critical takes about him or his program or
For
otherwise.
people that don't know this story, there's a guy that they don't like how he writes about Deion Sanders in the program. He's got nicknames for Dion. He pokes fun at guys, and it seems like it's taking personal shots maybe is a way to describe it, although it could be a bridge too far. But nothing that is like completely unheard of, right? It's not like he's doing something awful. He just clearly doesn't like the way they're running the program. And they have told him that he cannot be a part of the press conferences
barred.
and cover the team.
Yeah, I generally can't stand the college football coach bully. I hated it when Urban Meyer used to do it. He would berate people for not being cheerleaders for his dumb Florida program where people were we now know we're committing crimes like all the time under his employer as players in his charge. So stuff like that I never approve of, but I'm morbidly fascinated to see what Colorado is.
Yesterday, when we were on the air, Noah Brown signed with the Commanders. Didn't really get a chance to touch the folks and get their thoughts on the move, though. So we could do that moving ahead this hour next. How much do you think Noah Brown, the brand new wide receiver coming over from the Houston Texans, is going to impact the Commanders? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Before we get into Noah Brown, the newest Commanders, we welcome you back on G&D. A reminder, 4:15 today, Adam Peters, GM of the Commanders, right here on this show. And one other housekeeping reminder. Tuesday night, this coming Tuesday, we will have our Grant and Danny Fantasy Football Listener League Draft. It's just a great opportunity to get together with some friends of the show and some listeners who check out the program day in and day out. Anybody can come, though, and hang out with us. We're going to be at a restaurant, at a bar, and you can come take part in the festivities with us, even if you don't make the league, if you don't want to be in the league. We're just talking football.
Just hanging out. Eating some wings.
Exactly. It's going to be a blast. So if you want to be in the league, it is not too late. We should let everybody know that. We are closing down. Darius, I'm going to tag you in on this. I have made you officially the bad guy this year. We're closing out any opportunity to get into the league tonight, right?
That'll be correct. By the end of tonight, we'll just go ahead and call it midnight. Midnight tonight, your last opportunity to be able to submit your form for the Grant and Danny trivia contest that we're doing. That'll be located on our Facebook page, the Grant and Danny Facebook page, as well as you guys' individual Twitter accounts.
Pin tweet, top of my account right now, at Grant H. Paulson. I'm sure the same for Danny, at Funny Danny. If you want to be in the Listener League, I have a link for you right there. You can go to facebook.com/Grant and Danny. And Darius, you put together a little quiz on interesting tidbits from the show over the last year that if you listen enough, you'll do very well on. The top 10 make the league, I believe.
That'll be correct. The top 10 will make the league. We will do the scoring tomorrow, and we will announce those winners tomorrow afternoon on the show.
That's awesome.
Yep,
okay.
That's fun, man.
So get in by midnight tonight, take the quiz, make your attempt at getting into the league. But regardless, if you're in or you're not, you can plan on Tuesday night being with us. And the big draft, the hangout. It's a good hang. Come kick it. It's going to be a good time.
Good opportunity to heckle too, right? Because if you're not drafting, you're not making any wrong picks. So as we walk up there with the sticker and slap it on the big board, even if you think it's a great pick, you don't have to say so. You can say it's bad. You say you're stupid and you're fat, Danny, and you smell and your haircut's weird. You know what I mean? Like whatever you want to do, you can do.
Highline R&R is where we're drafting on Tuesday night.
Love that spot.
It's on Crystal Drive in Arlington, Virginia, over in the Crystal City area. And we will be there throughout the evening on Tuesday for our fantasy draft. So those are the details. Can't say we didn't try to help you get into the league. Now, on to Noah Brown, the wide receiver cut by the Texans, signed by the Commanders, who at one point last season got an opportunity with a bunch of injuries and shined in a good offense with C.J. Stroud feeding him the football. He had a 2-game stretch last year where he was the best wide receiver in the league statistically. Went 6 for 153, and then 7 grabs for $172 and a touchdown against the Bucs and Bengals, respectively. The rest of the season, he was largely not much of a factor, but he has flashed. He has shown that he is big, and that's the key, I think, to him coming to DC, Danny.
Yep.
The size, right? He's going to provide something that is lacking in the receiver room. He could take the lid off the defense. And you and I both think he's going to play very quickly.
I do too. Now, how fast he fully gets up to speed and he's integrated into everything, I don't know the answer. I don't. I don't know how hard it is. I don't know if he's got a photographic memory and it's encyclopedic within 24 hours, or if it takes him like a normal human being a little while to learn the brand new language, where to line up and how, learn the quarterback that he's going to be playing with, scheme, design, what's asked of him each and every play. It's probably not fair to say, all right, on Sunday, you're going to get 10 targets. Let's see what happens. That's a tough ask for anybody. But I think this is their second best wide receiver. I don't know if that's inflammatory to people, but I don't think much of that room outside of Terry McLaurin. And I think opposite him, this is the perfect, they're obviously, more marquee players, bigger stars as number 2 receivers. But this is the kind, by design, of player I would try to have opposite McLaurin. I would have the big, deep threat, the guy that scares you to take the top off the defense to let Terry work where I would want him to work, which is that 20 yards and in. That's where I think he's really, really good. And as a technician, that's what I want. I want the deep threat. Look no further than a guy that averaged, 17 plus yards per catch last year. Please and thank you.
I don't think it should be controversial at all to say he's their second best wide receiver. I mean, we're a long ways removed from him being a 7th round pick. I don't think that's how he's necessarily viewed anymore. He broke out in Dallas. Remember, this isn't a one-trick pony.
Yeah, 2 different stops.
Or really a one-hit wonder, I guess is what I was looking for, where he just suddenly emerged for a couple of games with the Texans. He actually was better the year before, again, climbing a depth chart where he wasn't supposed to be a big deal in Dallas and making over 40 catches for over 550 yards. Then on a new team and a new offense that, to your point, he had to learn pretty quickly with Houston, he was able to emerge and have some huge games. If you look at PFF grading, not gospel, but just part of what I would say is an insight that I want added to every puzzle that we're going to put together here on the show. Terry McLaurin's grade last year as a player on offense was 75.1. Noah Brown's was 74.3. Terry McLaurin's receiving grade last year was 74.5, which is really, really good. Noah Brown's was 75, slightly higher graded. Now, they don't take sample size into account. I'm not suggesting he's a better player than Terry McLaurin. De'Ami Brown, if he played 11 plays last year and played them all very well and ran good routes and made a couple nice blocks, would grade out very high as well. My point is just to say, it doesn't really matter what metric you're looking at. He should grade out higher than a guy in De'Ami Brown who caught 12 balls last season, or Olamide Zaccheaus, who, despite having an excellent camp and a terrific preseason, and I feel very good about what he's going to provide in the slot and around the line of scrimmage, Noah Brown's been more successful, more of a factor in the league the last couple of years than Olamide Zaccheaus. So I don't think you should get any heat for that take at all. That does not seem hot to me. That's not even warm. That's just a take.
Well, people who are so reverential towards, front offices, and they decide that a guy before he's even played an NFL down, like a Luke McCaffrey, or, because they've seen Byron Pringle, or now De'Ami Brown's going to break out, of which I'm not going to hold my breath on. No. Those are the guys. So if you're one of those in fill in the blank executive we trust, automatically whatever pill they hand you to swallow, maybe you might be offended by that. So I guess maybe that's who I'm referring to when I say that was my semi-hot take. But this is how I would design it, right? If I'm able to sort of, take the names off it, I'm doing Madden create a player, I'd have one receiver that's quicker, again, kind of works that 20 yards and in, great hands, tough as nails, does everything asked of him like McLaurin, and then I'd have the deep threat. Right now, ideally, that guy's got some size as a deep threat as well, and that's what Noah Brown is. So history's been filled with a number of players that have had lesser roles in stacked rooms, right? Think Pierre Garçon in Indianapolis, for example. You're the number 3 with Reggie Wayne and some other studs there, or a guy that's a running back in some places that he goes to another venue and gets a better shot, or a guy that's a part-time starter, goes somewhere else and thrives. History is littered with guys where you come from pretty good places with pretty good rooms. You're capable, but you're just a victim of numbers. You go somewhere else with a larger role and you can thrive. I'm not saying he's a Pro Bowler. I'm not saying he's going to, catch 1,200 yards worth of balls. What I am saying is I think he's going to help a lot.
Totally. A couple other numbers that I just think are interesting, and I'm only using McLaurin as the comparison because he's the guy here that we know is really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
McLaurin last year, after the catch, struggled a little bit.
Yep.
To the point where when we talked to Dan Quinn, we have not talked to Dan Quinn on this show, but when the media talked to Dan Quinn in town, one of the things he said that McLaurin was really working on all offseason going into camp was the ability to make plays after the catch, to extend plays, to break tackles, to do something after he caught the football. Last year, yards after catch per reception for Terry McLaurin, 4.5 on average. Noah Brown, 6.7. Now, that's 2+ yards. It does not sound like a big deal. From an average standpoint, that is massive.
It's a massive deal.
Now, that speaks to the scheme and the offense and probably how wide open he was, how much separation he got, and maybe even ball placement from a quarterback, Stroud being better than Howell, obviously. There's a lot of things that go into that. But that's not nothing. I mean, this is a guy that was a rumbling big presence after the catch despite his size. You mentioned 17.2 per reception. McLaurin last year, 12.7. Different offense, not as prolific, but he can take the lid off a little bit. Now, flip side of this, an area where he struggled, I thought, a tad. Last year, McLaurin was graded with 4 drops via PFF in 128 targets in a 79-catch season. 4 drops, 128 targets. On just 54 targets, Noah Brown dropped 5 passes last year. They played together at Ohio State. These two guys, they know each other well. They're both Buckeyes. One was drafted in the 3rd round. It looks like should have been drafted probably in the 1st or 2nd round. In Terry McLaurin's case, probably the 1st round. Noah Brown was a 7th round pick. So I'm not pretending like he's coming in here to be A.J. Green or something.
Right.
That's not what he is. But there's some things I really like. So next, let's do this. Over or under on projections for him. Let's set him at 49.5 catches and 499.5 yards. Using his last couple seasons plus the projected role here, we'll come up with basically a 50-catch, 500-yard, standard wide receiver 2 and a not great offense kind of numbers. Would you go over or under that? We'll do that next. And we want to hear from you guys, your thoughts on Noah Brown and the Commanders. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We did it. We got back to football season, people. I'm going to drive out, hit the Beltway toward Tyson's Corner to Marshall High School. Watch a little high school football tonight.
Here we go.
Love a high school game.
Not too far from old Randy Douye.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Welcome to bring the boys out to see the Annandale Adams.
Exeter 2 off the old Beltway.
Get a hot dog wrapped in foil. Big fan of popcorn. A little butter.
Is that Marshall? Is where you headed?
Marshall. The Annandale Adams are on the road tonight.
Against the Statesman.
Got to go watch that matchup.
Got to see it.
Or some are saying the biggest matchup in the state of Virginia this year. That's what some are saying.
Just tonight, though. Probably the biggest matchup in the state tonight.
At Marshall High School.
At Marshall.
Right.
That's in Fairfax.
But I will be there.
Not far from Pittman Hills where I grew up.
And then I'm going home to watch Colorado. And then for the next several months, I know what I'm doing. It's
pretty
just
much locked in.
Parking in front of my TV. Football, man.
Football.
It's the thing. It's the thing you like and I like.
The thing.
We did it.
Fantasy drafts everywhere. So much DFS in my near future. Thinking, I probably have the right lineup here to win all that money. Like, I got it. No one else does. I figured it out.
Not going to lose any leagues.
It's my best.
I'm only going to win leagues.
Yep.
David is in Sterling on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. David, we're talking Noah Brown and the Commanders. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just to start off, I watched your what you posted, Grant, yesterday of all his catches, and I really liked what I saw. There was just catches over the middle, seemed like 15 to 20 yards every time. Him taking defenders, another 5 yards. I think it's actually going to be a pretty good marriage for us. I'm looking forward to watching it.
I mean, he just does some things that they don't really have guys doing here based on being 6'2" and 215.
Yeah.
In breaking, digs type stuff, second level, behind, linebackers. They needed it. They got it. And I'm happy that they did. We'll ask Adam Peters about the process that resulted in Noah Brown ended up in Washington and whether or not there were other teams vying for his services when Peters joins us. Among the other things we'll cover, Brendan Ayuk might come up here on Grant and Danny. Adam Peters, 4:15 today, live right here on the Fan, so make sure you're listening. But what about those totals I threw at you? Let's go over under. Catches 49.5.
So I think just under that. I see basically 3 catches a game when you average it out. I think there's going to be a couple of weeks he doesn't see many targets, just not what it's in the game plan. It's going to be ground and pound, close to the line of scrimmage. Say you're playing the Giants or something like that, and you're in a rock fight, and they got to win 16-12.
Well, let me go back then. If you're looking at it as like averages per game, how soon? Because it might not be week 1. He's learning a lot of the offense. How soon until you think he's actually a starter who's playing a lot?
A month?
Okay.
I mean, does that seem crazy?
And then you think he makes up for a little lost time to get to those averages?
Like, to me, the way he gets it is big plays. Like that's why he's here. He's got that explosive thing. Otherwise, if you wanted someone to run another 7-yard hitch, Byron Pringle probably has 10 guys who could do that with him. The special thing is that he's big and fast enough to go down the field over the top. So it's not going to be every week. And I mean, think of the Deshaun Jackson ownership experience, right? Where you go, there are weeks it's 3 for 21 and there's not much happening. And then there's that 5-catch, 200-yard, 2-touchdown, and he can't go to the end zone normally. He has to go sideways and then back in, and he's already doing the celebration, and he barely crossed the goal line while still holding the football. That's the experience. I'm not saying you're going to get that because Deshaun Jackson's one of a kind, but that sort of deal, he's going to end up, I think, with over the yardage totals, but under the catch totals.
So the 499.5, you would go over?
I think he goes over 500.
Wow.
And so it's probably, in that 550 range with about 46 catches.
So
That's what I got.
Under on both. I'm saying 40-ish catches for 425 yards. Danny, I'm going to be elated if he's in the 500s. So you've got him number 2 on the team among receivers only.
Yes.
Like tight ends, running backs, whatever.
I think he's 4th on the team in catches, 2nd among receivers.
And if he's over 500 yards, he's probably in the top 3 in terms of receiving yards total. I don't know if Ertz is going to be healthy enough to get there. If he is, he'll get over that. Eckler very possibly is going to be over that. But McLaurin's the only guy that, if healthy, would be a lock to surpass that receiving total. So as excited as I am about this, it sounds like you even think this is going to be a more impactful, immediate return.
Yeah, because this has been my stance, and everybody's going to make fun of me for saying the same thing. Their receiver room's not very good outside of Terry McLaurin.
Wait, hang on a second. Let me grab a pencil.
Yeah, write this down.
I haven't heard you mention this yet.
I've only been bringing it up since the end of last season.
You're the only one.
Here is.
Let me hear you say it.
Here is the opportunity. The opportunity is right there. There's no Curtis Samuel. There's no Jahan Dotson. Even if there was, he would have been the second best receiver in this room. Now there's especially no Jahan Dotson because he was traded away for a future draft pick. The opportunity is golden. I don't think they're going to heavily feature it and do it like I would like it done to have it more wide open and do more to help Jaden Daniels. I think they're going to run and do things close to the line of scrimmage and feature Eckler, Ertz, and maybe Sinnott as the year goes on. But there's an opportunity here for him to catch some passes and be explosive.
My only cold water that I would offer pouring, I'm not going to dump it on you, ALS Ice Bucket Challenge style.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to get a little bit of cold water in a cup, okay?
Sure.
I'm just going to sit it next to you.
Go ahead.
I do wonder a little bit. He was in a Shanahan offense with Bobby Slowick running the Texans offense, who's a head coaching candidate, was interviewing for jobs, including this one, I believe, this offseason. And he played with an outstanding quarterback. C.J. Stroud last year was a top 10 guy in the league. You could even have said a lot of weeks was at a top 5 level in football. Whether he does that again as a sophomore, where you'd rank him, doesn't really matter. I'm not concerned with that. But he played at that level last year. You're no longer in that kind of offense. We're hoping Cliff Kingsbury delivers the goods. But I don't have the same confidence in his scheme that I do in the Shanahan scheme that has taken the league by storm and everyone's trying to replicate. And I hope that Jaden Daniels is really good, but I don't know if he's C.J. Stroud. So I do think, in the same way, remember when we were talking about a possible Ayuk trade, you and I kept coming back to two big questions. How much of his production is like the guys around him and being in the Shanahan offense? And then the other one was like, how much of his production is essentially the fact that he is schemed open, so to speak? I think you could still ask some of those questions about Noah Brown too. And maybe the faders get turned down on those important elevating categories around him. Now, I still think with his size and the way he runs routes, all you got to do is be better than De'Ami Brown, who's never caught 15 balls, and Zacchaeus, who caught 10 last year, and you'll play and you'll help.
This is kind of my point.
And maybe that's the answer. But I do wonder about that a little bit. Like,
I think it's fair to wonder.
7 for 170 in a game probably had more to do with situation than just this guy's ready to go do that regularly.
And that's why I'm not calling for it. That's why I'm not telling you they just unearthed the next gem that's going to catch 65 balls for 1,000 yards. I don't think that's the case. I think they got a nice complementary piece who, by standing taller than really short folks, will thrive, quote unquote, in his role. Mid-40s catches and like 550 yards is not setting the world on fire. That's less than, Jake Ferguson at tight end did last year.
I like this too. Nikki Javala of the Washington Post tweeted this a minute ago. Jaden Daniels, after practice, getting in extra reps, walking through details of routes with wide receiver Noah Brown.
Oh, yes.
Practice.
Give me that immediately.
So your quarterback being a leader, just let's get this dude up to speed. He can help me. I can help him. Let's help each other together. Adam Peters, GM of the Commanders, who traded for picks yesterday in the John Ridgeway deal and acquired Noah Brown via free agency, will join the show at 4:15. We'll ask him about those moves and many of the other big decisions he's made since taking over the team. That's coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes. So spread the word. Adam Peters right here on Grant and Danny at 4:15. We've also got Ben Standig of The Athletic on the Commanders today at 6. But next, let's get you ready for a big night and a massive season of college football with Danny Cannell right here on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan, a Darius Dameron, Ryan Clary production today. This show is sponsored daily by our friends, the law firm Condorian Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you to draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. My parents went to Condorian Murad. They're very glad they did. And they told me to tell you guys that it was an amazing experience. And that's why we are sending you to Condorian Murad here at Grant and Danny. Remember, you can sign up for our Fantasy Football League right now. Go take a quiz at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny to try to win your way in to the league. The quiz is available on our Twitter accounts or at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. You've got to take the quiz, submit your results by midnight. The best graded quizzes are going to get into the Fantasy League. We'll make the announcement on the show tomorrow. We are drafting on Tuesday in Crystal City. Even if you're not into the league, you can come hang out with us for the draft, be part of the night. It's going to be fun. We're at Highline R&R over in Crystal City on Crystal Drive in Arlington, Virginia. But let's get to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. We are joined now by former ACC Player of the Year, national champion Danny Cannell via Bet Online to get the college football season started. Danny, we are fired up. You have you back on the show.
Grant, Danny, what's going on, fellas? I'm fired up to talk to you. You know what that means, baby. It is time for some action. It's been a long off season. There's been a lot of speculation about a lot of teams, like who's going to look like what's the conference realignment going to look like. We get to find out this weekend. I am fired up.
How different are things going to feel with this 12-team playoff system getting introduced this year? It's going to feel new and fresh and shiny and clean for a while, I imagine, Danny.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is one of the best developments we've seen in college football, maybe in the last 50 years. Like, I was kind of excited when they went from the BCS to the 4-team, but I was like, man, that's still a really small number, 4 teams out of 130 that can make it. And going to 12, I think the most interesting aspect to it, and some people don't like this, and I'll give you an example. Florida State last week loses to Georgia Tech, right? My alma mater. In years past, that might have been a devastating blow. Like, man, you have almost no chance to work your way back into the top 4, but you not only can win your way back in the top 12, you also can still win the ACC potentially, which is an automatic berth to the 12-team playoff. In fact, at the Power 4 conference, it'd give you an automatic top seed, and a bye for the 12-team playoff. So I actually like that. I think there's a lot of teams throughout history who have lost games early and missed out on a championship, maybe due to injury, maybe due to somebody starting that wasn't supposed to, and they were able to play their way back in. Most importantly, though, I think the month of November is going to be that much more entertaining for way more fan bases. Historically, it's only been about 8 to 9 teams that felt like they could make it in that top 4. Now we'll probably go 25 deep, and it'll be a lot of fun. It'll make more meaningful games in November that I cannot wait to look forward to. So I think it's going to be a really fun season.
So we've had so many evolutions, right? I mean, you and I are old enough to remember when, like, Washington and Georgia Tech just shared it. No chance they would play. The voters just voted, and that was the end. There was no ceremony, no nothing. Then we go to the BCS. Then we got to go to this tournament. And the reason I wanted one more evolution was I want that UCF magical season. I want them involved. I want that Boise State team to be involved in a playoff. Whether they were going to win it or not, I just kind of wanted to see that. That's more fun than the sort of same collection of blue bloods. And I'm going, okay, now we got 12. It's going to happen. But is it? Does it feel like it's going to be more wide open, or is it now, well, we got 2 major conferences and it'll be, 5 teams from each one and Notre Dame probably. How's it going to shake out?
Yes. Oh, it'll be largely dominated by the power conferences. So in the Power 4, there's really the Super 2, right? Let's be honest. The Big Ten and SEC, just go follow the money. That's always what you have to do in college athletics and probably anywhere else in life. Follow the money. They have the richest TV contracts from ESPN and Fox, respectively, the Big Ten and the SEC. So I would expect of the 12, 4 from each of those 2. And I already saw Nick Saban making his predictions, trying to get 5 SEC teams in the 12-team field. Here's the one good thing, but I do think you better enjoy it before it goes away. There will be at least one group of 5 team in the playoff, and it'll probably be that 12th seed, but they are guaranteed a spot. The highest ranked Group of 5 conference champion will get a chance to play that role of Cinderella. And I agree with you. Like I was a big backer of UCF when they got left out, that they should have had a chance. I was a fan when Cincinnati got a chance. And actually, I thought they held their own. They didn't beat Alabama, but they played Bama just as good as a lot of teams. And one of the things we love about the NCAA tournament in basketball, Cinderella stories, right? Like those upsets, that first round. We love seeing those. Here's the thing, though. I think we could possibly get an upset. I don't think we see a Cinderella run to the championship game. There just is such a big gap in the talent level. And while I say that, I do think so. They're going to revisit the structure in 2 years. And I think we're probably closer to having the Group of 5 teams have their own playoff system and their own champion, as opposed to still getting access to this one with the big boys. Again, follow the money. Those teams are not going to like I can just hear it now. Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC, when a Boise State gets in saying, well, our 5th best team would be favored by 3 touchdowns versus Boise State. You know, he's going to make that argument, and their voices carry a lot of weight. I don't think it should matter. I hate using that, philosophy, using point spreads to justify teams in the playoff. We've seen that before. I'm with you. I wish we could see that Cinderella type run, still exist. But my stronger feeling is after 2 years, probably their chance goes away.
Danny Cannell, BetOnline, betonline.net. You can check out BetOnline for updated college football playoff win totals, conference, Heisman, and college football week 1 lines. Danny, specific to the realignment in the Super 2 conferences you referenced, what are the big storylines? And for the casuals, what do they need to know about all the change going into the season?
Well, first of all, it's going to take a while to get used to, right? Like just speaking the lingo of college football. Like I was doing a discussion on my radio show in the morning a couple months ago, and we were looking for big, non-conference matchups and who the Big Ten was playing. And I glossed right over USC playing LSU on Sunday night in Las Vegas because I had forgot that USC is now a Big Ten team, right? USC, UCLA. Like that to me just logistically, compartmentally in my brain, it's going to take me a while to say USC, UCLA are Big Ten teams along with Oregon and Washington. The one thing also that I think fans need to know about, and this is why when both commissioners, when it was Tony Petitti of the Big Ten and Greg Sankey of the SEC, one of the things that they both have said is it's about matchups, and it's supposed to be about the fans. And that is going to be really exciting. When you see some of these matchups on the table, like a Texas hosting Georgia as an SEC conference game, that'll be a ton of fun. Like the Florida Gators hosting the Oklahoma Sooners, or just, these new players at the party, you're going to see some really good matchups throughout the season. Every college football season in the past few years, there have been some weekends that have been kind of sleepy, and you're like, where's the good matchup? Every single weekend, there's going to be some sensational matchups. Like there's going to be at least 2 or 3 because of the conference realignment. I still think it get better. I still think we should get to a place where everyone's playing the same amount of Power 4 teams, and we need to kind of iron that out. But I'll take some of these phenomenal matchups that we're going to see early this season. It's going to be a ton of fun.
So we know at the top of the board, a lot of the usual suspects here in Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Alabama, right there in your top 5. Danny, give me a couple of teams that are maybe outside of that group, maybe 10 or lower, that you like, maybe working their way up, making some noise, that have some potential to disrupt here.
Oh, I got a few. Now, here's the thing, because I do think some people thought, we'll open up to 12 teams. That'll bring parity, because for a long time, it's either been Bama, it's been Georgia, it's been Clemson. It's like the same 3 or 4 teams, Ohio State. And it was great to see Michigan last year kind of shake things up and have a new player to the party. I think it'll be harder for some of these long shots to go through 3 or 4 games to win a national championship. But hey, the teams that could do it, I like Texas A&M, the Aggies. Now, they have a monster game this weekend against Notre Dame, coming to town, Kyle Field. The place is going to be electric. They've got a quarterback and a guy named Connor Wegman, who has played a little bit, and he's been really good when he's played, but the last 2 seasons have been cut short by injury. If he stays healthy, I think they could be the team that surprises. Of all these new schedules we've talked about, their schedule is still pretty favorable, and I really like Mike Elko, the job that he's done there as the new head coach coming over from Duke. They had Jimbo Fisher. There was always some sort of drama coming out. There was issues with recruits. You had to kick guys off the team, guys disgruntled about playing time. Feels like they're more about business now. And I still think the one thing that Jimbo Fisher left behind was a pretty loaded cupboard. There still are a lot of 4 and 5 stars on that team. So if it comes together, I could see the Aggies being a fun bet from a long shot perspective, 45-1. Another one that I'll give to you, another team on display this weekend. Now, I don't love their chances to win this weekend, but that's the beauty of this system. Like, it doesn't matter. You could lose this game. The Miami Hurricanes, this is the most talented roster that they've had since joining the ACC. We're talking about 20 years. They've got the most stacked roster with 4 and 5 star talent, and most importantly, a quarterback who I think is a difference maker in Cam Ward, who transferred in. He started his career at Incarnate Word, and he threw 47 touchdown passes at the FCS, won the award for Player of the Year at that level, goes to Washington State, puts up 2 pretty good years on a team that's not that great. Statistically had pretty strong, numbers that he put up. Now he goes to a situation where he's got a back, and Damian Martinez was another transfer portal addition the Hurricanes made. Pair that with a defense, which has added some portal guys, and they've already been recruiting pretty well. All that being said, and I do kind of like them if it all comes together for them, I think they could be that team. Mario Cristobal, the head coach down there, better get it going, or else he's going to be facing some serious answers, because I think most people, the win total for them is 9.5. I think they should go over. I think even Miami fans feel like, yeah, that should be an over. If he struggles and they go, 8 wins or less, boy, Mario Cristobal is going to find himself probably on that hot seat conversation the following season. But I like their chances to get it done this year.
You can see why we love talking college football with Danny Cannell, the former national champion at Florida State and 4th-round pick in the NFL, joining us via Bet Online here on Grant and Danny. Danny, I actually want to hop up to the top of the rankings and the top of the board. Danny kind of glossed over. Georgia, Ohio State, Dan Lanning in Oregon, Texas, Alabama with a new head coach, Ole Miss, everybody's kind of crowning coming into the season with Lane Kiffin. If you would just go rapid fire, if you don't mind, a few thoughts on each of those teams and what you like and what you don't like, or who's as good as we expect and maybe who isn't.
So the favorites, I am pretty chalky, like on my postseason, like Final Four picks, who's going to win it. My pick to win it all was Oregon over Georgia. So a couple of the favorites in there. If you want a little bit better value, Oregon's at plus 750 as opposed to Georgia, who's a pretty heavy favorite. So the team that I did not talk about, did not pick, is Ohio State. And I'll steal this from Kirk Herbstreit because I saw him say it the other day on Pat McAfee's show. Ohio State has this loaded roster, right? That has never been the problem at Ohio State. They've always had talented players on the roster. The one thing they've lacked is both a mental toughness and a physical toughness, which is kind of crazy considering the talent they have on the team. How do they respond? Like, how do they respond to that? Because they've been owned the past 3 seasons by Michigan, and they've got the opportunity. They have to go to Oregon in the regular season, where they could have to travel, take this thing on the road. They have Michigan come into their place, and then they have a Penn State game on the road. They'll be favored probably in every single game except for that game in Oregon. I think there's a chance they could be an underdog in that situation. But I'm very curious to see with this superstar team, how do they come together? Like, how do they galvanize around each other? Most of the time when you see these national championship runs, you see teams that really have a lot of guys that come back, which Ohio State did. They had guys on the defensive side of the ball that could have gone pro, decided to come back. So I like some of the messaging coming out, but I need to see it. And the biggest question mark I have for them is their quarterback, Will Howard, who really is the only question mark. He has a nice career at Kansas State, won a Big 12 title there, but this is a whole different ballgame going to Ohio State with the type of pressure you're going to get from your own fan base. And then I'll go with you to round it out. The team that has the 4th best odds, plus 750, like Oregon, is the Texas Longhorns. They are a team that I do think they'll make the playoffs. I do think they'll be in that 10-2 conversation. I've got them playing Georgia in the SEC championship game. Quinn Ewers, I think, is probably one of the more underrated starting quarterbacks in the country. Steve Sarkisian always puts up pretty good offensive game plans. And oh, by the way, if anything happens to him, Arch Manning is sitting there waiting in the wings. My biggest question mark, what I worry about them, is the defensive line. They lost a couple guys in the interior to the NFL, and I'm kind of curious to see where they stack up. And then lastly, so I don't ramble too long, 2 teams last year that were in the Final Four that I think we're forgetting about, Alabama and Michigan. Like Alabama, Kalen DeBoer, they still have a lot of talent on that roster. By the way, he's got his quarterback who was a finalist for the Heisman returning as well. They're not going anywhere. I think they'll have a say in this kind of finale and see if they can be in there in November. I think they'll be in the mix. And then Michigan, I don't feel quite as confident, but they have beaten Ohio State 3 years in a row and won the Big Ten. Like, this is a team that knows how to win. And I think they're like sort of that perfect mix of talent. Plus, you talk about chip on the shoulder, everyone, picking Ohio State yet again. And they're like, wait a second, we just won the national championship and no one's given us a chance. If they figure out quarterback, they could be a team that can be reckoned with.
Danny mentioned the Heisman. I'm throwing a couple shekels on Jalen Milroe, I think, but there's some guys with some better odds. Who do you like? And give me your prediction.
I went super chalky, and I hate it because the favorite never wins. I did pick Dylan Gabriel. I had them to win the national championship as well. He's very, very similar to Bo Nix, like similar style of player, and he's going to go down as probably the most prolific passer in college football history, which I kind of don't like because he gets an extra year. Like, that's the college football record books are going to be skewered because of all these guys that have an extra COVID year and, they're 5th and 6th year seniors. But he's still going to get that advantage of getting this sort of lifetime achievement award. And I think he's going to put up monster numbers. And then I talked a little bit about him earlier. If you wanted a little bit longer shot, I do like Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami. Think about the narrative as well as the quarterback who brought Miami back, right? That's going to be such a big storyline if the Miami Hurricanes are relevant in November. He's electric too. He doesn't always play within the system. And I think Heisman voters love getting that Heisman moment. I think he's got some opportunities for that. So I like Cam Ward as a little bit of a longer shot in that Heisman race.
Danny Cannell, Grant and Danny here on the Fan, BetOnline, betonline.net. I don't know if you have question asking privileges of Colorado or not. I'm not sure if you're in the cool kids
Are you in the
club.
circle?
Oh, I'm definitely barred. I am definitely barred.
Yeah.
We had a little tussle last year, me and Dion. I'm definitely barred.
Yeah, you and me both. I mean, he doesn't know who I am, but he'd bar me if he did. I guess my question about Colorado, they play tonight at 8. There's a slate tonight, by the way, top 25 games to watch, including 11 Missouri in action at home. A number 22 Kansas is playing. But Colorado on ESPN, 8 o'clock kick this evening, I think is going to draw the most attention. Where are you at on them this season? It was a very turbulent offseason for Sanders in the program, but he's got a couple of the best players in America.
Oh, it was a turbulent year last year for them, right? They started off on fire, then collapsed at the end. They fired their offensive coordinator, which was like the one bright spot of the team was the offensive numbers they were putting up. Like, I think you're going to see more of the same. The thing is, like, do we get the same type of fireworks that we saw to them? Can they beat a Nebraska again the way they did last year, which was one of their more impressive wins? They're in the Big 12, which is kind of wild. Like, it's wide open. I think there's going to be some teams that are very evenly matched in the Big 12. I know Shador is going to play really well. Travis Hunter is one of the best players in the country playing wide receiver and DB, which I love. But, like, Dion is a circus. Like, the criticisms that he's taken are valid. It's not like people are just making stuff up out of thin air. He brings a lot of attention. And for somebody who's a Hall of Famer and one of the best college players to ever play, one of the best NFL players, man, does he have some thick skin. But I think what Dion struggles with is as a player, he could be brash and confident, and then he could go out there on the field himself and back it up and shut up his critics. I think he's struggling with being that brash, confident coach who feels hopeless when his team can't get it done. And I think that's a struggle for him, and I think he's still trying to navigate that. To answer your question, like if I was going to lean one way or another, I think they're right around their win total, which is 5.5. I think probably 5 or 6 wins is probably where I expect them to be. I'd probably lean under just because of the uncertainty. But at the same time, I wouldn't be shocked if they were 8 or 9 wins because they are a team that does thrive on the attention, that thrives on success. But I think a strong start is critical for them. Like tonight's game is not a cakewalk. North Dakota State has beaten 6 out of the 7 FBS opponents they faced. They are an FCS team, lower level. They have played the role of giant slayer pretty well. Then next week they have to go to Nebraska where they'll probably be dogs. Like the start of the season to me is crucial for Colorado because the one thing that we've seen from this circus atmosphere, when they face adversity, they don't always respond and they don't always handle it well. So very critical to the start of Colorado season.
Check out BetOnline, updated college football playoff win totals, conference, Heisman, and college football week 1 lines. Danny Cannell via BetOnline. We're keeping you too long, so we'll end it here. Just a little local flavor. We got a bunch of Virginia Tech, JMU, University of Maryland, UVA fans. Any thoughts on any of our local DMV, DC, Virginia area schools? Anything that you like this season?
Heck yes. I like the Hokies a lot. I do. I like Brent Pry. I like the job he's done. They have 20 out of 22 starters coming back. Their quarterback, Kyron Drones, is really special. I do like them to go on the road at Vanderbilt this weekend. I would lay the 13.5 and back the Hokies. But overall, in general, a lot of predictions, and when guys look at it, it's very unique to college football because you can get a schedule that is completely different than some of the other teams within your own conference, just luck of the draw sometimes. They've got a very favorable schedule. They do have to go to Miami, but that's probably the one game that you look at and you're like, there's two games, Miami and Clemson, that they host. They're at Lane Stadium, one of the best home field advantages that I feel like, okay, those are games maybe they could struggle, but every other game on the schedule, I think they could win. So 9-3, I think, is well within reason for Virginia Tech. And if they kind of capture some magic, I think you can see a 10-win season. And then what happens? Are they in the playoff conversation? That could be really interesting. I'm mildly worried about the September 21st matchup with Rutgers. But overall, I still like the Hokies this season as a whole.
Danny, awesome as always, man. Enjoy the games tonight, and we'll catch up during the season, buddy. Thank you.
Love catching up with you guys, man. Enjoy the games.
Danny Cannell on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Assistant General Manager Lance Newmark talked out in Ashburn today, and he said that the Commanders got way more done from a personnel standpoint and with player acquisitions than he expected this offseason. Do we agree? That's next on G&D. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 tonight, 3 hours from right now. We will be with you throughout the afternoon and evening, live and local into the night at 106.7 The Fan. The reason being, no Nats tonight, day off, which is rare on a homestand. They played at home yesterday, they played home tomorrow, and they are off. During the baseball season, how many of those do you think they get with their families at their houses?
7 to 8, maybe.
I would say less.
Less, you think?
I was thinking like 2 or 3, something like that, tops. Normally they build something in, like a charity event or some type of endeavor.
That's a
with
good
the
point.
club.
Yeah, like an early season Nats gala or whatever kind of deal, you know?
So I just want to get this out of the way. There was nothing particularly funny. A lot of people are tweeting me at Grant H. Paulson asking what was going on during the read. I wish I had a better story.
You caught the giggles is what happened.
Yes. I mean, there was something funny said. So right before I did the read, we were kind of kicking around, you and I, like a couple of questions for Adam Peters, who's going to be on the show at 4:15. And one of the questions that came up was, what's it like to look in the mirror and to see your jawline and just know that that gets to be your jawline every single day? Which is funny. It's not that funny, but it's funny.
It's a little thing.
And I wrote down jawline on the list of questions in front of me. And I kind of moved on. But then for whatever reason, right before I started the read, I just pictured him like looking in the mirror at his jawline. And it just, at that point, I was like, okay, don't make it obvious that you're about to laugh. And now you tell yourself not to do something. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
And
So
I wish I had a better story. There were times where Danny has ruined a read for me.
I've done that.
With his flatulence.
So
Nothing like that.
To be very clear, the instant Grant touched on the microphone, it sounded like a tuba through a megaphone went off, and it came from me, and it was my fault.
You're talking about the last time.
Yeah, the time where I had a butt burp and it was loud and you couldn't concentrate and I ruined your read and I felt bad for you and the wonderful product you're endorsing. Everyone assumed in the Glass Menagerie in here, Ryan and Darius and company and others sort of passing by,
They're like, what'd you do?
that I had done something this time.
You did
I
not.
was befuddled. Because Grant starts chuckling, looks at me, and then everyone else looking at me. I'm going, I swear to God, I didn't do anything. I feel like Charlie Sheen at the end of Major League. Like, I didn't know who she was. I swear to God. I'm just sitting there just totally guilty without doing anything.
Yes, I would like to take Danny off the hot seat. It was not his fault. And I wish there was something hilarious. There really isn't. I mean, it's kind of funny.
Just picture
but it was just literally
looking
like
in the mirror.
The idea of what's it like to have your jawline as a question for him, which is not something we're going to actually ask him. Or now maybe we have to, I guess. And just the idea of him like looking in the mirror going like, you've got a good jawline.
Yeah. Hey, Adam. What's up, buddy? Nice jawline. Thanks, pal. Have a great day.
That's it. That's all I got. There's not a whole lot more to it than that. His assistant general manager is Lance Newmark. He actually spoke today, and he doesn't speak very often. So this was kind of cool to see him meeting with the media after the roster cut down and the offseason that's now come and gone, as week one really kicks off officially after the holiday day off for the players on Monday. And they're actually going to be at the facility on Monday working, I guess I should say. But that'll be the next time that they're there because they're getting the day off tomorrow. But Newmark talked about the fact that they got more done, that they were able to make more moves, and that from whatever the expectations were for this front office going into the offseason to what they were actually able to accomplish, they did more than he anticipated in Ashburn today with the media.
Well, it's been a very active 5 or 6 months, whatever it's been. Every day we've come in here with the attitude of trying to get this better, to make this team as competitive as it can be right away, while also trying to build a team that's going to be competitive for the long haul. So every day we just try to find ways to get better, try to find ways to improve our roster, improve our process, whether it's free agency, whether it's the draft, whether it's workouts, whether it's going back on guys that have been hurt. We try to look under every rock and find every opportunity to improve, and we're trying to do that as fast as we can.
What do you make of it? Because I think you and I at different points have kind of been both excited and occasionally whelmed, not under overwhelmed, but whelmed with what they've been able to pull off. It was a busy offseason. The quantity was there.
Yeah.
The quality maybe was underwhelming some in the sense that we both wanted like a really good wide receiver. We both wanted a really good tackle. And clearly, if he's coming out saying we did more than we thought we'd do, what they thought was going to happen going in and what we were kind of expecting were two different things.
Yeah, so they kind of showed you what the thought was. Taking over a dreadful roster that went 4-13, needed a lot of turnover. And the way I interpreted it was, we didn't think the Bobby Wagners of the world would choose us, right? You know, like a guy that's going to be in demand, where you'd go, we're going to sign you to a 1-year deal for not that much money. Bobby Wagner would go choose, you wouldn't think it's Washington because it hasn't been in decades. You would choose, I don't know, someone that's going to be good, or a team that's on the ascent. Like if Houston offered Bobby Wagner the same amount of money, you'd probably choose there. That's a team that's on the rise. But maybe you won more of those little battles or those face-offs, or you got guys that you weren't sure you were going to get. You know, it's like a college coach. You're waiting for signing day, 6 different 5-stars. You're hoping for 3 of them, and you got 4. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win everything, but it's maybe more than you thought. That was my guess as to what he meant.
I just took it to mean we made a lot of moves. You don't normally make this many moves. I mean, by the time the season starts, there's going to be probably 35 players out of 53 that were not here to last season. Think about that. There's not another team in the league that can say that. That is a massive overhaul. So I just think he means how many teams went out and signed 25 free agents in the first couple of weeks of free agency, like the Commanders did. I think it's a quantity conversation that he's having. He came from Detroit, where he was instrumental in helping to build what was a really, really good team with Brad Holmes, the general manager there. Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn leading that coaching staff as the head coach and the coordinators. But I always wonder, when you go get a guy, the way that I would do it, and that's what Adam Peters did.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the ascending awesome teams in my conference? Let's bring as many of those people in that built that so that they can replicate it here. How do you take those previous experiences, like putting together a Lions team where you've got Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Craig Reynolds in the backfield, and Amon-Ra St. Brown with Jamison Williams, Khalif Raymond, Isaiah Williams at receiver, and the tight end room with Laporta and Brock Wright and Parker Hesse. Like, they're loaded everywhere. Really good line. Goff and Hendon Hooker at quarterback. They're stellar on defense. There just aren't holes on that team. He was a part of that operation. So how do you try to then implement that here?
Going back to, you brought up Dan Campbell, and I think there's a lot of similarities between Coach Campbell and Coach Quinn in terms of they really believe in team. They really believe in brotherhood. They really believe in, character and love of football. I think that the kind of people we're trying to get here believe in football. They believe in work. They believe in, team first, and just that mentality that you see, anybody, anywhere, anytime. There's really people that love to be around the game day in and day out. And I think that's what we're trying to do here. And it's similar to what I've done in the past.
As far as slogans go, and that's like Hall of Fame tough guy slogan, anybody, anywhere, anytime. I kind of like it. Like, it looks good on a t-shirt.
Yeah, you need stuff like that.
I mean, it is such a football cowboy bit. Like, anybody, anywhere, anytime. I'll fight you in a barn. I'll fight you in my living room. I'll just fight because I'm a fighter.
We'll do it on the moon.
I mean, it's a little bit cringe, but I love it in a way too.
Yeah.
You just kind of, it's football, man.
This
We're
stuff
doing
is
this thing
cheesy.
together.
It's cheesy if you and me in the office space, we're getting together at the Monday morning staff meeting. We want our attitude here at G&D. Our attitude is we'll fight you anywhere. That's our idea is we're going to outwork every single person around. We will fight you anywhere. Here, Moon, Mars, doesn't matter. We're fighting. All right. Okay. We're
fighting for ratings.
We're still doing government contracting.
Chris Russell, we'll slap him when he needs. No,
we're not.
But it's football.
But in football, you do it.
You fight.
You organize fighting, not the actual fighting that Ron Rivera wanted to get out of the league.
You claw with your fingernails for that inch.
Figuratively trying hard. That's the fighting.
This was more on Newmark, on the changes that they made and it exceeding the original expectation.
I'm excited about where we are. I think we're always like we said, we're always trying to get better. But I'm excited with what we've done. I feel like we've worked really hard. We've done a lot of things in every avenue possible, whether it's free agency, whether it's the draft. I feel like it's a good balance of new and old. I think there's 22 players from last year's team on this one. So it's some guys that have been here that have shown that they, want to be here and that they've earned a spot on this team. But there's also a lot of new energy and a lot of new excitement, from the outside. So it's a cool blend of existing players and new talent. overall, like I said, I feel really excited about where we are in the process. Probably, we probably were able to do a little bit more in this 6 months than I thought we were going to be able to in terms of player acquisition and getting to where I think we're going to be a fun team to watch. So yeah, it's been a great 6 months. I'm really happy with where we are.
See, that even speaks to maybe them getting to a point where they feel like they're a better team than he thought they'd be able to be coming off the 4 wins last season. Double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, is next on Grant and Danny. We are blitzing like always right at the top of the hour in 20 minutes at 4. Remember, spread the word, please. Let everybody on the Commanders text group that you've got know. Adam Peters is joining us live at 4:15 right here on The Fan. At 4:15 today, and at 6, we're giving away tickets to see Kevin Hart at DAR Constitution Hall. Plenty of reasons to stick with us here on The Fan. Our double play comes your way driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
GP, as you know, I'm a gamer, and per your recommendation, I checked out Black Myth Wukong.
Finally!
You were beating the drum on this.
Yes.
From game developer. Which company made it? Do you remember? The developer? Do you remember which one it is?
I'm not telling you.
But you can just tell me if you remember or not.
I do.
You don't have to say the name of it.
Bethesda Games.
First of all, don't taunt me or tease me like it's a Bethesda game. It's absolutely not a Bethesda game. That's funny. That's a good joke. I remember when Grant joked, I wrote it down in my journal. It's from developer Game Science. Not a huge history, to be honest with you.
Not a big history.
I didn't play Art of War Red Tides. Did you?
Loved it, actually.
You did? You liked it a lot?
Red Ties? Art of War?
Red Tides.
Yeah, that's what I said. Art of War?
You liked it?
Loved it.
How many hours did you think to completion?
34.
Really? That fast? God,
Yeah.
I forget. I'm such a mole. I take forever. There's shades of Ghosts of Tsushima in this game.
I didn't feel any Ghosts of Tsushima.
I mean, again, I don't know why you say hurtful things. In terms of gameplay, fighting style, and combat, it's a lot of Ghosts of Tsushima. You got a little bit of the Blood Souls kind of style, from Software in terms of it's unforgiving. It doesn't allow just like a tank style to play. Long and short is this: it's done incredibly well. It's getting rave reviews. I get a lot of tweets, JP Finlay style, from people like, have you played it? Have you played it? I got it. I'm a couple hours in. I'm hooked. It's so well done. We are in such a golden age of gaming and entertainment for people that love to stay home. And I'm one of those people.
Yeah.
It's so delightful. But again, early on, I'm not even really sure what the plot is. I'm not even sure I care. I'm having a great time going around, leveling my character up, beating bosses that are really hard, figuring out a way to overcome them. Really satisfying. Early returns, GP. I'm going to go 8.5 out of 10 carbohydrates. Very early into Black Myth Wukong.
Okay.
This looks like a pretty substantial undertaking here, if I'm being honest. But overall, really, really enjoying it. Having a great time. And thank you again for the recommendation.
My pleasure. I'm just glad you finally listened. I gave it 9 buffalo wings out of 10. Early on. So how long you been playing it?
Probably 2.5 hours, 3 hours.
Okay. So at that point, I was clearly further along than you are.
Yeah. Because I take forever. You know how I play.
Very slow on video games.
Mm-hmm.
I know that about you. What I had thought at that point was I wasn't quite sure what we were doing with the plot yet, but I was just being satisfied by the fight against the bad guys are hard to beat.
Yeah.
And that was satisfaction.
Boss fights, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, the boss fights.
The bosses.
Yeah.
I call them the bad guys, as you know.
Yeah.
But
industry term.
Yeah. At this point, I didn't know the plot, but wait till you find out. You're gonna love it.
Well, maybe I will, maybe I won't. It's like
I think you will.
They're so excited to do plot stuff, and it's like that's adorable. Could I just get back to destroying bosses with my staff? Like that's what I want to do.
Sure.
Yeah.
Shades of Ghosts of Tsushima in that way.
Yeah, the combat style's the same. That's what I said. The different stances, the different sort of builds that you have to do to make use of those different things. I love the one where you balance on top of your weapon while someone's trying to hack underneath you.
Yes.
How much fun is that?
It's time for my double play. I had to go to the bathroom yesterday while walking to my car in the Navy Yard after watching some Nats baseball. And I ran into one of the little sports little restaurants in this area, and they were doing trivia. I'm here to tell you guys, I dropped the ball. Clary, you should be doing trivia all the time. Darius, you should be doing trivia. I am so bummed out that I was never a trivia guy. I did it a couple times, and both times I loved it. It was so fun. You go out with a bunch of people. You're single. You're young. You're at a bar. There's other people there. They're single. They're young. There's no kids at home. And you just have some beverages and some snack foods, and you be merry, and you answer some questions, or you don't. Trivia, man.
Trivia.
At a bar. Why wasn't I a trivia guy? I feel like I should have been more of a trivia guy. And I am here to tell Ryan, who's the perfect age for it, especially living in Arlington.
What you should be doing.
But Darius, who's a single guy, go play trivia. It's just a fun thing. It looks fun. I wanted to be like, man, I wonder if I just sit here, if I could join a team and tell my wife I was at trivia night. Like, it was just wacky questions. I knew one of them. I was pretty fired up about it.
It's so exciting when you know it.
I mean, it's just Why am I not a trivia guy? And I know now I'm just an old person with children and I can't do that anymore. But I should have been. I'm not even good at it, but like that's my activity.
Yeah, it's a fun camaraderie at the table, right? Of course you
course.
can't cheat, but it's fun where you're like, I don't know, and somebody's like, I do because I took chemistry, and you're like, what? How do you know that?
That's the thing. I think if I would have done it, I would have gotten serious about it. I'd have had a sports guy on my team. You're our geography guy.
Right.
Garris, you'd have been my weather guy,
Or
my
stadium guy.
Yeah. Clary could have been my explain it all guy. We could like a little bit of everything. Claire, do you do any trivia? You should absolutely add that to the portfolio.
We do trivia. We really used to a lot more and over the last few months here, but we used to do trivia like every Tuesdays and or Wednesdays.
It's great.
And it's awesome. It was one of my
Where'd
favorite
you
times
go?
going out. I mean, we went to O'Sullivan's in Clarendon. We've been to like Boardroom. We've been to
So you didn't have a home court. You bounced around.
we bounced around everywhere. There's a sports bar out in Clarendon as well, or in Ballston. I forgot it, but
First down?
First down would do one as well. Awesome time.
So our guy Christian, that works on our sales staff now, is also a comic. He does a trivia and comedy night at Highline, which I've done several times, where we're going to be doing our draft from. So he runs that pretty much every month. It is the most fun. I'm telling you. He's awesome at running the trivia. It's always like the right level of. He does it
on the mic guy.
He does everything.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
very cool.
It's butt fun.
If you're listening to me and you're between the ages of 21 and 27, there's no reason you don't have a weekly appointment at trivia. Go shtick it up, eat some wings. Why not? What are you doing? Garris, do you feel like you're too old? You want to be at your house?
No, it's actually a hole in my game. I've always thought it'd be fun to do that, to go to trivia nights. But yeah, I just don't know anybody that's ever been like, hey, let's go to trivia. And I don't know. It's kind of a hole in my game for sure.
I was driving last night out going home after seeing the trivia, and I'm just like bummed out. I'm like, I missed that era. I missed the time for me to be the trivia guy. Adam Peters at 4:15 on Grant and Danny. Our blitz on the Nats and the Commanders next, right here on the Fan. Gonna peel back the curtain a bit here on Grant and Danny. It's a mad dash of a Beltway Blitz today. We're gonna get out a little early because Adam Peters is calling in right around 4:15. So again, spread the word. GM of the Commanders right here on G&D exclusively. Coming up in about 15 minutes on the Fan. But let's get to our Beltway Blitz. We're jamming two teams today into one quick little segment. Get you the latest on the Commanders and right now the Nationals. Our buddy Mark Zuckerman of MASNsports.com. Let's start with Dylan Cruz. Mark had his first hit on Tuesday, his first homer on Wednesday, back-to-back multi-hit games. Not too shabby for the kid in a series win against the Yankees.
No, I think, guys, this was exactly who he is. I think you saw all of it. He hits for power. He drives in runs. He runs the bases well. He plays the field well. He's not necessarily got the wow factor that James Wood does in terms of like individual moments, but I think he's just going to be really good at everything all the time. And certainly a 22-year-old who didn't look phased at all, either on making his major league debut or doing it against the Yankees, all the star power in that series, I think arguably he rose the most of anybody. I think he was the best player in the whole series.
Mark, Mackenzie Gore was really good last night. The line overall doesn't look incredible, but you beat Judge's bat and he trickles one into right field for an RBI, making your day look a little bit more pedestrian with two earned runs allowed. But I thought a couple straight starts now, he's been Mackenzie Gore again, which I think is maybe one of the most encouraging things about this stretch of the season.
Yeah, 100%. And the results obviously are good, and you want to see that. But to me, what stood out last night, it was the stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff was back to what it was in the first half of the year, 97, 98, with his fastball all the way through the sixth inning. A good command of all of his pitches. And didn't have those really long innings with all the foul balls, driving up the pitch count and that kind of stuff. And he had poise out there. If something did go wrong behind him, he shook it off and got right back at it. He feels like he turned a corner in the last couple of weeks. Obviously a long way to go still for him. But if this is who we're going to see the rest of the way, this is going to turn to a much more positive season than at least the way it was shaping up here over the course of the summer.
Series against the Yankees was a blast, and 2 wins clearly helped. But free-for-all on the base paths, rookies contributing everywhere you turn. Cruz being up obviously did the heavy lifting there, but James Wood, multiple hits and first 2 at-bats with an RBI last night. This team is a fun watch right now, and it's September. I mean, that's a win, I think, for this fan base.
No, it was huge. And yes, taking 2 of the 3 from the Yankees is great, but it's who did it. It was all these young building blocks. And, they've had some young lineups out there this year, but often it's a handful of guys who may be part of the future and then some others who we know are probably stopgaps. Look at who they had out there the last 3 days. In almost every case, not all of them, but in almost every case, these were guys who were either supposed to be key pieces of the long-term puzzle or guys who could be part of it. And I think that was the key to it all. We've been waiting through this for 3 years with this promise of, okay, the kids are coming. They're not all here yet. There's still a few more to come. There's still obviously some other holes they have to address this winter. But I feel like these last 3 days was the first time we truly got a glimpse of what a Nationals team could look like that's ready to win by next year. And the fact that they came together and performed as well as they did against that team, that to me made this the most encouraging 3-game series they've had in a very long time.
Now for the part where the learners spend a little money. Mark, how about the juxtaposition of Cruz and Wood? Really quickly, a little under a minute here, but long term, is Wood the Batman and Cruz the Robin, or are they too different to say that? Or how do you view it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think they do complement each other well, and that they're not really the same player at all, physically speaking, for one thing, but also just the way they play. I think, like I said, Wood has the wow factor. He's going to, hit the ball 110. He's going to be racing around the bases. He's going to, have, I think, more highlights. I've looked at it this way. I think that Dylan Cruz reminds me of the best version of Anthony Rendon, the guy who he may not have those individual moments. When you look up at the end, you're like, wow, this guy was really good at everything that he did. Very solid, doesn't go through slumps, not streaky, just solid all the time. And if that's who he turns out to be, that would be fantastic for them.
Mark, thank you as always, buddy.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder. Our guy Mitch Tischler joins us to talk about that foosball team. What do you make of Noah Brown, Mitch?
Gentlemen, how are you? I'm excited about him. I think he's a guy who I don't want to get too far ahead, but you look at this receiver room and there's
going to be a lot of opportunities for guys to catch balls. And if you think that Jaden Daniels is going to be the quarterback that I think he's going to be, there's going to be a lot of yards to be had out there. And he's a guy that can help you out in a lot of different ways. And so it'll be interesting to see how they implement him.
Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sportsnet, Beltway football fame. Mitchell, I'm curious about the defensive side of the ball. Confidence in what? Nerves about what?
I'm confident about the front seven, I would say, and I'm pretty nervous about the corner position. I mean, I think you've seen from Dan Quinn and Joe Witt the way that they like to attack a defense, and there was a lot of success in Dallas with creating turnovers, but let's not forget that there were a lot of big plays that were given up out there. And so I think it's going to be a little bit of a change of direction for fans to get used to the fact that there might be some big plays for defenses, but they're doing that almost by design so they can try and create more turnovers. And we're going to see those guys get out to the quarterback well, and there's going to be a lot of times that those corners are going to be left one-on-one and on island, and they're going to have to step up and play well.
Mitch, if Brandon Coleman is the dude and they have to look no further at left tackle than a guy they drafted in the third round, what does that mean for this draft class and this regime?
I mean, I think across the board, you can look at this draft class and be excited about it. Obviously, Jaden Daniels is who he is. If Brandon Coleman is able to step in and be your starting left tackle, I think Mikey Sandersville is going to end up being kind of the guy over there as a slot corner and might play a little bit on the outside as well. You got to be excited just about that, the first half of that group. And I think the biggest thing that we keep forgetting about, Jordan McGee was on pace to potentially be a starter as a fifth rounder or at least be a regular contributor before he got hurt. He'll come back in week 4, and that's a fifth rounder that you expect that's going to play a lot too. So, I mean, early on with this regime and this front office, you're looking at a bunch of guys who are going to see a lot of time on the field and have every opportunity to prove themselves.
Mitch Tischler, check him out, Monumental Sports. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, see you, bud. Be good. That is your Beltway Blitz. Speaking of the Commanders roster, who else would you rather ask about it than the general manager who put it together, Adam Peters? He is going to join us live next right here on Grant and Danny. So spread the word. We're going to be joined by the GM right here on The Fan in moments. As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm Kondori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Adam Peters is joining us on Grant and Danny in just a couple of minutes, the GM of the Commanders. Just got a text. He's getting out of a meeting here, so we should have him in just a few moments right here on the Fan. I do think it would be nice if we extended a spot for him in the Grant and Danny Listener League.
I think it'd be courteous.
Because I think what a thrill it must be for him to get to like pull off trades, and he could be the general manager of his own fantasy team. Like, can you imagine how cool that must be to run his own team and get to like add and subtract, and cut players and trade guys? I bet he'd be thrilled.
By the way, in some different universe, a multiverse where I'm the GM of a real football team, I would absolutely also have a fantasy team. Like, I think that would be such a fun thing to do for me and my guys in the front office, like Lance Newmark and the various scouts and director of player personnel and college personnel, like get together, do a normal bit where, we have a down weekend where we're chipping closest to the pin for draft order and like playing fantasy football with each other. I think it'd be awesome.
I think you almost have to give it up, not for any like conflict of interest things, but just how much time do you really have? And the amount of hours that these guys put in on football as their thing, I'll bet the last thing they want to do in the world is deal with football.
It's be like, how many carries is Devin Singletary getting this weekend?
It's like if you go to a family party or something, Danny Rouillet shows up and Uncle Steve is there and he's like, "Did you see Dylan Cruz last night?"
I did, yeah.
And you just talked about Dylan Cruz for a few hours,
I did.
20 hours off and on over the course of the week.
Yep.
That's Adam Peters. The last thing that guy wants to do probably is have to work the waiver wire in his fantasy league. You know what I mean?
That's right. Put in a waiver claim on a Tuesday for a running back with some upside that's a handcuff.
We are 10 days out from the Commanders opening their season in Tampa Bay against the Bucs on Sunday, September 8th. It's coming quickly, and we are joined now by the architect of the 53-man roster the Commanders put together, the general manager of Washington's football outfit, Adam Peters. Adam, you're back on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Thank you for the time. How you been?
What's up, guys? Doing well. How you guys doing?
We're great, man. Always appreciate it. Let's dive right in. How do you balance when you guys are making decisions as you're keeping players, trading players, drafting players, or then the opposite, of course? How do you balance the right now versus the future in terms of what wins that tug of war?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can do them both at the same time. So it's not so much a tug of war. It's just, but it is a balance. And make no mistake about it. I've said this, and I'm probably repeating myself a few times. It's not a rebuild; it's a recalibration, and we are trying to win right now. And we are, we do have goals to be really good this season. But it is my job as a general manager, and really in conjunction with DQ, and we make every decision together is to be good now and to build for a sustainable team for the future, to a team that you guys will see competing for championships every year.
Along those same lines, Adam, one of the things I've heard you say, which I like a lot, is you're going to do what is in the best interest of the team. Whenever anyone asks, what about this player or that? You say, we'll do what's best for the team. But I think that could actually mean different things for every GM and for every organization. Like when you say that, are you talking about the 2024 Commanders, or are you like Mike Rizzo, who comes on our show occasionally, who's got a 1, a 3, and a 5-year plan? What does that mean to you, the idea of best for the team?
Yeah, I think, football is a little bit different than baseball and then hockey maybe, where they have a lot of developmental things that they're doing throughout, getting guys from high school and all that. But I think to answer your question, I think every decision is its own decision. And, the decision we may make on one player is different than the next player or whatever it is with a draft pick or anything like that, free agency. But I think it's more of just a reminder, okay, what are we doing? We're trying to do what's best for the Washington Commanders for the short term and the foreseeable future too. So every decision you make, you ask yourself that, what are we doing and how does this make us the best for both of those things? So it's a reminder, but it's also a philosophy and how we do things.
Adam Peters with us here on Grant and Danny. So kind of piggybacking off those first two answers, Adam, what does success look like for you guys this year? You came in taking over a program, you picked second in the draft. Last year's group was 4-13. There's been a lot of turnover, a lot of change. How do you view success this year versus where you want to be as you talk about competing for championships here, hopefully not too far down the road?
Yeah, I think you do get into trouble looking too far down the road. And so, again, you're probably going to get a radio show full of cliches here, but we're really, every single day we're trying to get better. And I think that's how we look at it. And if we got better today, we had a really good day of practice today. Guys looked really good. The guys were into it before we have a 3-day break before we get back and start working for Tampa. So we went out and got a lot better today, I thought. And that's the outlook you have each day, each week. You're getting better and you're stacking up days. And then if you do that and you get better each day, you're going to like what it looks like at the end of the year.
Adam, I don't think that's going to make the headline after the interview for a radio show of cliches. But stick aside, like, for you, what's your wheelhouse? What's the thing about being a GM that you've enjoyed the most now in your first time doing this? Where are you in your element? Is it watching film or just sitting around the boardroom with Lance and the guys? And then the other stuff that comes with this, like doing media or doing interviews or being at the podium. Are you comfortable and feel like that's a fun thing, or is it just the thing you've got to do the other stuff? Like, where are you at in this new role?
Well, this is number one right here, sitting with you guys.
Totally.
And then everything else.
We knew that. We got it.
Drop off after that.
Absolutely. Wheeling and dealing with Howie Roseman second, sticking it up with his pals G&D number one. I like that.
Yeah, Howie's giving you guys a run for your money, but Howie, to talk about, he's a great dude and really enjoy learning from him. And probably not the most popular thing for our fans, but he is a really good dude and a good person to do business. So it's very straightforward. So you love when you have someone who can shoot you straight. But to answer your original question, it's a lot of that. It's all those things, and there's a lot of new things that I'm doing here that I'm getting to really enjoy. I think being with a group of people here that we have together and getting to work together for one common goal is really cool. That something you don't get to do in a lot of different professions. But I think if you put a gun to my head and I said, what's my favorite thing besides being on the Grant Danny show, it would be being out on there on the grass with the guys and watching them practice and watching them interact and watching them get better. That's really fun, the time we get to spend out at practice.
A good second thing.
Yeah, that's a perfectly fun number two.
All right.
Adam, you mentioned Howie Roseman, and I heard him years ago at the Sloan Analytics Conference talk about making moves and trades and different dealings, and he referred to it all as just a modified form of betting, right? So if I was one of your players, you'd be right to want to trade me away, right? So if you traded me away for a 7th rounder, ostensibly, you're making a bet that 7th rounder in the future is worth more to you than me. And again, anything you could get from me is probably a win. But is that how you view trades, as if to say, like, we're sort of making a bet about production, or is there a different philosophy that you have when it comes to making a trade?
Well, I think first and foremost, Danny, you're a first rounder in my book.
That's so sweet.
I don't want to abuse that as
there's the headline.
That's what I want.
That's the one.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I'm probably going to go back to my original thing that I said is you're doing what we're always trying to make decisions which are best for the team. So you weigh what you have versus what you can get, and are you right every time? Hopefully you are. Most of the time you're not going to be right every time, but you try to do what you think is right in that moment with the information that you have. So they're tough decisions. They really are. And you get to know these guys, and you have to have the conversation with a guy like Jahan Dotson, with a guy like Sam Howell, with a guy like John Ridgway, guys that, in Jahan and Ridge's case that I got to know really well and see him out there and practice and competing every day. So it's never easy, but, you make a decision as an organization and you live with it, and hopefully it's the right decision.
Commanders General Manager Adam Peters, kind enough to join us on Grant and Danny with the roster initially formed. There will be tweaks, I'm sure, as we get closer to week 1. Along the Dotson trade front, you don't seem to have any issues trading in the division. Is your philosophy best return possible regardless of who's offering it? Or is that case by case where maybe if it was a quarterback or something, you might think twice about having to play a guy twice?
Yeah, I think almost everything's case by case, and you look at every decision in its own kind of light. But in this case with Jahan, that was clearly the best offer. I think the tie, if you give me some truth, sir, the tie is going to go to the team outside of the division, but there's not always going to be a tie, and so. In this case, there wasn't, and in this case, Howie was very aggressive, and they were very bullish on Jahan, and rightfully so. So, but every time it's going to be different. But I mean, if it's the Cowboys and the Steelers, and everything's the same, and we're making a trade, it's probably going to go to Pittsburgh.
Were there multiple teams you were talking to, or just the Eagles?
I don't like to get. I mean, I can tell you that a lot of teams were interested in Jahan because he's a good player. But in terms of real offers, that's a different story too. I think the thing that it's really cool for people to understand is really all preseason. Our pro scouting staff is scouring the internet, and they're reading about things, who could be available, who's not available. And they're making phone calls to all the 31 other teams in the league. So there's a ton of conversations that happen. And out of all those conversations, very little actually is executed in terms of trades. So whether it's Jahan or Ridge or anybody like that, there's thousands of conversations that like they're on the cutting room floor. I don't know, was that like what they say in movies and stuff, but really a lot of that stuff doesn't see the light of day. So there's a lot of conversations. Some are more serious than others, but in the end with Jahan, that was really the best offer for us.
Adam, semi-related to the John Ridgeway trade, how do you view late round picks? Like, I think when we hear a 6 or a 7, within a fan base, it's almost like a dismissiveness. But for a guy that was at the back of your roster to get picks at all, do you view it as like just as many as you can have, it gives you ammunition to move around later? Or what's your general philosophy? You guys now have 2 3s, 2 6s among your haul for next year's draft.
Yeah, I love late round picks. And I think, there's a lot of different things they can become. They can be packaged into another trade and to move up in a draft or to get another pick. We've had, some success in my history hitting on late round picks. So that's really where our scouting staff makes their hay. And once I think we have a really good scouting staff here, guys that really understand what we're looking for. And that's only going to get stronger as we work together with this coaching staff and really identify what they're looking for. So those picks, those you can hit on those picks, and they're not always going to be home runs, but in the places that I've been, we've hit on a lot of great late round picks, and those guys have become Pro Bowlers and more. So every pick is valuable to us, and really with the scouting staff that we have, I think those are really valuable, even more so.
Well, you mentioned the scouting staff and what you guys are looking for. I think a lot of fans are excited about Noah Brown. How does he fit? What's his role going to be? And I think a lot of folks are pumped about the potential he's got here.
Yeah, Noah Brown was someone we actually were pursuing in free agency too, and he didn't come to us, for different reasons, but someone we've had our eye on for a long time, someone I've had my eye on for a long time. Since he was at Ohio State, the champion, if I'm going to give, credit to one person, Lance Newmark was the champion in the building for Noah, and he loved him for his play on the field and the style of play that he had, not only his ability but his play style, where he identified him as a commander and a guy who plays the way we want to play. So when we had the chance to get him at the price we got him at, it was a no-brainer. We jumped right on it, called his agent, and got him here in no time. So I really commend our scouting staff to being ready for that, understanding that may happen, and pouncing on it immediately so we could be first in line.
Adam, we've watched Hard Knocks for years. That's our expertise on like roster formation. Is that I every Tuesday get popcorn and have friends over, and I've seen every organization but Washington, which is not infuriating in any way, by the way. So please get on Hard Knocks as soon as possible. But how much of a say do the assistants have on forming the roster, like position coaches?
The assistant coaches, yeah, we, every building's different, but in our building, we're very collaborative, and we strive to be, and we strive to get everybody's opinion. Ultimately, it's Dan and myself who have to make the decision. But we have personnel meetings every week during training camp and assess the roster top to bottom, and each position coach goes through his group and talks about the players, how they're doing, how they're improving, what else they need to improve on. So it gives us great insight into what's going on in the inner workings of those meeting rooms and those drills, which you can't always see on tape. So it's really helpful. We have a really good group of assistant coaches. Love our coaching staff, and that's a credit to DQ. I mean, he had a bunch of guys, a first-year staff, and he had a bunch of guys who wanted to come coach here. And so really gotten to know those guys, and they've done an excellent job of communicating to us how guys are doing in the meeting rooms and on the field, along with what we see on tape. So they're a big part of it.
Do you run roster moves by Josh Harris before they're official?
Yeah. We keep Josh updated on everything we do. And what's great about Josh is he trusts us, and he's not going to micromanage everything. He wants to be informed of what we're doing and why we're doing it. But he's done a really, really good job of hiring Dan and myself and letting us do what we think is right for this football club, and really can't thank him enough for that. It's not like that everywhere.
Adam Peters with us here on Grant and Danny. So just a quick thought, then I'd love your response here, Adam. I think, and I'm probably not alone in this, becoming a good NFL quarterback is pretty much the hardest thing to do in sports. It's the number of highly touted prospects that haven't made it or haven't thrived is countless. And it's so hard. The numbers tell you that. There's only a handful of guys that can really do it at a super high level. For you right now, given all the data we've got, what do you think the best practice is to take a young quarterback and make him into one of those stars? And then how do you feel like you've executed against that vision of this year for Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, you're right. It's really hard. And I've had more than my share of failures in terms of evaluating quarterbacks over the 20 plus years that I've been doing it. So, but just like anything, your ability only takes you so far, and then you have to have the work ethic, you have to have the mindset, you have to have the determination, the confidence, all the different things. And then you have to have the people around you to help you achieve, what you maybe even didn't think you could achieve. And that's with quarterbacking or anything. And so what we try to do here, and I think DQ did a great job of that, is really surround whoever we brought into that quarterback room, which we got 4 guys who we really like, is with a really good environment to excel. And having, he's starting at the top of our offensive staff with Cliff Kingsbury, and you have a Brian Johnson, who's a really accomplished coach that has been awesome for us. And then Tavita Pritchard's our quarterbacks coach, and then David Blau, who is assistant quarterback. So you have four guys who can really help and give a lot of attention, a lot of support to those guys in that room, which really is the most important position in all of sports. Like you said, and the toughest position in all of sports. I'd say probably hitting a golf ball consistently straight is right up there with that.
Yeah.
But these guys, I mean, to evaluate these guys and for them to succeed, a lot of things have to go right. And so you just try to do the best job you can in order to put them in that position.
Adam, I want to drill down on something that you've referenced a couple times, whether it's with your scouts, coaches. You kind of heard folks, and Dan Quinn himself refer to this kind of playing. This is the way we want to play, et cetera. And then, when you're talking about player acquisition and your scouts finding the guys that you like that fit the way the Commanders play, what is that? What are some of those traits and criteria and maybe that fans can look forward to here?
Yeah, I think, it starts with their love of football and love of competing. And that usually comes out in their play style, playing fast, playing physical, playing aggressive, and being really consistent in that day in and day out. And that's not just loving going out and practicing on the field, which, everybody loves to do that, but it's about putting in the time in the meeting rooms, in the film room, and all the different things you have to do to be great and be consistently great with the way you eat, the way you study, the way you sleep, the way you train your body in the weight room and the training room. So guys that love the whole process, guys that love to compete, guys that are great teammates. And I think we have really an excellent group really of 70 of those guys right now that all embody that. And that's what's been really fun to see that come together.
I love that 2 undrafted free agents made the team in Tyler Owens and Colson Yankoff, 2 guys who were promised nothing and kind of earned their way in. That really speaks to a meritocracy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. No matter where somebody's drafted, no matter what their salary is, whatever it is, we're going to play the best, who we think are the best players, the guys that have earned that. And both of those guys came in with the mindset to work hard every day, to play fast, to play physical, to leave it all out on the field, and really got better each and every day. And Tyler and Colson, and couldn't be more proud of those guys on the work they did. But really want to give a shout out to our scouts for identifying those guys and being convicted on them and going and getting them. And so really cool to see that. And it's a good example, just we're going to play the guys who we think are the best, and it doesn't matter where they came from. And it doesn't hurt that we got a Bruin too. So got to give a shout out to the Bruins there with Colson and his path. Both of those guys had really cool paths to where they got. And can't say enough about them, and the guys absolutely love both of those guys.
Adam Peters with us here on Grant and Danny. Very, very cool of you to give us some time today here on The Fan and speak to the fans through our radio show and the access to the organization, which we appreciate. Brandon Ayuk is someone we talked a lot about, and reports were that you guys were at one point in time talking to San Francisco. Has that ship sailed? Is he not coming here, and is that book closed?
Oh, guys, I know you guys are going to go there at some point. I think probably give you the stock answer on that, but we're not going to talk about guys that are not on our roster, and that's probably where I'll leave that. And that's, I think, next question is probably my.
That's your full Bill Belichick. You're on to Cincinnati.
You can go full Belichick. That's
You're
all.
on to Tampa Bay.
I smile more than Bill. If you guys can see me, I'm smiling more than Bill. But I try to emulate him on questions like that and a lot of other things. He's a good role model.
So in terms of the roster that you guys have going into the game next week, which by the way, I can't believe it's here. I'm so excited about it. I think a lot of fans are. Where do you feel the strongest? Where do you feel the most confident? And then the flip of that is, you know what? I'm not sure about a couple things. Let's wait and see how this develops. What do you feel the best, Adam, and where are you maybe TBD?
Yeah, one, you hit the nail on the head. I couldn't be more excited. I can't believe it. It just felt like the blink of an eye that we're here now, and just laughing at it on the field with a couple of coaches, how soon we got there and how soon we'll be in Tampa. So I think I'm the most excited, but I think our fans should really, really be excited about this next week and what's to come with this team. And that kind of leads me to my answer. I think, I'm really excited about everything. I'm really excited about our offense with Cliff and the way he runs it and the guys that are executing it. It's going to be a really fun offense to watch. It's going to be a fast offense, and it's going to put defenses in a bind with what we do. And then defensively, I really love how fast and physical the guys are playing, the mindset of the guys and the leadership on that side of the ball too. So, honestly, just really excited about how we play and how we're going to play and the style of how we play. And so, I don't want to get too much into specifics on certain areas, but I just can tell you that, I'm not exaggerating when I say how excited I am about everything.
Makes sense. Coach me up on this. We do a topic here or there. We talk about here's where we're nervous. Here's where we're confident. The corner position is one in a passing league with everybody operating spread or 11 personnel, where I've got some reservations right now going into the season. Presumably you feel very good, or else you'd be claiming people or adding people. Why am I maybe off base there that you guys have what you need at corner?
Yeah, I think, one, I think, internally we feel a little bit better than maybe externally, and that's the case most of the time. We see these guys play day in and day out, and you go down the roster and in the depth chart, and all of these guys have gotten better. When you're talking about the secondary, really, Emmanuel Forbes has gotten significantly better, and that's a testament to how he's practiced, how he's worked, and how he's been coached. Jason Simmons is an excellent coach. Joe Witt, those guys have really gotten him to improve quite a bit, and he's done the work too. He's made a bunch of plays in the last few practices. So and then Mikey Sanders still has been awesome inside at the nickel, and he can play some outside too. And St. Juice is long, athletic, and has made a lot of plays on the ball this camp as well. So, it remains to be seen how we do on the field, but very confident in all those guys and the coaching staff putting them in the right place to succeed.
Adam, I'm a big Malcolm Gladwell fan. A lot of his books, whether it's Outliers, Tipping Point, things like that. And he's talked a lot about making habits, right? You do something for a week, it doesn't mean you do it. It's got to become something that's consistent and all the kind of all the time to make it part of who you are. And the reason I bring that up is there's been a lot of roster turnover, understandably, obviously, from what you took over. And it sort of seems from the outside looking in like you guys are really focused on, we want to build how we do things here, not for a day, not for an hour, not for a week at a time, but this is all the time. How long do you think it takes to implement kind of that culture and sort of the way that you do things, the way you want things done into an organization?
Like 10,000 hours? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
No,
10,000 hours to a habit, yeah.
Yeah. You just keep, it's just like anything. My old high school coach, Dave Vieira, he said this, and it was baseball, but it's football too. And anything you do, repetition is the mother of learning. And so you do things over and over and over again. And DQ says that a lot. They become habits. They become who you are. And that's what you preach. And you coach it, you do it, and then you reinforce it after. And so you keep doing that over and over and over again. It becomes part of who you are. And that's what DQ has done with this team. And I've seen that evolution of how we practice, how we play. And so I think you're going to see that on Sundays with the way we play fast, we play physical, and that's on both sides of the ball.
You talk about who you are. Quick anecdote from training camp. I met a guy in the parking lot walking to my car. His kid had put something down that was signed, and someone had grabbed it and taken off with it, and he was crying. And one of your security people asked the kid what was going on, and he told them. And then the way the story went that this guy told me was about 5 minutes later, they brought him over to the building, and you had come out and signed autographs and grabbed some players like Terry McLaurin to come out and meet the kid. And that's not something where any media was around. Nobody knew it. So I just wanted to say that when you got people in the building treating fans like that, things are very much looking up. We'll let you out on this, Adam. I want to just let our listening audience learn a little bit about you. So we'll go rapid fire here. Your most used streaming app.
Oh, streaming app?
Yeah, so at home watching TV, watching movies.
Sorry, it's like a torrential downpour here, so I can barely hear you.
It's all good.
Oh, man. I probably would be, you know what? You guys are going to laugh at me, but I'm extremely boring. I hardly watch anything. I don't have a whole lot of time. I'd probably go Netflix.
That's mine too, or Disney Plus.
That's the go-to.
With
with the kids.
Oh, you know what? Disney Plus is 100% the most used in our house.
Yeah, well, you're a girl dad. Like you got
close.
a couple girls as well. So are you Bluey in it still, or are you on to like Taylor Swift and Gabby's Dollhouse at this point?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of Bluey still. They're getting into Taylor Swift. They've actually, they've gotten me into Taylor Swift, which is something I thought I'd never say.
How about that
in
sentence?
life or live on the air, live on the radio. But yeah, so I'm a little bit of a Swiftie now. It just kind of gets in your head. But I think
favorite breakfast food.
Favorite breakfast food? Oh, bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich.
Let's go. You get to see
That's an
one
easy one.
musical act live. Who would it be?
Rolling Stones.
Ooh, strong.
Good answer.
And then what product do you put in your hair? And how often do you get a haircut?
Product. I don't know. It's like some kind of pomade stuff. I don't know what it is. How often a haircut? I try to get a haircut once every 3 weeks, but that never happens. So,
what do you say to the barber? Like you know what I mean? Do you have like a phrase?
I bet
like
she's a picture guy. He shows them a picture.
Or like you know what you're about? Or are you a picture guy that shows a picture of a good haircut one time?
Used to be like when I was little, you just asked for the boys cut, right? So I don't know if they even have the boys cut anymore. But yeah, I am a picture guy, so that's the best way to say it, because you can really go wrong if you start telling them what you want, and then it could be a bad deal, and it's hard to come back from that.
Show them the picture of you in the snow getting off the plane back in the winter. That was a good moment.
The lighting was so good.
The lighting was
like a
perfect.
president descending for the first time.
Adam, we appreciate the time. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's always great talking to you. Have a great day. Have a great holiday weekend.
You as well.
You too, buddy.
And
Thank
have
you.
a great season. There's Adam Peters, General Manager, Washington Commanders. Let's react to some of what he just told us next on G&D on the Fan. At 6 o'clock right here on Grant and Danny, we got the exclusive tickets in town to Kevin Hart's comedy show at a perfect venue, DAR Constitution Hall. Show's coming up midway through September. When that show takes place, the Commanders will have already played a couple games, including their opener in Tampa. It was nice to talk to general manager Adam Peters about week one looming and the roster that he just put together. Very gracious with his time, by the way. 25 minutes. Nobody told us that he had to run. Nobody said, hey, we got to get Adam off the line. So he was very, very courteous. And just to get him on the phone is not something I take lightly, because think about this, Danny. You and I have been doing the show together since 2014. Number one, there was no general manager to talk to for the majority of the time. I'll just start with that. Think about that. Who do you want to talk to who runs the football team unimpeded? That person hasn't really existed since Charlie Casserly in the 90s. There were some dalliances where Mike Shanahan for a year or two had a bunch of power, but still had to really run everything by Dan Snyder, who's breathing down the back of his neck. You had Scott McLuhan for a couple of hours as a listed general manager.
Yeah, when they trotted him out, like he was the hero. Remember, that came after the we're embarrassed, we're ashamed press conferences. So here's Scott McLuhan, everybody.
All I've ever wanted and what this team has never had is exactly what Adam Peters is.
So correct.
I think he's going to be really good. We'll see.
I think he is really good.
But he is a talent evaluator who is beloved around the league, who is respected. A lot of the people that I still keep up with and have relationships with, coaches on this staff that have moved on, some in San Francisco, some other places, rave about this person, okay? I take that as gospel for me. Good enough. But here's what I've always wanted, whether it was Peters or somebody else. I'm happy that it's the very handsome Adam Peters. Please give me a guy that will build a front office that is a professional NFL caliber outfit. And with Lance Newmark, and I could run through all the names, but they are working toward, they're very close to, Peters has talked about this, basically having what they have in every organization that's good now. They've never done it here. It's the one thing the old owner never tried, ever. He took over in 99 in May. The executive of the year that year that built a 10-win roster, Charlie Casserly, was dismissed soon thereafter. And they have not done that thing again. Go to a kitchen, find a sous chef who's excellent at a great restaurant somewhere and bring them to run your place. And they finally did it. Josh Harris, it took him 3 minutes to do what Dan Snyder didn't do in 24 years.
Yeah.
I was 10 years old the last time they had this situation. So to just have this is great. To have a guy that you could even, who do we talk to? Who do we call? It's been very, very rare. That was even a possibility. And then the availability, the willingness to come on and frankly talk to fans. He doesn't care about talking to us. It's not like he wants to have a conversation with me or you. But the point is, he understands this is an important platform. With all due respect to the local TV shows and stations that are talking about sports for a minute and a half at a time, that my mom's watching, this is where the fans are. And so to get him on these airwaves for those 25 minutes, explaining some things, giving perspective on things, he's not going to answer everything. I understand that. He no-sold us on Brandon Ayuk. He swatted me away like he was the Dikembe Mutombo at the rim. Cool. He's got a gig. I got a gig. Question has to be asked. He can answer it however he wants to. Wasn't willing to go there on Ayuk. But I thought there were moments along the way where he's welcoming us in. Here's what we think about corner. We like our roster more than you guys do. I thought there were some great moments there. And just the fact that it happened, how cool and calm he is, and just being a dude, throwing the ball around. Sign me up.
So that last point you just made is where I want to go. So the way people a lot of times think of the general manager is this almost robotic figure who goes, I prefer Brandon Coleman to, I don't know, Cooper Beebe, who went 7 picks later. And then we judge them therein. And that's part of it, picking the players. You want to pick right more often than the next guy or whatever, because it's a competition business. But it's the second part that I care about way more, right? You're going to get players right and wrong. The good batting average in this thing is what? 50%? Is 500? Maybe at best when you talk about draft picks, making the team, being what they thought. And there's always a story every year of the guy that everybody passed on who did really well. That's part of it, right? A trade, a signing, things work or they don't. The person that's relationship building here, getting everybody in a group of alphas, and everybody was the big dog and or the big fish in every pond that they've ever been in forever to all pull the rope in the same direction. That's what the GM does. That's almost more important than what players you're picking or who gets a contract and who doesn't, or who gets traded or who doesn't. It's no coincidence that when they actually had a general manager, even if it was Scott McLuhan and things were flawed, they had their best 2-year run that they have had really since Gibbs came back. And then other than that, it's been decades. I'm not telling you right home and you said that you saw the greatest team ever when they went 9-7 and 8-7-1 or whatever the hell it was. But this is the point, is you have this universally liked good dude who is able to build those kinds of bridges. When instead of I did this, I did that, it's we. And by the way, we got Noah Brown. He got Noah Brown, but he championed Lance Newmark, who said it was his brainchild. The scouts did all this work. All these guys that are grinding, they get the shine because if we shine, if I shine, we shine, you shine, the whole thing is great. That's the whole point of this whole thing to me is the relationship building and having somebody that has that emotional intelligence, not to just be I'm a player picker. This guy has better stats, so I pick him. That's only a fraction of the job.
I also think that the ability to answer questions and be somewhat personable and not really give a lot is a skill in his job, not one that the Venn diagram circle for him and for us doesn't really match up there, right? Like, it'd be nice if he'd come on and just get to the bottom of things and break things down. Yes, I called John Lynch. We talked about Brandon Ayuk. I think $30 million and a couple draft picks is too much. We're not in a place where we're going to do that. That's a great quote. That's a good answer if he gave it to us. But I guess my point is, even though it's not great for you and I necessarily, I do think having a professional who can talk for 25 minutes and isn't putting his foot in his mouth, and it's his first time being a GM, I think that is a skill that will probably be a benefit as well, that he
Absolutely.
is able to essentially answer things the way that he does, even if I wish there was a little more meat on the bone occasionally. But I thought overall it was awesome to have him on the show and to just be in a place where, A, there's a general manager that actually runs the team, that isn't dictated to, and B, that general manager is willing to come on the radio and talk with us. That is a whole new world.
Yep, that's different.
And it is not lost on me. So that's the kind of, I guess, stuff you could roll your eyes at. But been sitting in this chair since 2014 in a couple of time slots, and I've been out on that sideline at training camp since 1999. I got to call it how I see it. And that isn't nothing. All right, let's get into the roster next. I also want to open the phones for you guys. What'd you think of Peters? What'd you think of the conversation? 800-636-1067. One of your first chances to hear him in that setting. Also, if you don't just have a reaction on anything that he said necessarily, what did you make of his thoughts on the roster that he feels pretty good about, that they put together? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
not so much a tug of war. It's just, but it is a balance. And make no mistake about it. I've said this, and I'm probably repeating myself a few times. It's not a rebuild; it's a recalibration, and we are trying to win right now. And we are, we do have goals to be really good this season. But it is my job as a general manager, and really in conjunction with DQ, and we make every decision together is to be good now and to build for a sustainable team for the future, to a team that you guys will see competing for championships every year.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. That was the voice of General Manager Adam Peters, who joined the show. Gave us 25 minutes this past hour. If you missed any part of that conversation or our show today, make sure you podcast it when we are done into tomorrow, thefandc.com, grantanddanny.com/audio. Peters was fantastic. We're going to talk with Ben Standing of The Athletic, covers Peters and the Commanders. He'll join us at 6. He had his agent survey drop today. Some really good content, grilling a bunch of the agents around the NFL on all kind of questions. And I think the Commanders showed pretty well on that agent survey compared to years past, which is a nice change of course, to be clear. I want to get the clip on cornerbacks in a few minutes because I thought that was some actual good roster breakdown stuff where it's pretty obvious. He's going to say nice things about his own players, but I do think they like that group more than certainly I do, where I'm nervous on the outside looking in. I think Benjamin St-Juste can play. I am trepidatious about Michael Davis. I know he's physical, but I'm not quite sure what the end game is in terms of Emmanuel Forbes on the boundary starting. I love Sanders still in the nickel. I think Igbenogany looked really, really well at times at the practices I was at in the preseason. So I'm way less concerned, oddly enough, inside, which is probably the toughest position to play, than I am outside, where I've long been higher on St-Juste than a lot of people. His length, physicality. He looks like, to me, like a Quinn Witt laboratory
Legion
design.
of Boom guy, yeah.
But take Benjamin St-Juste out of the equation. On the outside, there's just nothing else that I feel good about.
It's question marks.
And St-Juste should be a number 2 in a really good first division situation. I don't want St-Juste being the one guy standing between me and A.J. Brown going for $167 or Justin Jefferson going for $153. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
It's just not an ideal scenario. But you're not going to fix everything in one offseason. And he's not going to sit here and say he doesn't like his guys. I get that too.
Right, but also more just, I think, larger picture. If you'd swap positions, done a Mad Lib. What do you think about receiver? I know Noah Brown is added to the group. Or think about the offensive line, whether it's the tackle spots, Brandon Coleman, Cornelius Lucas, Andrew Wiley, Trent Scott. What do you think? What do you think? He would probably give you the same answer. Where internally we know more, we see these guys more, and we're confident in it. And that's kind of been one of my theses. Is that what's the plural of thesis? One of my theses?
Your thesi.
That sounds weird. Thesis? I don't know, whatever.
It's your.
I have a thesis. I have multiple
kinesiologies.
Mm-hmm. I have multiple kinesiologies, but I think that's kind of the big one is they like their group better than folks on the outside.
And it's said that.
Yeah, it's not just me. This is people that cover this league for a living. Everybody from fantasy analysts to the Mike Clays of the world to Warren Sharp and the Pro Football Focus. Some of their groups where people are going, they're going, no, we got it, and the proof will be in the pudding.
Let's go to Steve in Haymarket on Grant and Danny, listening on the Fan. What's up, Steve? How are you?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Good, pal.
Good. No, I just wanted to echo the sentiment that Grant, voiced right before you guys went to break. Like, I've been a lifelong fan, obviously, 30, 40, 50 years, whatever. But hearing a GM come on and talk to you guys for 20 minutes, and earlier today on B. Mitch and Finley, I heard DQ on there. Like, you haven't had that access, and it felt like just refreshing to hear the change that everybody is all on the same page about. So I don't have a question or anything, but I was just saying, I completely agree with, what you were saying. And it's a definitely an air of excitement around here over the last off season.
It's a sign of the times in a way. Mm-hmm. I really do think it's symbolic of something bigger. Now, they got to win football games. All right. This is a business. And really what truly matters is, do you win or do you lose? And that part is coming. They haven't played a game yet. Now, luckily for them, and probably for us, all of us as collectively involved in this thing, on the outside in, fan base, media, whatever, the wins and the losses this year are not necessarily going to be the end-all, be-all. At some point next year, you probably turn the page to the record really starting to matter. And that's going to determine how much we like Dan Quinn or Adam Peters or anybody else in the building. That having been said, I'm just trying to provide as best I can as an intermediary of sorts who's has the access and can be in the building. The difference is night and day. It's just you notice it walking up to training camp. You see it in the paint on the walls and the carpets put down in the press box or in every now area of the stadium, the new flooring that's everywhere. Like, there are attempts and efforts being made in every visual way that is possible, and in how people are being treated. That's the part that I can never properly qualify to folks.
Mm-hmm.
I say this from time to time on the show jokingly, but it's fact. Like, if I was to tell you the 2 worst times I've ever been scolded, yelled at, or talked to by another human being as a grown-up, both were over in Ashburn by brass of the then Dan Snyder operation, like Redskins organization.
Mm-hmm.
Just utterly unacceptable ways to scream at people. You don't talk like that to someone as a grown-up in the real world. It doesn't happen. You see it in movies where, like, some boss is making someone's life miserable, and in the movie she's going home and crying to her husband who's begging her to quit. But I mean, like, that's real life. That was happening there for so long. And this story I told is 100% true. I bump into a guy in the parking lot. His kid was crying. One of the staffers who's just been told, try to make someone's day a little better while they're out here so that we can get them to come back because nobody likes this team anymore and we need to build a fan base. Like, just sees the kid crying and tells someone, and they tell someone. And then Adam Peters comes over and takes the kid in to get some autographs and takes him over to the facility. It's just, again, that's not going to help you beat the Bucs.
Mm-hmm.
That part's going to matter too. But for those of us that have been here the whole time, it also matters. It does.
So I'm trying to think of a good way to put this, because I know for a lot of folks they'll roll their eyes at that.
Yeah,
And
I think if you're listening, like someone in town from Boston who listens to EEI or something is like, oh, these squares, like, oh, these losers. You don't get it. And you haven't been here.
But even here, like I remember years ago, I got in an argument years ago on the air with our buddy LeVar Arrington, right, doing afternoons. And he kept pointing to Shanahan's record at that point. And I was saying, okay, well, that's totally true. The record's the record. But they now can practice inside and not at a Gold's Gym or an airport hangar. They can now have nutritious meals at the facility. And things are improving. It's not great yet. And I'm not saying it is, but improvement is happening. And there's at least some sort of real adult football type things that are potentially taking place. Whether it works or not, who knows? And he kept pointing to the record. And I'm going, okay, well, then why does anyone need us? You could just Google Washington's record and we'll all go home? No, there's more nuance to it. There's a discussion to be had here. And I guess that's kind of where I'm going. None of this, none of him being nice to us, none of him being a human being, none of them drafting Johnny Newton, or if Mike Sanders still's in the slot or not in 2 years, or whatever, is going to decide if they win a Super Bowl or not, or if they're multiple division champions or any of these types of things. You're giving yourself a chance now. And that's the point. This is blackjack. You're walking up to the table, you sit down and you play tight and you play smart, and you're doubling down on 11. You're staying on when a dealer's got a 6 showing. You're just doing the smart things that give you the best chance to win. The cards might bone you. You might be in the AFC at the same time as Pat Mahomes, and no one has anything to show for it because he's there, that lurking demon, that monster ruining everybody's time, right? That could just be the hand you're dealt. You could be a great Major League Baseball team, just happens to be in the 90s when the Braves and the Yankees are meeting in the World Series, it seems like every year. Bad luck happens, but you've given yourself a real honest-to-good shot, and that's all we're trying to sell you at this point. There is no guarantee this works, but I'll take my chances with this over everything that we've seen for the last couple of decades.
Yeah, give me a front office, give me a real general manager, and we've gotten beyond just Peters. The rest of the operation he's filled out, from Newmark to Sosna, and just kind of an R&D department that they've now staffed, and the entire operation is more aligned with what the NFL looks like in places where the front office is good than this one has ever been. It's also such a stark contrast, by the way, that it makes it so revealing. Like, we said this, but it was worse than we thought. To really how bad it was. I mean, even recently, like, when things have been better in terms of people aren't being harassed and, Dan Snyder's not in the building. The last couple of years, they had no chance because of the front office outfit, the quarterback situation. They might have also fixed those two things. We'll find that out in short order. But just refreshing, man. And I'm glad to hear that, that the caller there, also had some of the same kind of thoughts as he's listening to Peter speak, some of those same emotions. Let's go to Vince and Akakeek on G&D. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
So the previous caller and everything y'all said is like exactly where I am. None of this translates to winning football games. And honestly, as much as I wanted, for not being cliche, trust the process, I'm still a little weary about as much as they seem to love St. Juice and Forbes,
me too.
as much as they love Mariota. If Jaden gets hurt, and like Daniel always says, if Jaden gets hurt, it doesn't matter anyway. But how confident they are that if for whatever reason, if Jaden needs to tie his shoe for a play, Mariota is this great backup quarterback. But outside of those things, the fact that like the previous caller said, you heard Dan earlier, you hear AP now. It sounds like they are really trying to build a thing.
Yes.
We're not just grabbing stuff. What looks shiny or what sounds good or who says this thing in the media that makes me need to change my mind. Even if everything that they're doing wrong, they're like, we're going to do wrong all together at the same time, at the same breath, the same beat. And it just gives you a chance to want to believe that we might have a chance to do something better down the line. And for a person who's never had hope in this team and who kind of still doesn't, it gives me a reason to want to believe.
Who are you talking about? You mean you?
Who kind of still doesn't is a great line. Look, I categorically agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Co-sign all of that in this sense. When you say, I don't completely agree with what they did there. I'm not sure I see it the same way they do here. Yeah, that's normal.
Mm-hmm.
That's just football.
It's just
stuff.
football, man.
You're talking to a guy who wanted an offensive coach, not Dan Quinn. You're talking to a guy who would have drafted Drake May, not Jaden Daniels. By the way, it doesn't mean that I think Dan Quinn's an incapable goose or that Jaden Daniels doesn't have a bright future. Just saw it differently. Paid to sit here and give my opinion. You're talking to a guy who wanted to acquire a star offensive tackle to start on the left side this year. Didn't want Andrew Wiley starting at right tackle. You're talking to someone right now who wanted to acquire a number 2 wide receiver with more pelts on the wall than Noah Brown. There's a lot of things I thought differently about than they did. So, and that's kind of my point. That's the football part of this. I think it's easier to win with an offensive-minded coach because I think the numbers bear that out over the last 20-plus years in football. I don't think it's really that debatable. It doesn't mean you can't win with Dan Quinn. They're going to try to. They're taking the road that's a little more difficult traveled based on what the numbers tell us. They didn't care about some of the same, like, red flag-ish analytics on sacks and some of those things with Jaden Daniels. By the way, so far, so good. The guy looks like the stuff that they could learn that we can't, looking at, stat pages, that the stuff about when does he show up, when does he leave, how hard does he work, how smart is he, all that stuff that we don't really get access to. It seems like he's getting A+ in all those categories. And frankly, that's the most important stuff. So maybe they're going to have hit a home run on that. And God willing, they did. Because if they did, then pretty much nothing else matters, honestly.
Agreed.
Then you could have the worst defensive coach available and still win because you got the quarterback. But it's okay to disagree. I don't think anyone should just do the in Ron we trust bit. I never liked it then. I don't like it now. And I'm as big a mark as there is for Adam Peters. Be a critical thinker. Have your own opinion. Do your own study. There's great websites. There's all kinds of access. I got a whole budget I pay on just stupid websites. Some stuff I know how to use.
Yeah, and some stuff you forgot you're paying for.
Oh, yeah, I just figured that one out the other day. But like some stuff I don't even know how to use.
Yeah.
Where Adam Peters would like walk by and laugh at me like, what are you watching? You don't know what you're looking at. You're probably right, Adam. Just out here trying to do my best. I would have drafted some guys differently than the Commanders did the last few years, though. That might have worked out.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to do my best. That's all I'm trying to do. And I think every caller is the same way. Like, you don't have to do this all in with every move they make thing. But in the meantime, there was really no reason to give any benefit of the doubt to the last group. That's what I kept saying. That's all I cared about was why? What have they done? What have they won? There's no Super Bowl ring as a coach or a GM on any of these guys' hands. Adam Peters has 3 titles in 3 different buildings. San Francisco almost won another one for him last year. They clinched the division when he was at that stupid stadium hugging guys as they came off the field last year. You can't find one person in the league that doesn't rave about him. I found plenty of people the last couple of years not raving about the guys that were here.
Yeah, you could throw a rock and end up hitting somebody. Yeah, I think it's said very well. I mean, the way I look at it is I call balls and strikes. So I might miss a couple. I'm loud wrong all the damn
We need an
time.
electronic strike zone, you and I, sometimes.
Well, especially for me. I mean, I got my misses, but when I'm right, sorry about it. Like, and if it happens to differ from their view, whatever it is, I can't get too bogged down in sort of blind deference to authority or blind deference to expertise, right? Where you just say, there's no question Lance Newmark and Adam Peters and all the rest of the guys in the front office know more football than everybody in this room and everybody listening, for God's sakes.
And a politician knows more about the behind-the-scenes inner workings of the stuff they're dealing with. Bet you still have an opinion on some of the decisions they make.
I bet you do.
Your
And by the
boss-
way, I agree with whatever you think about those things that
I
you're
do
talking
too.
about. And I'm outraged by the right stuff.
I am as well.
Yeah.
Your boss probably has more intel than you do on things. Bet you still dislike some of the decisions they make.
You've never kvetched. You never had a little session with somebody at the water cooler, getting a cup of coffee. You never groused about anything?
Never? Not once? Come on. Let's talk corners next. I thought Peters gave a great answer on why they like that room more than everybody else. And then we'll get to your calls as well. 800-636-1067. What do you like about this roster that's now been formed? And where are you the most nervous? You're listening to The Fan.
Yeah, Noah Brown was someone we actually were pursuing in free agency too, and he didn't come to us, for different reasons, but someone we've had our eye on for a long time, someone I've had my eye on for a long time since he was at Ohio State. The champion, if I'm going to give credit to one person, Lance Newmark was the champion in the building for Noah, and he loved him for his play on the field and the style of play that he had, not only his ability but his play style, where he identified him as a commander and a guy who plays the way we want to play. So when we had the chance to get him at the price we got him at, it was a no-brainer. We jumped right on it, called his agent, and got him here in no time. So I really commend our scouting staff to being ready for that, understanding that may happen, and pouncing on it immediately so we could be first in line.
Adam Peters on signing new wide receiver Noah Brown, who's going to be very likely the number 2 wide receiver for the Commanders sooner rather than later. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Someone they pushed for in free agency. He said he didn't sign for a lot of reasons. I would imagine Houston wanted him back, guaranteed him a little bit of money. Where would you play? CJ Stroud is proven, and the Texans are a favorite to win the division and have top 5 odds to get to the Super Bowl out of their conference. Or a Washington team, he says they're recalibrating, not rebuilding, but that had 4 wins last year as a rookie quarterback and a first-year head coach. No kidding, he chose Houston. But then when he got released, I'm sure they came back to the table, and now it's a different combo.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's all about what you want, right? Everybody's entitled to it as an employee. Like, you're working in the league, you're trying to make your own way. Do you want the most amount of money? Do you want an opportunity to thrive and get a lot of catches on a lot of yards and then maybe make the most money? Do you want to be in a city where you like the school system for your kids, or your wife wants to live, or you want the shot to play the most? Whatever you want, there's always got to be that fit. Both parties have to be willing. So your situation just changed if you're Noah Brown. You're basically going, I'm going to be a complimentary receiver here in Houston. And, well, then you enter Stephon Diggs, who's kind of now probably going to run in the slot. And they drafted John Mechie a couple years ago. They actually still like him an awful lot. So he's probably the number 4. Then you got Tank Dell and Nico Collins. Writing's on the wall, right? What I thought might be an opportunity isn't really anymore. So now your situation changes and you go, there's no one in my way. I got an entire side of the field probably. Terry's going to be on the left, Cliff Kingsbury style. I got the whole right side of the field to operate. I'll take that.
You mentioned earlier that he gave Lance Newmark the credit, as he did there in that clip, for being basically the Noah Brown guy, the guy that went out and really stood on the table to go get him. Something else not lost on me while we're pumping Peter's tires today is to give him that credit publicly, where you don't have to do that. You could just say, we signed him. You're the GM, right? You don't hear, think about other GMs in town. I'm not knocking them, but Rizzo or McClellan or whoever. It's not like they're shouting out a random scout who liked the guy a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's something that I think is cool that Peters did that. And then also, Lance Newmark spoke today. He did a press conference as the assistant GM. Peters just did a press conference after they put the roster together a couple days ago. Dan Quinn just did a press conference yesterday and today. I guess my point is, it's not like they had to do the Lance Newmark thing. That was let's get him out in front of the media and give him a little shine. Whereas a lot of teams just don't do that, just so you guys know. You don't want people plucking your assistants. You don't want people plucking your general managers working underneath of your team president or whatever for other jobs. In fact, I know of a club that was on Hard Knocks within the last couple of years that had a coordinator that did not show up on the show. And I was doing some asking around. I'm like, what is going on here? And basically what I was told was, I don't think they wanted anybody to really see a lot of him. They didn't want his star to rise, so to speak.
Because that's happened.
Of course.
Even here in town. Now, Jay Gruden would have got a job eventually anyway, but there was this Hard Knocks in Cincinnati where he came off excellent.
Yeah.
And got a gig.
But the idea of empowering people and putting your workers over and wanting good things for your own guys, that's a big, big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Jay, not only Jay, but like Dan Campbell years ago. Mike Vrabel became a star when he was a linebackers coach in Houston and showed very well on Hard Knocks. I mean, it's a star maker to a degree. But just to digress, a lot of guys and a lot of orgs you have to kind of hoard and stash away because you don't feel like you got enough confidence or the ability to find the next guy. Like, in other words, if it goes well, Lance Newmark's going to get a GM gig, and you're going to lose him.
If you become the Lions, this was his promotion, the next one will be to GM. If you're one of the better teams in the NFC, if you're the 49ers where Peters came from, he's the Adam Peters. He's the guy people
Yep.
go, you know, who was really good because he helped handpick Noah Brown, and he was the reason they went out and they got Olamide Zaccheaus, or whoever else people find out he gets credit for. Go to the cornerback conversation. This was one of the times in the conversation where Peters really did let his guard down and actually talk ball and get into some of his talent on the roster and the personnel and what they like about some of their guys. The question was about why we're wrong on the outside looking in, that this corner room is actually better than we think it is.
Internally, we feel a little bit better than maybe externally, and that's the case most of the time. We see these guys play day in and day out, and you go down the roster and in the depth chart, and all of these guys have gotten better. When you're talking about the secondary, really, Emmanuel Forbes has gotten significantly better, and that's a testament to how he's practiced, how he's worked, and how he's been coached. Jason Simmons is an excellent coach. Joe Witt, those guys have really gotten him to improve quite a bit, and he's done the work too. He's made a bunch of plays in the last few practices. So, and then Mikey Sanders still has been awesome inside at the nickel, and he can play some outside too. And St. Juste is long, athletic, and has made a lot of plays on the ball this camp as well. So, it remains to be seen how we do on the field, but very confident in all those guys and the coaching staff putting them in the right place to succeed.
There's a patience there that comes with it. In other words, let's say for the sake of argument, Emmanuel Forbes has a renaissance year and is really good. That's a win for them. That'd be such a boon because that's free. You didn't have to do anything. You inherited that. And if Forbes blossoms under much better coaching, guys with some pretty good pedigrees in terms of developing members of the secondary in Quinn and Witt, then all of a sudden, not only is that position solved, but everything looks so much better, right? So you need to give a guy a chance to do that in a year where people won't be quite as concerned if you end up 7-10. Like if we're all in and you're Kansas City or you're Buffalo or you're one of these teams with Super Bowl aspirations and you're going into the season with the weakest of weak links on the outside that's going to undo all the good work everywhere else, then you'd be more concerned about it. But in his mind, it's a non-emergency situation, and let's be patient and see.
I mean, this is where sometimes you've got to figure out, are you endorsing a guy because you got to endorse a guy, or do you really like the player? In Forbes' case, you should empower that player. You should come out and say nice things going into this season regardless. I'm curious what they really think. One thing we didn't get into that I would have liked to was with all the players they cut from the Rivera era, how much of a clean slate did all of these guys get? From the film that you were watching, all the evaluations you did before Dan Quinn took over, it's a whole different world. If you're Benjamin St. Juste playing for Dan Quinn in this scheme with Joe Witt from the last guys. And so does it matter if, I'm just making this up, but if you graded Benjamin St. Juste as a minus performer or as a, in your view, he played like a backup last year, let's say, you actually think he could be a cornerback one in this scheme, the way they're going to do it, the way they're going to use him with this coaching. I think that would have been an interesting thing to get to if we had a little more time, because obviously it was their opinion that just a lot of the guys that were here previously just weren't good enough and they didn't like him enough to make the roster.
Mm-hmm.
But for him to say unsolicited, really the first and maybe the only player he cited as saying he's a lot better now was Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah.
He came out. That tells me something. Forbes has gotten significantly better. He says it's a testament to how he's practiced, worked, and how he's been coached. Now, maybe he's also saying that because he knows when I'm suggesting I don't like the corner room very much, it's pretty clear I'm not confident in Forbes. And
Right, you can do the math there, yeah.
Exactly. But for him to just go right there and say, we think Forbes is better, they love Sanders still, and they should. The guy was awesome in camp in the preseason. And then to throw in St. Juste as well, that's the foundation. But they're betting big on those guys. They need all three of them to play their butts off if the corner room's going to be good.
Yes, we alluded to it kind of throughout, but obviously with 33 and counting new players from last year of your 53-man roster via free agency, trades, draft, etc., there's going to be a lot of turnover. There are some holdovers, though. There are some guys that we would have thought going into this offseason would be in jeopardy that are still here, be it Jamin Davis, De'Ami Brown is still here. Fedarian Mathis kind of won the faceoff with John Ridgeway. I know they were both holdovers from Rivera, but thinking of a draft pick of the Rivera era, they were able to move on from John Ridgeway because seemingly they're confident in Fedarian Mathis to be able to step in and play well in that kind of rotational role. So there are a couple guys that did survive it, which I think would be his pushback's not the right word, but would be his rebuttal if you went, it seemed like when in doubt, you just went with your guy. And he would go, well, there are a few guys from before who we liked a lot that sort of showed. So there is enough of a blank slate being able to call in his mind balls and strikes on some players, be able to say, you know what, this guy can play for us, can play the way that quote unquote Commanders would like to.
Ben Standing of the Athletics going to join us in 20 minutes at 6. That's when we're giving away tickets to see Kevin Hart over at DAR Constitution Hall. Next, I want to get into 2 NFL national stories that caught my attention today. The first is another player asked for someone's retired number and got it, becoming a bit of a trend. And then also Tom Brady is going to be calling games and also potentially be a minority owner. And it doesn't sound like the league is very excited about that. Should that even be allowed? You're listening to G&D on the Fan. If you missed our breakdown in our first segment today of Dylan Cruz's huge series against the Yankees, back-to-back multi-hit games, first career home run last night, you'll want to go grab the podcast when we're done. TheFanDC.com, GrantandDanny.com/audio. No Nats baseball tonight, so why not? All of our baseball and Nats content here on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Your savings calculator is available there to find out how. T-Mobile.com/switch. Danny, Malik Neighbors, who I am so excited to watch play. I think I'll end up being wrong probably, but I like him more than I like Marvin Harrison Jr. I think him and Roma Dunze and Harrison are all going to be amazing. I thought it was as good a trio as has come out in many, many years, but I love Malik Neighbors at LSU last year. Thought he was unbelievable. He's going to wear number 1, which is not interesting to anyone in D.C. other than because he called, I guess, the family of a player posthumously who once wore number 1 for the Giants that is retired. They gave him permission to wear the number that he wanted to wear. He had been wearing another number during camp in the preseason, and he's now going to rock number 1. You'll remember that this happened with Dwayne Haskins and Joe Theismann. The tragically late Dwayne Haskins asked Theismann to wear number 7. Theismann said yes, and that was before Haskins ever played a snap. Now, especially because Dwayne's no longer with us, which is so awful, I don't want to beat up on his career here or in general. Not a fun thing to do. But I do point this out just to say, obviously it didn't go very well here, and somebody wore Joe Theismann's number, and Theismann was put in the terrible situation where he either says, no, don't wear my number, and he looks like a jerk, or he says yes, which he probably doesn't want, and then a guy wears his number. For some people, this might not be a big deal because it's just a number or whatever. I just don't like this trend. A retired number is a retired number.
Or it's not. This is on the team.
The Giants are retired.
Precisely. No, I know. This is a team thing to me. And it was with Washington when they're like, I don't know, Joe, you deal with it. So now Dwayne's got to call Joe. I hated that.
But so for the Washington, you were right. Like, it was on the team because the jersey wasn't actually retired. It was just not in use. My understanding is with the Giants, it's an actual retired number.
I'm looking at it right now, Ray Flaherty. It's a retired jersey number, but I guess it's not.
The reason I bring it up, though, is retired numbers aren't really retired anymore. When a player wants to use them, you're just going to call and get permission. And it's such a terrible spot for the family when it gets leaked or someone finds out that they told the player no. Of course, more often than not, I would say at a very, very high clip, people are going to say yes. And really, for what reason? Your number's unretired just because now time has passed and people forget how important you were or how significant you were to get your jersey retired. I just think it's a bad practice. I don't like that young guys are asking for the number. Now, when we run out of numbers, we don't have a choice. Obviously, it's like running out of, this is morbid and awful, like running out of space for graves. We got to figure something else out. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the problem. This is not a situation where there's no number he can wear. He just wanted a number that's retired. And to that I say, to this guy that I really like, sorry about your luck. You're not going to wear number 1. I want players to stop asking for numbers that are retired. They're retired. Until we're out of numbers and we need to recycle them, I want this to end. Is that a hot take?
Not at all. And again, it doesn't seem like you are, and I think that's fine, but I'm blaming the team here. This is a team thing to me.
Meaning the Giants should just tell him no.
Yeah, the organization says no. Like if you walked into, I'm a brand new Yankee. I'm a hot shot. I'm a first-round pick. I'm going to the show. Can I wear number 3? No! It's retired. It's Babe Ruth's. Well, what about 4? No, it's Gehrig's. Yeah, but this is a lesser retired jersey. This is just Ray Flaherty. What? We retired the number. It's a non-starter.
And if we want to be more selective about retiring jerseys, fine.
I'm fine with that
too.
We
should only retire jerseys for the greatest of all time and not just the one-time MVP or the one-time Super Bowl champion or the 4-time Pro Bowl or whatever. But if it's retired right now, it's retired. It can't be worn.
Unless it can, unless you now have a daughter-in-law or like a niece that's going to answer the phone and say, yeah, I guess that's fine. What are we doing? I cannot believe it. And again, this is small. It's a jersey number. At the end of the day, it's fine. And retiring a number is ceremonial, and it's about honoring the player, etc. But
yeah, you still have your jersey up on the Ring of Fame, and I'm sure it's in the stadium or whatever.
But the whole point of the retirement is to say, you wore this so well, no one will ever wear it again. That's why you can't wear 7 as a Yankee. By the way, all the single digits are out if you're a Yankee fan.
Well, I also have an issue with this part of it. It's that these guys have never played before, right? So it's one thing if you have a career. It's another thing. We'll say goodbye to our listening audience in Richmond. It's another thing if you're a player and you do not have any experience, one catch, one snap, have not been on the field and broken a sweat or bled or anything, and you're asking for the number. If you've made 4 Pro Bowls and are 2-time All-Pro or something like that, Danny, come on, man. Like, seriously, if you've done something and you're asking for the number, even though I still think it's a bad look, and I still don't think you should do it, and I still don't think you should get it, a little more okay. Someone who's never played, a rookie wouldn't dare ask a veteran to carry his pads. A rookie wouldn't dare not sing his fight song when told to, or not go and get the snacks for the team meeting like he's supposed to. But a rookie is going to take a number away from a Hall of Famer? A rookie is going to take a number away from one of the most important players in team history? It's just a ridiculous thing.
So I hear everything you're saying. It's something I disagree specifically, but I almost don't even like the idea of saying a rookie can't do it. What about a 5th-year guy? Like to me, a retired number is off limits for everybody. I don't care how good you are. Like if Pat Mahomes walks in and goes, I want to wear 16 from now on. Sorry, that's a retired number. Len Dawson wore that number. It's retired. Pick another one. Greatest player of our generation, future Hall of Famer, and guy that's going to have his jersey number retired. Like to me, I don't care if you're a rookie, a 2nd-year guy, a 10th-year guy. If you're in year 15, and you're like a Bruce Smith wanted to wear a certain number. If Washington at the time actually had retired jerseys instead of their informal retirement, but when he came here and goes, I want to wear 77, and no, Jim Lachey's number's retired or whatever. I can't do that. Like to me, it's like there's no achievement, there's no earning it. There's no now you've got the right to place the phone call to the family. The team goes, no. It's very simple to me. Thank you. We love you. We're so excited you're here. We cannot wait to throw you 130 balls this year. Pick a different number. It's retired.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Top of the hour. Tonight is the last opportunity you'll have to get into our Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League with listeners. We're going to be drafting. We're all going to get together on Tuesday night, Sports Bar. We'll give you all the details, how you can get in, how you can come hang with us on Tuesday night. We'll do that right at the top of the hour next. We're also giving away those tickets to see Kevin Hart in D.C., and Ben Standing of The Athletic joins us to break down the Commanders roster next right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for listening to the show. We're taking you up to 6:30. We are sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you so that you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You are winning 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart acting My Age Tour, Sunday, September 15th, DAR Constitution Hall. Awesome venue. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. We'll get to Ben Standing in just one moment. Here's the quick details, though, as teased before the break. Tuesday, fantasy draft. If you want to get in the Grant and Danny Listener League, go to @GrantH. @FunnyDanny. We've got tweets out with how you can get in, pinned at the top of our accounts. You can also go to facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Essentially, DR, people are taking a quiz.
Yep.
The people that get the best grades are going to get into the league. We got 10 spots open. Then we're going to be drafting Tuesday night from Highline R&R over in Crystal City. If you're in the league, you'll be in the live draft with us. If you're not, you should come hang out. We're eating wings, having some drinks, being merry, and just sticking it up and talking about football. Should be a great time.
It is awesome. That venue is really, really cool. I love it up there. The food is great. It's an excellent atmosphere.
Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Welcome onto the show, our good buddy, Ben Standing of The Athletic, who had a great piece drop today that we want to discuss with him, an agent survey that he does annually. That's one of my favorite pieces of literature put out at this point by anybody covering the league. But before we get to that, Ben, we have not talked to you since the roster got formed. Let's start with the Noah Brown trade. Do you think this is something they had in the works for a little while with some understanding maybe that he was going to get cut, and that's why they didn't claim any receivers? What's your take on not only the transaction, but the role he might play?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having me. So, I mean, I heard Adam Peters tell you guys that they were interested in Noah Brown back in free agency. And when I was doing my, like, hey, here, guys, I think they should target, he was like, I think my 3rd player on the list. It made sense. And it sounded like it was something that was plausible. I didn't know exactly what happened other than just he went back to Houston. So it seemed like there was obviously a connection there. And, yesterday morning before the claims were done, I was tweeting about, hey, I think Noah Brown makes sense. And you hear things. So I assume that they had a sense that this was a possibility to get done. And also, like, Noah Brown was in Dallas when Dan Quinn was there. So, there's a lot of connections. He played in college with Terry at Ohio State, et cetera. So, the thing with this receiver room now is we all get it, right? It's Terry McLaurin, and then we'll see. But all the guys at least have an individual trait that when you're looking for a specific thing, they have somebody who can do it. You need the deep ball, you have Diami. You want the slot guy who can be a bit slithery, you have Zacchaeus. Now they have the sort of the bigger blocker type who can still be a bit of a playmaker, and that's Noah Brown. So it fits into kind of what they have. It's not like he's a dynamic receiver, but he can do specific things that they didn't have in this room, namely have that size and a little extra bulk to help them. So, it makes sense to me for what it is. That it's a patchwork situation at that spot. Again, beyond Terry. So, play the plays, drive the drive. We'll see who's going to be sort of the main pieces. But yeah, I like Noah Brown. And obviously fantasy football players know he had a massive 3-week stretch last year where he was one of the best receivers production wise in the league. So not expecting that every week, but it's a guy that can make plays. And I think it's a pretty good addition at this point in the scenario.
Buy or sell, he catches the 2nd most passes and has the 2nd most yards among the receiving core. Not all receivers like tight ends, running backs, et cetera, but among the wideouts, he's number 2 in both those categories, yards and catches.
Oh boy, it's fun. I had a similar discussion like this on my podcast yesterday. Other than Terry, who's the next guy? Basically, who's going to do their role next? And I think we kind of settled on Diami. But for your specific question, it could be. It's a weird group. I mean, if you told me just in terms of receptions, that Zacchaeus is the guy because it's going to be a lot of probably underneath stuff. He did. I know he had minimal catches last year, but he had 40 a couple years ago. So I'll probably go Zacchaeus if we're just talking catches. But I don't see it being a runaway between any of those three guys we just mentioned.
Ben, did anything really surprise you from Cut Down Day? I mean, you're so in deep with this thing that you've probably worked all the angles more than we have. But was anything particularly interesting?
I mean, not really. Obviously, the KJ Henry releasing him, I think, kind of was surprising. But I can't go too crazy about a 5th round pick from a year ago, and we saw how we saw the bloodletting of that 2023 class across the board.
NFL Network analyst Ron Rivera's draft class, by the way.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, I saw.
Can't wait
that.
to hear what he thinks about the 2025 draft.
I really liked it. I did. Okay.
Well, yeah. Congrats to Ron for that gig. Yeah. So I mean, not a ton. I mean, like I'm not saying I got like every pick right one of my 53, but it was a lot of 50-50 calls. I think the one thing I didn't get, and I played stubborn with this. I didn't put Jeremy McNichols on my 53, even though it seemed to be the way things were going, because to me it didn't make logical sense. This is a guy who hasn't touched the ball in 2 years. He only played 3 games last year. Didn't play it all the year before. Guys like Jeremy McNichols are kind of all over the place, right? I mean, last year they had Derek Gore, kind of the same guy on the practice squad. You're saying you couldn't have let Jeremy McNichols go through waivers, keep KJ Henry, and then similar to what they just did with Ridgeway, see about possibly trading him the next day, and then you put McNichols back on the practice squad. You already have, then we know they brought back Wiley and Chris Rodriguez, so you would have had a 3rd running back for week 1. That's my only hey, why, I don't know why you didn't do that, but obviously they felt they couldn't risk it. So other than that, not really. I mean, it all kind of made sense. I mean, kudos to Colson Yankoff for slipping in there as the 4th tight end. He really impressed them as an athlete, as a special teams performer.
By the way, Ben, I don't know, maybe I'm just not diving deep enough into it, but it wasn't really until this week, about a few nights ago, that I watched some of his highlights from UCLA. Oh my God. I don't know if people have seen this guy. He was a quarterback when he showed up basically in college, and then they used him as a running back at 6'4" and as a wide receiver. Like, most of his highlights are in the backfield as a running back at 6'4", which doesn't really exist. He's just running over dudes. It was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, to have played 3 different positions, including one being a quarterback, says a lot about your athleticism as well as your mental dexterity, to have to learn how to do these different spots. And obviously quarterback being, such a challenging one. So yeah, I mean, they really viewed him as a project, and it delivered for them. And, again, I think he's going to be probably one of their better special teams players, at least, the weeks he's active, and maybe that'll be them all. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, I think that's an example. Again, nothing's happened. He hasn't played a game yet, so I can't go too crazy. But it seems like an example of, some good scouting on their part, good projection, not just, seeing a guy and thinking, how can we take this lump of clay and mold it into something? And it seems like they think they've started to do that.
Ben Standing of The Athletic with us here on G&D. Johnny Newton, what do we expect here? He didn't play in the preseason really, and it's been day-to-day for a while now, but overall prognosis encouraging. But what are you anticipating from him early and maybe then as the season progresses?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't seen him really. Even like today, Dan Quinn said that Newton will be practicing next week, for real, and they'll get a better feel then of what's going to happen. Except that I thought, maybe I'm wrong, I thought we were told earlier in the week that or last week, that he would be out there this week. So I don't want to say that it's starting to feel like 2021 Curtis Samuel, because that's not fair. I don't know, but it's, the bar has been moved enough times that I'm just sort of waiting now for it to happen. Obviously, he's a really talented player. They have a lot of high hopes for him. Easily could have gone in the first round, slipped to the top of the second, and they decided to pounce. And I've heard nothing but good things about what he could possibly bring. But he had these 2 procedures for these Jones fractures on both feet. Now he's been dealing with a soft tissue issue for the whole training camp. So we just haven't seen him. Well, is he going to be ready? Is he going to be in football shape? That type of deal. So I don't know. It's highlighted a bit more because they just traded away Ridgeway, which I'm fine with that. We're talking a short-term versus a long-term view, and I'm fine with that. But yeah, I have a lot of questions about what he'll deliver. But I think once he gets out there, if he's healthy, I think, he should be a pretty good reserve coming in to give a lot of energy and collapsing pocket talent whenever Allen or Payne need to, take a rest.
We'll know it's Curtis Samuel 2.0 when someone asks if he might need surgery and Dan Quinn screams at them, only to then find out a couple days later that he's already had surgery.
Don't even bring that up because it happened.
Come on. We're just funning.
We're just funning.
Just having fun. We're going to get to Ben Standig's piece in The Athletic. You should check out. In fact, there's several of them. But he quizzed a bunch of the agents in the NFL, did a survey on all kinds of fun categories. So it's a lot of info on teams and how they run their operations and players and how they're handling situations. And it's always one of my favorite things of the year. We'll get to that in a second. One last Commanders thing. Same question on Brandon Coleman. Now, he did practice, I believe, right? He's back on the field?
Yeah, he was back. We were told without restrictions. We're now officially at the time, as you know, where we only see the first 10, 15 minutes of stretching, and that's it. So I don't quite know what he did, but yes, he was out there at least for a little bit that we could see and, seemed to be practicing.
Would you think there's a chance he could start at left tackle for week one, or is that ship sailed?
Dan Quinn said like a week or so ago, he's not worried about him missing time. It's just, hopefully the guy's healthy. So I guess if he's ready to go, he didn't play in any preseason games, right? He hasn't practiced for several weeks with his shoulder and pectoral strain. So it's obviously just a matter of, where he is at across the board. He had already, I won't say he'd already won the left tackle job, but he certainly seemed like the momentum was going that way. So yeah, I think obviously this coming week will, it'll say a lot because they're going, week one is upon us. Just a couple days away. So I think there's a chance for sure. But, week one, he hasn't been out there all summer. It kind of feels like that would be pushing it a bit much, especially, with the precious cargo at quarterback.
All right, Ben, let's get to your piece in The Athletic. It's the agent survey. You do this every year. Folks, tell folks about it, kind of the process and maybe some headlines. What'd you find out?
Yeah, this is a sixth annual agent survey I've done. It's a way, I going back to the origins of this. The agents are interesting, right? I mean, we have maybe certain perceptions of agents, the used car dealer and all that stuff. But the reality is, these are the people that represent the players, which means they're also dealing directly with the teams, the executives, but also obviously the coaches and, sometimes the league office itself. So they really are kind of all over the place and have a feel for what's happening. So yeah, I use this to kind of ask them about things like, which GMs do you think are the best talent evaluators or the ones you trust the most? In the past, I had trust the least, and people who may or may not have worked for this local organization were often mentioned there. Then other, more pertinent questions to the moment. What do they think of as an agent? What Atlanta did, drafting Michael Penix when you have Kirk Cousins? Where are they at with what Jerry Jones, how he's handled Dallas's offseason, particularly with Dak Prescott? The receiver market's been blowing up. Is it going to keep going up, or do they, from their point of view as negotiators, think there's going to be a softening coming, which they generally do at the pretty top? And then a bunch of other questions. And the Commanders were featured as well because they actually got a lot of votes in a couple of categories. And for the first time in a while, they were positive votes. So that was a good thing.
Yeah, I always go to the most unstable franchise question, and the Commanders are right at the top. And this year, that was not the case. Panthers, Raiders, Jets, Jaguars, Cowboys, Cardinals, Broncos took the cake there. I think one person maybe still said the Commanders. But what I love about this is not only does Ben give you, and the Athletic does a nice job with how they lay it out visually. They work on graphics for a lot of this and have charts. But one of the things I really like is you have like the quotes, unnamed obviously, but from certain agents. So just as an example, you ask who the best run franchise is, and the Eagles and the 49ers got the most responses. But then you have, an agent saying 49ers, the way they treat people and don't skimp on expenses. Or someone else says you have to fit within their culture, but they allow players and employees to be themselves. They win even while getting the staff poached, every other year by teams or whatever. Like those types of little additive comments, I think, add a lot to this. What were some of the categories that are either new or that you found particularly interesting this year?
Well, to the one you said about the unstable category. So I ultimately talked to 31 agents. I swear I'm not exaggerating. At least 10. When I presented the question, I talked to them on the phone. Here's the question, and they pause for a minute. And they go, boy, this was a lot easier when Washington was a joke and I could just pick them all the time. So that happened a lot. I always find the general manager questions interesting. There's like 4, 5, 6 of them, depending on what we lay out. Again, it's like, who's the best one? Who's the best evaluator? Who do you trust the most? Who's an up-and-coming one? By the way, the up-and-coming one, again, this is the 6th year I've done it. In the previous 5 years, Adam Peters came in first or was tied for first 3 times. So, it's been a long time coming, obviously, for him to get this opportunity, and he was the one being patient more than I think other teams. But his reputation has been out there for a bit, and this year, Brandon Sosna was one of the ones in that category who got a lot of attention. Who's obviously now running operations for the Commanders.
What does he actually do, by the way? Is he an analytics guy, or what is he doing for them?
So when he was with the Lions, he was basically their main contract.
Okay, so he's a cap guy.
Yeah, so he basically is the new Rob Rogers, with Rob Rogers still being there. But he has more responsibilities than just that. When Eugene Shen exited, Sosna was the one who's now overseeing the analytics department. And I didn't even use all the quotes. I have some, for some stories that'll come up at some future time. But the praise for him is pretty effusive. I mean, he's 31. It's pretty impressive the way people were responding to him.
He's 31, Sosna?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was like mid to late 30s. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, and he had a big role at USC a couple years ago, and then went to the Lions, and obviously with Lance Newmark, I'm sure there was a sense of, hey, Bert, we got to get this guy over here. Like if Adam Peters wasn't sort of the boy wonder guys that they have, I think Sosna would be the one that people would be going, yeah, this guy. Here's the one who you're going to look at next. But yeah, so that's those are some of the interesting ones. Another one that's interesting is. I always ask this question of the agents. Tell me one thing. I give you the power to change whatever you want in the league. What's the one thing you would change? And this typically they always go with get rid of the franchise tag or guaranteed money. So I didn't let them pick that this year. But they have a lot. They have a lot of interesting thoughts about the game itself. Whether it's you got to give these players. If you're going to have 18 games, you got to give these guys more rest, more buys, things like that. They talked about again sensible things like really, you got to get rid of all the artificial turf. But they had some specific ways, specific ideas that I thought were pretty interesting in there as well. And again, then there's some of the more fun stuff. Like, look, I don't do this to get negative answers, but when they give me the negative answers, it can be kind of fun, obviously. And a lot of questions about the Cowboys and Jerry Jones, and has it all sort of passed him by, how much of a challenge it is to deal with them, that they just kind of wait. And we're seeing that obviously here with the Dak Prescott. Honestly, I kept worrying that I was going to get screwed and I would have to take the Dak Prescott question out because they would get a deal done. But fortunately, the stalemate continues. And like I said, a lot of these guys, and that's, I think what the good thing is, these agents, especially the ones who are the bigger, either the bigger agents or work at bigger firms, they work with every team. So it's not like you're just talking to somebody who only has a handful of, he's only worked with a couple of groups. They work with them all. So they're not just comparing, saying, here's my experience with this group. Here's my experience with this group in comparison to all the other ones. And I think that really helps, give a feel for who's good, who's got some questions about what they do, and so on.
Yeah, I love some of those answers, Ben. But one I want to pull out in particular, so a lot of these are self-serving for agents. Help the players, aka me, make more money. Agents shouldn't charge lower rates. It's like, sorry, you're in a competitive field. What are you going to do about that? But one answer I actually thought was brilliant. And I never thought of it, but I think it'd be really, really good. Again, it's not incentivized for the league to do this, but I think this should be a rule. Any 3 years or less contract should be fully guaranteed. I think that's the way for the players to kind of get this started, to get the ball rolling. It's not just, astronomical signing for a quarterback, get him a bunch of guaranteed money, and then that's kind of the outlier. The short-term one, that might be the way for them to get the ball rolling in that direction. I thought that was really interesting and thoughtful.
Yeah, no, I agree. There was another one. It was like, we know about the they can if like a restricted free agent, and they can kind of like hold the player up, and then eventually they can release them. And somebody's idea was, cool, if you want to do that, that's fine, but you've got to make at least some of that money guaranteed. That way, because what happens a lot of times is the player gets held, and then they let him go, and now all of a sudden the market's kind of dried up. And I think that was a good way to help the players out. Another one was, obviously with college you have the one and done. You don't have one and done in football. You got to be there at least 3 years. But it was the idea, like specifically for running back, like either A, let running backs go early, or B, just let them go early. And that way you're getting, these guys can go make more money. I know we don't want to ruin college football, but for running back specifically, just let it happen. I know it's a little weird to have like a one-off like that, but ways to get these guys, more money. I mean, I think that's one of the things that's always tough about cut down day. It's not just the fact that for some of these guys, their dream might be over, but obviously this is how they're making a living. And as we know, there's no guaranteed contracts are pretty few and far between. Certainly none of them are in full, but even if the ones who are mostly full, it's like the quarterbacks or stars and the guys who are at the bottom half of the roster, you never know, and we see that here, obviously, with some of these guys who've been let go, and any way to help them get more money and have some more security, I certainly would be in favor of.
I'm still kicking myself. I didn't realize Sosna was that young. That was the only person, and not to knock Newmark, who I really, really like, but that I had more people reach out to me around football when they hired Sosna to say nice things than any other move they made. And the fact that he's 31, I don't know why I didn't know that, but that's a show. I mean, that's pretty amazing. It's just been so long since they've had guys like that here, by the way. Like a couple of them in the building that could turn into GMs. I also like, for the record, Peters today on our show shouted out Newmark as the voice behind the scenes, kind of standing on the table for going and getting Noah Brown. Also, they did a press conference with him today. A lot of organizations don't do that with assistant GMs. Peters just did one yesterday. It's not like they had to give Newmark the availability with the media. So it's pretty clear he's also creating an environment where his guys get some shine and get some love, which I think is a really cool way to do it. One other thing really quickly. I saw Peters already had 3 votes for best talent evaluator among 31 responses. I think Schneider and Veach beat him out, maybe Gutekunst or something. But what do you make of that? I mean, the guy's been a GM for a couple hours. Obviously, he was well known before that.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I mean, it's been pretty established, right, that Kyle Shanahan obviously is sort of in charge of the 49ers, but he's busy with his day job of coaching the team. And John Lynch is a little more of like a administrator kind of guy. And Adam Peters was the talent evaluator, particularly with college. He had a lot of success. I think you guys asked him, right, about what do you make of late round picks? And he says he loves them. He should, because if you look at the track record he's had with the 49ers, he's had a lot of hits on day 3. So yeah, I mean, his reputation is pretty impressive already. And he got mentioned positively in several categories, as did the team. So yeah, he's, to your point, this is a guy that wouldn't even have, even if they had called before, wouldn't have even taken the interview here. And now he's here. So is a guy like Sosna, again, an up and comer. And it's not only is he talented, I think it's just there's fresh energy, young energy for the first time in forever, right? Whether you're talking about Ron Rivera and his group or Bruce Allen before that, this is the first time in a while it's more modern thinking people running the show. That hasn't been here in a long time. And I think, now they're starting to catch up with that. And I think that's why I've liked a lot of their moves. They're forward thinking. It's not just standard, check off this box, check off that box, we're good. He's thinking outside the box. He's finding ways to make moves, to pinch up with trades. And yeah, I think it's all been pretty good so far.
Ben, thank you as always, buddy. Really appreciate it, dude. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on to talk about that.
Yeah, you got it. I know it's a big undertaking, but it's a great read. It's well worth the work. So go check it out. The Athletic, it's the agent survey, 31 agents. It's just good little nuggets, like insider trading. That's the kind of stuff that I think as a fan, you want to pull back the curtain a little bit on how the sausage is made. And to me, that's what that PC does every year is.
So, yeah, in so many years past, just as a point of reference, when you'd read it, it's like, yeah, I don't trust Bruce Allen, or I don't like dealing with Washington because they're not always upfront in their dealings. That little thing, that matters. You could offer the most money and get one guy. Can you get the next guy? Can you get the guy after that? it's like think about like college recruiting. A high school coach tells a college coach, this will be the best player you ever have. He'll have the best attitude. He's awesome. He's incredible. And he comes to school, screws around, fails out, gets in trouble. Well, the next time you have have a player, that college coach isn't going to believe you anymore. Like you know what I mean? Like you got to have forthright and good quality dealings. And you could see these teams with good management and good leadership somehow end up at the top of these lists a lot.
If you missed any part of today's show, including our preview of the college football season, week 1 kicking off tonight, big night in college football. Danny Cannell was fantastic. Of course, Adam Peters was on the show with us, extremely gracious of his time, gave us 25 good minutes. Make sure you check out that interview, thefandc.com. We're going to be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Among others, Armin Katayan will be joining the show, which is very, very cool. Wrote a book about the state of college football and college sports. Excited to talk with him. Linnell's got overtime all evening long, all the way up until 10. We're keeping you live and local on the Fan, so keep it right here on 106.7. For Darius and for Ryan and for that chiming computer. Grant and
Later,
Dan
computer.
saying so long. Thank you, computer, for your hard work today and for not crashing.
Till
tomorrow.
Vargas?
Who put a question mark on the teleprompter?
Thank you for coming.